God Level Store Manager System Chapter 901. Hey, there are still a bunch of Brave Rank trial crystals. Together with Store Manager's handwriting, it is still as exaggerated as ever. Take it off the shelf after the 4 Grandmaster Rank trial crystals. Lanyi glanced to the side again. Those piles of Brave Rank trial crystals like hills. People who can stack such precious things so randomly, I am afraid that only Luo Sheng can do it. Boss, in other shops, if there is a channel, they can get trial crystals. No matter what level of trial crystal. Who is not using a beautiful box, and a good flannel as the bottom, put it right. Waiting for customers to come to the store to choose, which is like Luo Sheng. I don't even bother to organize it. There is a feeling that you can take it at will. This thing, I have a lot of it here. However, Lanyi would never have thought that Luo Sheng is indeed a lot of crystals here. 200,000 spirit crystals. Xia, help me check how many spirit crystals are in my membership card. Lanyi carries 4 Grandmaster ranks. The trial crystal went to the counter. Since the trading system of the New World mode was completely popular, there are many people who earn spirit crystal through the trading system. This is not the patent of Businessman Guild. There are so many pampered young masters of spirit crystal among the customers who come to the store. These are either low level, poor fighting skills, or poor battle awareness. Pampered young masters are the main contributors to spirit crystal. Others will also spend spirit crystal in the New World mode in various ways. Therefore, the customers who come to the Luo Sheng store nowadays are not only those who come to spend spirit crystal. There are also various ways to earn spirit crystal in the New World mode. This is one of the reasons why the New World mode will become more and more popular. Sister Lanyi, there are still 187,232 spirit crystals in your membership card. Xia passed the membership on the counter card activator. Check Lanyi's membership card balance. Because Lanyi is the president of Orchid Leaf Guild, Lanyi's membership card is connected to the guild reserve of Orchid Leaf Guild. This is an integrated update of the membership card and guild system after the trading system is opened, so that customers can use the membership card to better consume in the New World mode. And other members of guild, even vice president, want to use the guild reserve funds. They need the president's approval. The remaining difference, just use magic core to make up. Lanyi took out a bag of magic core from the bronze storage ring. Okay, there are a total of 200,000 spirit crystals. I confirm that I have received it. After Xia clicked on the magic core, he said with a faint smile, looked towards Grandmaster rank. The gaze of the trial crystals paused for a while before he quickly moved away. Thanks, Xia. Lanyi took 4 Grandmaster rank trial crystals from the counter. Then he greeted the rest of the Orchid Leaf group. Kinga, Xia, Xioya, Xioki, all come here, 1 for each person. Lanyi quickly distributed the Grandmaster rank trial crystals. The people from Orchid Leaf group have been cultivating in Luo Sheng shop for so long, and they have stayed in professional rank peak for a long time. Now that I have obtained the Grandmaster rank trial crystal, I naturally want to use it immediately. Xia, hurry, open the trial space. Xing Lian looked at the Grandmaster rank trial crystal in Lan Xia's hand and said excitedly, Dragon Race promotion does not require any trial crystals. Chapter 901, Guild Reserve. God Level Store Manager System Chapter 902. Although Dragon Race is promoted, it does not require any trial crystals. The Dragon Soul also doesn't need it. However, due to the limitations of the Dual Soul contract, Xing Lian has been accumulating strength, but the realm has always stayed in the professional rank. Now that I see the hope of promotion, I am naturally excited. You guys start quickly too, Chi Store Manager. It should be okay to open the trial space in the store. After Lanyi finished the first half of the sentence, he looked towards Chi again. The second half of the sentence is naturally addressed to Luo Sheng. It doesn't matter. Luo Sheng answered lightly. Turning on trial space does not take up space, because trial space is equivalent to an alien space. Just like the magical space created by the Queen of Ice illusory shadow. Even more. How? Luo Sheng's shop has a trial room dedicated to opening trial space. There is space fluctuation, which seems to be the fluctuation of trial space. In the New World mode, Ling Ao, who is focusing on the Zongzai materials, suddenly starts lead. Then quickly swept away the monsters in front of him, and quit the New World mode. It is the fluctuation of Grandmaster rank trial space. Turning on trial space will naturally cause space fluctuation. Even if this kind of fluctuation is very weak, it is impossible to hide the perception of heroic rank powerhouse. Why would anyone come to the store to be promoted to Grandmaster rank? Could it be Ling Ao is not unfamiliar with the space fluctuation of trial space? But this kind of space fluctuation appears. There is indeed something wrong with the location. It seems you feel it too. Gepingchuan is sitting in the deck next to Ling Ao. Seeing Ling Ao's reaction, he immediately understood Ling Ao's thoughts. Dingu, you said, who will go to the store manager's store to be promoted specially? Ling Ao squinted his eyes and asked tentatively. I think this is not to go to Chi store manager for promotion, but Chi store manager. There are trial crystals for sale. Gepingchuan laughed. 2. Gepingchuan has a thorough view of this kind of thing. With Luo Sheng's strength, it is not surprising that there are trial crystals for sale in the store. The same is true of my thoughts. It seems that the surprise that Chi store manager gave me is not just the Dragon Boat Festival dumplings. Ling Ao pressed the membership card on the base of the crystal ball. This means that there is someone in this deck. Press the membership card on the base of the crystal ball, and it will continue to be consumed for 4 hours a day. And there will be no less spirit crystal for the buckle. Let me see. Ling Ao, as the flame sovereign of Desolate Origin Empire, has a huge demand for trial crystals. Gepingchuan, as the Dean of Brilliance Academy, is different. Most of the students are self-sufficient. The resources that need to be provided to students in the academy do not include trial crystals. Why are you here? Luo Sheng sat on the sofa and looked at Ling Ao as he walked with some confusion. Did the 4 hours pass so fast today? Time really flies, and it's gone in a blink of an eye. Chi store manager, I feel the trial space fluctuations in the store, so I want to ask, is there any trial crystals for sale in the store? Ling Ao said frankly. Tao, do business. Where is that? Many pretend to be polite. Blunt is the right way to talk. Yes, they are all over there. Luo Sheng clicked, nodded, and reached out and pointed to the shelf area. Ling Ao walked over immediately, and then cried out in surprise. Wow, Chi store manager, how many trial crystals are there in your place? 900th chapter 2. People who went to the store for promotion. God-level store manager system chapter 903. Ling Ao looked at the almost hills of trial crystals on the shelf, and asked in a little astonishment. This kind of stacking method, even the warehouse that specializes in storing trial crystals dare not do so. It seems that Chi store manager's character is really, it's quite bold. Brave rank 500, professional rank 50. Luo Sheng casually reported the number of trial crystals piled into mountains. 50, 500, that's a lot. Chi store manager, I have all these trial crystals. Ling Ao looked at the trial crystal in front of her, without the slightest hesitation. For Desolate Origin Empire, the demand for these low-level trial crystals is even greater than the demand for Grandmaster rank trial crystals. This is different from sect forces. A small sect, no matter how many disciples, it's only tens of thousands. But the strength of Desolate Origin Empire, including the city guards of various city-states and the guards of various places, plus the frontier army, has several millions. With such a huge number of troops, the consumption of low-level trial crystals is also huge. Among the army, brave rank can serve as 100 households. Professional rank can serve as thousands of households. If Desolate Origin Empire wants to expand its forces, brave rank cultivator and professional rank cultivator are indispensable. On the contrary, it is the Grandmaster rank powerhouse. The demand is not so big. There are so many trial crystals in the Luo Sheng shop, which are enough to solve the current urgent need of Ling Ao to expand his troops. You want it? Luo Sheng raised his eyebrows and looked at Ling Ao. Brave rank 1 of 500 spirit crystals. 5,000 spirit crystals of professional rank trial crystals. The total price of this pile of trial crystals is 500,000 spirit crystals. This is much more expensive than the equipment and medicine pill purchased before. Yes, I want it. If store manager will have brave rank trial crystals and professional rank trial crystals in the future, I want as much as possible. Ling Ao said very positively. 100 households and thousands of households are indispensable if you want to expand your military strength. If it is all commanded by thousands of households, unless it is a big battle between the two armies, the strategy must be a mess. Next month, there will be another batch of trial crystals in the store. Luo Sheng did not agree to Ling Ao's words, but just said lightly, retaining goods is impossible. The shop's rules have always been first come, first served. Okay, I get it. Ling Ao also knows Luo Sheng's principles, so he won't force it. I am very grateful for Luo Sheng to say this. Tell Ling Ao the replenishment time. It is equivalent to disguised to reserve Ling Ao. As to whether Ling Ao can grab it, it has nothing to do with Luo Sheng. Ancient Gau's Empire, in the Imperial City Palace, sitting behind the Imperial case, the Sword Emperor is dealing with the affairs of the Ancient Gau's Empire. In recent times, Ancient Gau's Empire has been keeping a low profile and has gained a lot from the ruins. And its strength has also increased a lot. It is just the border between Ancient Gau's Empire and Desolate Origin Empire, and Cloud Mist City flank it. Luo Sheng is there. Let the Sword King dare not act rashly. It's only a pity that the last time we jointly attacked Desolate Origin Empire, the glorious Star Empire was greatly damaged. Otherwise, there is no chance. After a long time, the Sword Emperor put down the pen and memorial in his hand, and rubbed his eyebrows to relieve fatigue. At this moment, the Sword King seemed to be on a whim, and his heart was shocked. That's okay. Did something happen? Chapter 903, All is Required. God-Level Store Manager System. Chapter 904. The hunch of heroic rank is sometimes very mysterious. The Sword Sovereign didn't dare to neglect this sudden hunch, got up quickly and walked into the secret room in the inner hall. Very few people know this inner sanctuary, because here, the soul fire of the 3 heroic ranks of Ancient Gau's Empire is stored. Soul fire represents life force. The weaker the life force, the weaker the soul fire. When a person dies, the soul and fear are extinguished. However, at this time, the soul fire that represented the King of Spears had already been extinguished. How is this possible? The Sword King stared wide-eyed. His pupils slightly narrowed, and he looked at the extinguished soul fire lamp in disbelief. The base. That is a heroic rank powerhouse. Although it is not a heroic rank peak, at least it is also a heroic rank high rank powerhouse. Unexpectedly, just like that, I was killed silently. Knife. Sovereign, what's the matter? Why did you come here? Yu Fing felt that the inner sanctuary was opened, and quickly rushed over. Inside, only the soul fire of 3 heroic rank powerhouses is stored. Normally, it will not be opened. Look at it for yourself. The Sword Emperor's tone was very solemn. Look at what? The soul fire actually went out. Yu Fing's pupils shrank suddenly. A heroic rank powerhouse has fallen. In the entire East Desolation, heroic rank powerhouse. That is the battle strength standing on pinnacle. How could it fall so easily? The battle did not take place in the Ancient Gau's Empire. Let the magician come and trace the process of extinguishing the soul fire, said the Sword King with red eyes and suppressed anger. The battle between heroic ranks spreads across a wide range, even if they are separated by a city. In the case of the same heroic rank, it can be felt. The magician in the Imperial City Palace quickly arrived, and traced back the process of extinguishing the soul fire in the image crystal ball in the inner sanctuary. At the beginning of the video, the soul fire is as strong as a torch. But soon, it became bright and dark. In this situation, it lasted for a full quarter of an hour, and then the soul fire suddenly brightened, as if it were returning to light. Immediately afterwards, It gradually became weak. Finally, like a candle in the wind, it shook slightly. Turn off completely. The energy and blood are exhausted, and even if you fail to do self-destruct, you are annihilated. The Sword King stared at the image crystal ball with anger in his eyes, and bloodthirsty. This is not something that one person can do. At least 3 heroic rank shots at the same time. It is possible to win a powerhouse of the same level within a quarter of an hour. 3 heroic ranks. Yu Feng's face became serious. The power that can have 3 heroic ranks is already a peak power in the Eastern Desolation. If this force wants to deal with Ancient Gore's empire, that was definitely a disaster. This matter. Don't reveal the next word, the Sword Emperor said seriously. I know. Yu Feng naturally understood the meaning of the Sword King. That's 3 heroic rank powerhouses. If this matter is known to the people of the Ancient Gore's empire, it will inevitably lead to chaos and panic all day long. Then let me see which force it is that dare to do this kind of thing. The Sword Sovereign had red eyes and a hideous face. Regardless of the friendship, the fall of a heroic rank is definitely a huge blow to the Ancient Gore's empire, and this kind of blow will be reflected in all aspects: morale, deterrence, popular sentiment, top power, etc. This is also the reason why the Sword Emperor is so angry. Chapter 904, Extinguished Soul Fire. God-Level Store Manager System. Chapter 905, Cloud Mist City, Luo Sheng Shop. After enough accumulation, the process of promotion to Grand Master rank will not be very difficult. Ling Yao bought both the Brave rank trial crystals and the Professional rank trial crystals. Not long after, Lanzire and the others came out of the trial space. No one failed. For a while, the breath of the 4 Grandmaster ranks filled the shop. Then Luo Sheng was blocked in a small area. It's all successful, right? Lan Yi looked at the 4 people coming out, and asked with a smile. This is just a routine concern. Lan Yi has confidence in his friends, or younger sisters. Of course it succeeded. Lan Qing'e clenched his fist and laughed. Thank you, Sister Lan Yi. I am also a Grandmaster rank now. Xioya happily waved the priest's staff in his hand. A faint magical element flies on the staff, releasing bursts of soft waves. Of course, how can such a simple trial fail? Nalan Kinki held his head up, and said something arrogantly. Very good. Xia has finally been promoted to the Grandmaster rank. Lanzire is happily feeling the power in his body, and Xinglian seems to be happier than Lanzire. If these 4 people are promoted to the Grandmaster rank, who has the biggest promotion? Then it is undoubtedly Lanzire. After coming out of trial space, not only Lanzire was successfully promoted to Grandmaster rank, Xinglian was also promoted to Grandmaster rank, and the breath surpassed Lanzire. The 2-soul contract is only bound by the realm of both parties. So Lanzire's improvement is at least double the amount of improvement for ordinary people. Otherwise, it is not necessarily a 3-fold improvement. Okay, quickly converge the imposing manner. Luo Sheng sat on the sofa beside him and said lightly. In the store, it was originally not allowed to explode into an imposing manner because this is easy to be judged as dangerous, and then trigger the defense system. And it is easy to disturb other customers. For those who have been in the New World mode for a long time, it is not difficult to converge in the imposing manner. Even if you have just gained power, you can do it after a little familiarity. Chief Store Manager, sorry, I am a little bit proud. Lan Qing'e said apologetically. Xioya and Nalan Kinki also quickly converged their imposing manner. Lanzire is more convenient. Xinglian directly wrapped Lanzire's imposing manner with the Dragon Soul. Nothing. Luo Sheng waved his hand. Luo Sheng thought of this when he opened trial space in the store before. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been prepared long ago and sealed their imposing manner in this small area. Now that they have successfully promoted to the Grandmaster rank, the next goal of Lan Yi and the others is naturally to redeem the card for the rice dumplings. There are not too many good things that can permanently improve various attributes. Zongzai is really attractive. Looking at the continuous influx of customers outside the store, Liu Sheng was quite moved. This kind of in-a-frenzy situation probably lasts until the end of the Dragon Boat Festival. Even the fast food area that has been expanded once is almost unable to accommodate so many customers waiting for the deck. There are 8,000 decks, which still seems to be a bit short. But Liu Sheng knows that this is also during the Dragon Boat Festival. As long as these 7 days have passed, the 8,000 decks are almost just right. Moreover, those students who have asked for leave will probably return to the academy and be punished after the Dragon Boat Festival activities have passed. Who told them to not even find a better reason for asking for leave? Chapter 905, Double the Amount of Promotion. God-Level Store Manager System. Chapter 906. In fact, if a student wants to ask for leave, just go to the instructor and apply for an outing experience. This kind of thing, except for freshmen, under normal circumstances, the instructor will approve it. It's just that there are too many students who come to apply at once. It doesn't matter how many people can be approved. In the evening, the shop that seemed noisy during the day, after closing the door, seemed a bit quiet. Xia, store manager, what's wrong? Xia, who was tidying the counter, looked up blankly, looking at Liu Sheng, who stopped her. This is your Dragon Boat Festival benefit. Liu Sheng leaned against the counter, with a faint smile on his face, and placed a Grandmaster rank trial crystal on in front of Xia. During the day before, Liu Sheng found out when Lan Yi was checking out at the counter Xia's desire for Grandmaster rank trial crystals. No, to be precise, it should be the desire for strength. Xia's level has improved very quickly since the last time he got the professional rank trial crystal. Now it is almost the professional rank peak. As a store assistant in Liu Sheng shop, as long as the cultivation aptitude is not too bad, the speed of improvement will definitely be faster than the average person. Even more how? Now there is mineral water in the store that can improve the cultivation aptitude. This is... No, store manager, this is too precious. I can't take it. Xia carefully took a look at what Liu Sheng had brought over and recognized that this was the Grandmaster rank trial crystal. He immediately waved his hands and refused. Compared with professional rank trial crystals, Grandmaster rank trial crystals are undoubtedly much more precious. In the cultivator, brave rank and professional rank are the basics. The Grandmaster rank is undoubtedly the mainstay. As for the heroic rank, the general cultivator, but I can't even think about it. Innate talent, aptitude, resources and luck are indispensable. Heaven's chosen child can become heroic rank powerhouse. So in the eyes of the average cultivator, the Grandmaster rank is already the pinnacle. Precious or not, it depends on the value that this item can play. If you can't play the value it deserves, then this Grandmaster rank trial crystal, it's worthless. So, you don't have to refuse, because this is your Dragon Boat Festival gift. Liu Sheng, the Grandmaster rank trial crystal was solemnly placed in Xia's hand, and then her fist was clenched. Xia felt the temperature on the back of his hand, and his heart was warm and moved. Thank you, store manager. Okay, just get the gift. You deserve it. I don't need to say anything extra. Liu Sheng interrupted Xia. Then, with his hands behind his back, he walked slowly to the bedroom on the second floor, leaving Xia standing inside the counter, tightly holding the Grandmaster rank trial crystal in his hand, holding his hands in his heart. I can still vaguely feel the residual temperature on it. The Dragon Boat Festival activities were carried out in full swing and soon reached the 4th day. The players are frantically brushing pictures and clearing wild monsters. This can make the wild monsters in the big map suffer, because the Zongzi materials that have been removed from the copy are brushed. If the copy fails, these Zongzi materials cannot be brought out of the copy. But farm monsters, there are as many Zongzi materials as you burst. So, the wild monsters that were carefree and wandering around on the big map in the past, almost no one cares about, suddenly become a hot product that everyone needs. Chapter 906, Store Assistant's Dragon Boat Festival Gifts. God Level Store Manager System Chapter 907. A large number of players stayed at the spawn points of these monsters, waited for them to spawn, and then killed them immediately. If this action is a little slower, it will become the prey of others. So, these wild monsters are in this Dragon Boat Festival activity. For the first time I enjoyed the treatment of being wiped out on the spot if I couldn't even take a full breath. Finally, when I was playing online games, the feeling of opening up wasteland and rushing to the wild. Luo Sheng is very pleased to improve the edge of the training room with battle strength thought of. Large-scale online games, that are memories of the older generation of players. It's finally here, it should be here. Yes, it is here. You are here to find Wu Ji senior sister, Xian Shuang senior sister. Mostly time is in this store. Outside the store, a Brilliance Academy student came here with a robust man. After some conversation, students from Brilliance Academy walked into the store first. Store manager, good morning. A respectful greeting is a basic respect for Powerhouse. Even if the personality of this Powerhouse is very easygoing, you are too early. Luo Sheng will return a gift when he is in a good mood. But just 3 words, it also made this student's face show a flattered expression. Go. Don't stand in front of the store. Luo Sheng waved his hand. Sometimes, Luo Sheng is also very depressed. He is not a wicked person. Are these people so afraid of themselves? Store manager, early it's you. After robust man followed, he wanted to say hello to store manager just like that student. But when he saw Luo Sheng's face, the robust man suddenly showed a look of horror. Why? Do you know me? Luo Sheng saw robust man's expression of consternation and fear, and his depression suddenly emerged again. Shop. Store manager, are you the store manager of this store? The robust man stammered, his tone indescribably respectful. Yes. Gao Lai. Why did you come here? While Luo Sheng looked at the robust man suspiciously, one hand holding half of a double cheese beef burger and holding a cold beer in one hand, Husiu strode over. There is a joy that can only be seen when seeing an old friend on his face. Yes, this robust man is Gao Lai from ancient Gau's empire, the employer who Husiu took on an escort mission a long time ago. Husiu, I'm here to find someone. This is. Gao Lai was really surprised when he saw Husiu, but immediately just looked at Luo Sheng with a look of fear, and asked with some difficulty. In the previous visit to the ruins, Gao Lai was impressively listed. The power that Luo Sheng showed at that time is naturally very clear, and it can be said that it is still fresh in memory. Otherwise, dignified a Grandmaster rank peak powerhouse, one of the great commanders of the ancient Gau's empire. How could it look like this? Lose one's head out of fear. You said Boss Chi, he is the store manager of this store. He is very easygoing. As long as you don't mention discounts, other things are easy to talk about. Husiu laughed. Luo Sheng is still in the store, but the customers in the store respect Luo Sheng more than fear. Especially those regular customers who stay in the store for a long time know that Luo Sheng is not a grumpy person. As long as he doesn't kill himself, Luo Sheng is still very easy to get along with. Yes. Is it? A smile appeared on Gao Lai's face. It's just a bit reluctant to smile. Chapter 907. Gao Lai in 1,000 Miles of Searching. God Level Store Manager System Chapter 908. Do I look cruel? Luo Sheng raised his eyebrows and asked Husiu with his eyes. No. How could it be possible? Husiu stuffed the remaining double cheese beef burger into his mouth and said with a big smile, among all heroic rank powerhouses, Luo Sheng can be regarded as the best one in terms of temper and character. If it's those heroic rank powerhouses who are a bit irritable, if you are so ridiculed by the weak, you will have to punish you if you don't say so, to show the latecomers. Since it is your friend, then you can entertain it. Luo Sheng shrugged. Luo Sheng is still a little confident about his character, and being cold does not mean being fierce. I just don't know why. There will always be a few people who are scared when they see themselves, making Luo Sheng feel inexplicably depressed. Good. Husiu happily accepted the job, then stepped forward and took Gao Lai's shoulder. Husiu and Gao Lai, at any rate, They also lived and died together. Although the incident happened suddenly, it did not hinder the friendship between the two. You said you came here to find someone. Who are you looking for? Husu's character is straightforward, and he is naturally too lazy to greet him. Straight to the point as soon as you come up, straight to the subject. She said that her name is Wooji and she is a student of Brilliance Academy, but I went to Brilliance Academy before and did not find her. Fortunately, she was still in Brilliance Academy. It's quite famous, so I was brought here by another student. Gaolai has nothing to hide. If you find someone to cover up, how can you find it? Since the last visit to the ruins, Gaolai, Wooji, and both have separated and returned to the ancient Gauze Empire. It is only recently that I have time to find these two people. Wooji, remember, it turned out to be her. I know. Husu can be regarded as the Luo Sheng store, a group of regular customers. For the customers in the store, it can be considered very familiar. Do you know? Gaolai was a little surprised. Is Wooji really so famous? How come everyone knows him? In the ruins before, Wooji gave Gaolai a stand-in doll without any distress, which made Gaolai feel that Wooji definitely has a big background behind him. But I never thought about it. Wooji is so famous. It doesn't matter if the students of Brilliance Academy know each other. After all, Wooji is a student of Brilliance Academy. But isn't Husu a mercenary of Cloud Mist City? Why do you also know Wooji? Of course I know. Although I'm not familiar with it yet, it's okay to say a few words. Wooji is also a regular customer in the boss shop. Husu looked at Gaolai, feeling that this guy's mood was a little strange. A regular customer in the store. Gaolai was a little surprised. It's no wonder that Wooji and Shuang's expressions were a little surprised last time outside the ruins. But they were not at all afraid. Wait a minute, I will call someone over for you. Husu took out the membership card and called Wooji in the guild communication system. Blood Wolf Guild and Brilliant Guild have always been friendly. Husu, what can I do? Wooji is in the New World mode at this time, so he can reply very quickly. Someone is looking for you, right now in front of the store. Where are you? Or are you coming? Husu spoke very directly. However, there is really no that many things to say between these two people. It's good to be direct. Someone is looking for me. The store entrance? Then I will come over. Wait a moment. You can click on the favorites below to record this time. 900th Chapter 8. Is Wooji so famous? God Level Store Manager System Chapter 909. After Wooji said this, he withdrew from the New World mode. Then came to the store door with some doubts. To be honest, Wooji can't think of anyone who will come to her at this time, and she doesn't need a membership card to contact her. Is it to surprise yourself? Wooji, very good. Finally see you again. You Gaolai, looking at the front with an excited expression. Robust man. Wooji thought about it for a while before remembering it. This is really a big surprise. I originally thought that it would only be a stranger coming together by chance, a passerby who fought together, and after this separation, it would be parting ways. Didn't expect. Gaolai unexpectedly found here. Cloud Mist City is in the territory of Desolate Origin Empire. Is it really appropriate for you to come here as a great commander from the frontier guard of the ancient Gauze Empire? So you remember me. Very good. Gaolai looked very excited. You came here on purpose. You didn't come here to find me. Wooji looked at Gaolai in amazement, and asked in disbelief, go to the territory of the hostile force to find someone. You are so brave. If it weren't for the strict prohibition in the store of Chi Store Manager, and no one is allowed to pick things up, then if Gaolai is discovered, it will be a problem if he can't get out. Exactly. I went to Brilliance Academy before and didn't find you, so I came here. Gaolai nodded, said, you went to Brilliance Academy? Wooji was even more surprised. The location of Brilliance Academy is closer to Desolate Origin Empire Imperial City. As one of the great commanders of the ancient Gauze Empire's frontier guards, is it really terrible to run to that place? Looking for a king for thousands of miles is really moving a hammer. Helpless. I hide it well and nothing will happen. Gaolai also knows that it is dangerous to come to Desolate Origin Empire alone. But Gaolai has confidence in his own strength. Unless he was introduced into the magic array in advance. Like last time, Gao Lai is confident that no one can keep him. Isn't this the High Commander of Ancient Gau's Empire? However, things always happen by coincidence. Just after Gao Lai said this sentence, a familiar voice rang behind Gao Lai. Gao Lai suddenly sweated, and a layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Fire, fire, flame sovereign. Gao Lai turned around hard, seeing the person standing in front of him, almost turned black in front of him, wishing to faint on the spot. It seems that I didn't admit the wrong person. You came to Desolate Origin Empire. What is your purpose? Ling Ao half squinted his eyes and looked at Gao Lai. Dangerous spirits gleamed in his eyes. Gao Lai was also bitter at this time. Facing Ling Ao's question, he couldn't say a word. There is a limit to having confidence in your own strength. No matter how Gao Lai imagines, it is impossible to think that Ling Ao will appear here. Grandmaster rank and heroic rank have no comparability. If Ling Ao insists on staying Gao Lai, it is simply with no difficulty. Gao Commander, if you can't tell me why you came, then you can't get out of Cloud Mist City today. Ling Ao said quietly. He has enough strength to say this, and he does what he says. If it can weaken a great commander of Ancient Gau's Empire, it is also a good thing for Desolate Origin Empire. Oh, wasn't it a scene of looking for love before? When did it change? Luo Sheng walked around the store and returned here. Chapter 909, Surprise and Crisis. God-level store manager system. Chapter 910. Luo Sheng sees that there are too many people, but also looks like with swords drawn and bows bent. Quickly reminded, I don't care what you are going to do, but fights are never allowed in the store. Offenders will be permanently blacklisted in the store. Q store manager. Okay, I give store manager a face. I don't care about today's affairs. Ling Ao originally wanted to explain one or two things, but when she thought of Luo Sheng's temper, I don't think I should explain it. If you can't fight, you can't fight. It's just a trifling great commander. Can it still affect the layout of Desolate Origin Empire? Luo Sheng is in Cloud Mist City, Ancient Gau's Empire. As long as they have an idea about Desolate Origin Empire, they must consider Cloud Mist City. Just don't fight. Luo Sheng clicked, nodded, and walked away. Shishiran, after seeing Ling Ao also leave, Gao Lai, who was covered in cold sweat, almost weakened his legs and sat on the ground. Fortunately, Huxiu helped him by the side. Why does Flame Sovereign appear here? Gao Lai asked with lingering fear. If it weren't for the soft legs, he would like to leave here right away. He is also a regular customer in the boss shop, and of course he will appear in the shop. Huxiu, as it should be by rights, answered. Frequent customer Chi boss. It is really powerful. Gao Lai looked at Luo Sheng, who was walking around the store with a look of awe in his eyes. It's just a sentence, not even a threat. Just a reminder can make Ling Ao give up the idea of shooting him. Such strength is simply unimaginable. Fortunately, the store manager is here, so you can stay here for the time being. Wu Jie was scared into a cold sweat just now. If Gao Lai came to find her and was suppressed by Ling Ao on the spot, then Wu Jie felt very guilty. In Luo Sheng's store, equivalent to a safety sector, no one is allowed to sell in the store. Gao Lai was reminded by Wu Jin, thought of it. If I leave now, maybe the back foot will be taken by Flame Sovereign Ling Ao. Why not stay in the store? So, that's okay. Since you are here, then I will show you around the store. Wu Jie sighed. Tao, Gao Lai's arrival in Cloud Mist City did not cause much disturbance. I don't know what Ling Ao thinks. Anyway, the idea of Gao Lai was finally dispelled, and the affairs of Imperial Sword Sect are almost handled. The first batch of Imperial Sword Sect disciple, led by La Zhenya, also came to Cloud Mist City to settle down. Probably caught up with the last 2 days of the Dragon Boat Festival. This is also impossible. La Zhenya can indeed rush from Imperial Sword Sect to Cloud Mist City in 1 day. But this is the speed of heroic rank powerhouse. Imperial Sword Sect disciple is not good. La Zhenya, who learned of this incident, also looked very depressed and angry. So that in the New World mode, Lasagna frantically practiced with Imperial Sword Sect disciple and exhaled. Who told them to be too slow? Lasagna wasted the time to brush the Zongtsai materials. But this matter is probably going on. After all, the Dragon Boat Festival is only 7 days, and it will not be extended. The only thing that can be done is to brush the Zongtsai materials as efficiently as possible in the remaining 2 days. Little kitty, do you have zong leaves and glutinous rice in your hand? For Zongtsai, Lasagna also began to contact the great and famous in the New World mode. Only little kitty. Fortunately, Xuangxu knows that the Dragon Boat Festival is a big event, so during the day it is basically online all day long. Chapter 910, Safety Sector in the Store. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 911. The price of Zongtsai and glutinous rice is not low. Are you sure you want it? Xuangxu faces Lasagna, the big sister of many players, with a good tone. There are a lot of them. The name of the person, the shadow of the tree. The strength of Lasagna is something everyone knows. Yes, Lasagna answered firmly. Among the 7 kinds of Zongtsai materials, zong leaves and glutinous rice are the most expensive, and their prices are high. After all, it is necessary material. Without zong leaves and glutinous rice, I still make Zongtsai with a hammer. The one that follows closely from behind is the grass and wood grey water, which is the material used to make grey water dumplings. The price is not friendly to ordinary players. The other 4 materials are not expensive. Only few people are needed. Most people only need 1 or 2 of them to collect the same kind of rice dumplings to exchange for the rice dumplings exchange card. Okay, let me consider you cheaper. How much do you want? Xuangxu lazily answered. 20 sets first. Lasagna thoughtfully said. 1 set is 10 zong leaves and 10 sticky rice. Those 20 sets are 200 each. It's still a big business. 20 sets. Right? No problem. Accept the deal and give you half of the market price. Xuangxu moves quickly. The average person cannot buy 20 sets of materials. Most of the people who can have this purchasing power are players with the level of spirit crystal mine at home. Tens of thousands of spirit crystals were thrown out without blinking, just to buy a few rice dumplings. Normal players are willing to do it by themselves. Moreover, many poor students will actively sell the glutinous rice and rice dumplings they have brushed. Otherwise, Xuangxu and Merchant Guild would not receive so many zong leaves and glutinous rice. In the New World mode, it's not just local players. Players in the Chang family world still have to account for the majority. So many times, the task item that this kind of activity swipes will be traded out. Unfortunately, the Dragon Boat Festival will end soon. This kind of opportunity to easily earn Spirit Crystal can only wait for the next time. The end of the Dragon Boat Festival. The days soon settle down. The reconstruction of Imperial Sword Sect is proceeding in an orderly manner. The incident in the Shadow Palace did not seem to have had much impact on the Imperial Sword Sect. Among other sects, during the sudden outbreak of the Shadow Palace at this time, while cleaning up the shadows of the Shadow Palace, many people who missed evil were also cleared out by the way. And, in the meantime, many backgrounds are insufficient, or the sect forces that are sensationalizing by sect's reputation have been completely destroyed. Things in the Shadow Palace are like a fuse, ignited a storm of cleaning sect forces. Everyone at small sect is at risk. But great sect sits firmly on the die or Utai. In the face of those small sect encounters, I don't say hit a person when he's down, but I mostly sit on the sidelines. But all this has nothing to do with Liu Sheng, who stays in the store. For these things, Liu Sheng was also speaking of which in the New World mode, when he was teaming up with Lasagna and chatting with Lasagna. It is worth mentioning that Lasagna also came to the big map of the assassin entrance of the shadow. And it seems that I really like this big map. Wukai. It's normal to like to challenge myself. After another day, the cleaning of sect forces always makes people feel like wind and rain. System, you said I stay in Cloud Mist City. Is it really safe? After closing the door, Liu Sheng stood in front of the store and asked suddenly. Chapter 911, Wind and Rain is Coming. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 912, System, The host does not need to worry, the store is the safest place. I hope you are right. Liu Sheng shrugged, a little melancholy, returned to his bedroom. By the way, system, I remember, today should be the day when the rank inheritance real purchase channel is refreshed. After coming out of the bathroom, Liu Sheng wearing a towel suddenly remembered. It seems that this period of time passed too leisurely, and I forgot to record the date. Once a month. System, to be precise, it should be after 12 o'clock. The cooling time of the rank inheritance real purchase channel is 1 minute left. That isn't it the same? Liu Sheng wiped the drops of water on his hair with a towel, snort disdainfully about the system. System, it's not the same. The host, 1 minute difference is 1 minute difference. System, if the host thinks that 1 minute doesn't matter, then the system reduces you by %. Does it matter if 1 is divided into 1? No. Liu Sheng didn't even think about it, but just replied in general. This damned open system, I tried to deceive myself, the spirit crystal of the host, all day long. It's really a model of the black-hearted system. System, that's fine. Just 1 minute has arrived, and the rank inheritance real purchase channel has been cooled down. System, the host can pick up a new job at any time. Order inheritance scroll. Carefulness is not something a good system should do. Liu Sheng has not given up on the system. Try to follow the temptation. Let the system learn the informality of his host. System, host, can you still draw this inheritance scroll? If you don't draw, this system will leave first. You know, this system is very busy. What can you do? Are you busy sleeping every day? Liu Sheng knows that this is just a prevarication of system, so it's hard to change his nature. Don't say anything. Open the rank inheritance real purchase channel. I feel that today's luck is pretty good. I should be able to get a good thing. The Gashapan machine appeared immediately. Liu Sheng's mind. System seems to like the image of the rank inheritance real purchase channel. Unlike snacks and beverages, they often change lottery. Once a month. Let me see what is the inheritance scroll for this month. Liu Sheng turned the knob. There was a ding-a-ling-bang sound in the Gashapan machine, and the Gashapan inside the Gashapan machine quickly turned and collided. After a while, a Gashapan fell out of the exit. Liu Sheng immediately grabbed the Gashapan and opened the eggshell with ease. A mass of white light floated out of the remaining half of the eggshell and turned into a simple sheepskin scroll. It is tied with a very delicate ribbon. Quite an elegant and meticulous feeling. It's just that the ribbon at this time feels a little different from the ribbons on the previous 2 rank inheritance scrolls. It seems more gorgeous. Is my feeling wrong? Liu Sheng took this rank inheritance scroll, and did not try to open it. Regardless of suitability, no matter how strong this ancient rank is, it is meaningless for Liu Sheng to use rank inheritance scrolls. As long as the system is present, the store manager rank is fixed. But it doesn't matter. Liu Sheng just wants to see what rank this inheritance scroll is. Chapter 912, New Rank Inheritance Scroll. God-level store manager system. Chapter 913, Overlord rank inheritance scroll. Unruly but not group, domineering and obsessive, can shock heaven and earth, can shock demon god, call it the Overlord. Overlord halberd, Overlord's only weapon, along with the strength of inheritance of the same rank, is inherited by qualified persons. The Red Lion, the only mount of the Overlord, is inherited by qualified persons along with the strength of inheritance of the same rank. Mount? Liu Sheng looked at the information of this rank inheritance scroll, suddenly startled. Then I was full of envy and jealousy. Why these rank inheritance scrolls have given more and more things when they are in the inheritance rank. The previous 2 rank inheritance scrolls were only weapons. At this 3rd grade inheritance scroll, even the mounts have begun to be given away. After that, will the rank inheritance scroll be delivered with armor? Liu Sheng has no idea about this. But this Overlord rank inheritance scroll, along with the Red Lion mount along with the strength of inheritance, is real. Red Lion, it is rumored that there is a red rabbit in a horse to praise its excellent mount, but after all, it is just a normal horse. The Red Lion is variation beast with a powerful bloodline handed down from ancient times. It can move mountains, ride clouds and cross water, and is omnipotent. Later, I was impressed by the imposing manner of the Overlord and was willing to become the mount of the Overlord. I was impressed by the imposing manner of the Overlord. Luo Sheng read the information about the Red Lion slowly, always feeling something wrong. Overlord's imposing manner, isn't it just domineering? Luo Sheng still vaguely remembers that there are 3 kinds of domineering. One is, no, it seems to be a play. Luo Sheng rubbed his eyebrows, thinking that he might be too tired, always thinking of some weird memories. System, let's talk about it. This Overlord rank inheritance scroll, what price do you plan to set? System, after this system's appraisal, by the Overlord rank the inheritance scroll requires 20 Grandmaster rank magic cores. This is really not cheap, more than twice as expensive as the previous inheritance scroll of the Ice Queen. Although Luo Sheng knows, this price may also include the Red Lion. But in terms of price, the Overlord rank inheritance scroll is definitely better than the Ice Queen rank inheritance scroll. Only, this time, Luo Sheng really can't think of anyone who can become a qualified person for the inheritance scroll of the Overlord rank. Link Xiao at the beginning, and the last time Nal and Kinky, all their ranks are related to these ancient ranks. But the rank of Overlord, to be honest, Luo Sheng had no idea what his initial rank would be. If it doesn't work, just keep it in the store. Luo Sheng thinks very much, anyway. The rank inheritance reels do not need spirit crystal. You can't lose yourself even if you lose. It has been a while since Xia got the Grandmaster rank trial crystal. If there is a goal, there will be motivation. The hard work during this period of time will eventually become fruit. Just last night, Xia successfully passed the Grandmaster rank trial space and was promoted to a genuine Grandmaster rank. Grandmaster rank. It seems that these days, you really have less rest time. Luo Sheng will inherit the rank of the king. The scroll was placed on the shelf, and then back to the counter, and you saw the dark circles on Xia's face. Under normal circumstances, dark circles this thing will not appear in the cultivator. Unless it is a break, there is too little time. Store manager, Xia just wants to improve himself earlier, and can help store manager share more things. Xia shook the head, saying that he did not tired. Chapter 913, Overlord, God-level store manager system. Chapter 914. Being strong is not a good thing. Luo Sheng took a serious look at the dark circles in Xia's lower eye socket, and said lightly, "And, you help me to do, is already a lot. If you really tired, can make half a day off, I would approve of." By this, Luo Sheng is not entirely comforting Xia. Luo Sheng's original purpose of leaving Xia was to recruit a store assistant for his store, so that he could be lazy during the day. And Xia is also doing very well. Xia can handle most things in the store very well. I don't usually need Luo Sheng to help me. Until now, except for some new customers, most of the old customers know that if there is something in the store, it is more useful to find Xia than Luo Sheng. Because you find Luo Sheng, you may not find it. Although Luo Sheng will stay on the first floor, most of the time, it is in the New World mode. However, if you have to look for Luo Sheng, it is not impossible. As long as you are willing to make trouble in the shop, the safekeeping Luo Sheng will appear immediately, and then add a nice sculpture to the alley outside the shop. I know, thanks store manager for your concern, Xia said with a smile. But in Xia's heart, he does remember it very clearly. Luo Sheng's kindness and stubbornness to his own, not doing the work of these store assistants, can be paid off. Although Luo Sheng doesn't care, Xia can't care less. There is only Xia left in the Mooncat clan. If you leave the Luo Sheng shop, Xia is really alone and alone. I hope you really know. If you let others know, you think I abused the store assistant. Luo Sheng scratched the back of his head, then took bacon sandwich and pure milk, each minding their own business, found a small round table and sat down. There used to be no tables, so Luo Sheng can only bring breakfast to find a deck. Speaking of which is a bitter tear. However, Xia's breakfast is still solved on the counter. Boss, Although I come every day, why do I always feel that I haven't seen you for a long time? Xlang took the members of the Blood Wolf group and pushed open the store. This one is a typical one. If you want to find Luo Sheng for something, you simply can't find it. Usually when Xlang comes to the store, Luo Sheng is nestled in the deck. There are a total of 8,000 decks. Not to mention that you can see Luo Sheng at a glance. This is a deliberate search, but it is difficult to find. I came here early today, and I ran into Luo Sheng having breakfast. Cold beer is standard for mercenaries. Every time someone from the Blood Wolf group comes over, they turn the small half of the fast food area of the Luo Sheng shop into a tavern. Although the ice beer is limited to 1 bottle per person per day. But this doesn't bother these mercenaries who do everything for drinking. The easiest way is to ask other customers to buy it for you. They are all regular customers of the Luo Sheng shop. Buying a cold beer on my behalf, no one is embarrassed to pay for it. As long as the people of the Blood Wolf group can hold their wallets, basically everyone starts with 5 cold beer. And I eat small dragon shrimp during the day. It's a deviant. It's really long time no see. Luo Sheng lifts the head, glanced at Xlang, and caught a glimpse of what was in his hand. Then it was a bit staggering. Your taste is a bit peculiar. Isn't it afraid of the bad taste with cold beer and colorful fruity pizza? Chapter 914, Grace and Affection. God-level store manager system. Chapter 915. Boss, what are you talking about? I'm not Husyu who only loves meat. This colorful fruit-flavored pizza tastes pretty good. Xlang thought Luo Sheng was talking about the pizza in his hand. Well, you like it? Luo Sheng declined to comment on this. The cold beer has a fruity taste. I don't know if I can taste the taste of fruit wine. It's still a fruit wine with colorful fruit flavors. Captain, I just found a sheepskin scroll on the shelf. I don't know if it's the one you talked about before. I was eating a colorful fruit-flavored pizza at Xlang at that time. A member of the Blood Wolf group ran over. Are you sure? Xlang lifts the head abruptly, staring at the player. The rank inheritance scroll. This legendary product is widely known among the customers in the Luo Sheng shop. The reason is that the level of inheritance scroll is too dynamic when it is inherited. The illusory shadows that appeared in the scrolls of the 2-rank inheritance made the shoppers shocked. Don't say anything else. As for the previous 2 times, Gapingchuan was present. Just look at the envious expression on Gapingchuan's face to know how precious this rank inheritance scroll is, not to mention the imposing manner exuded by the 2 illusory shadows, and the terrifying oppression. The legendary ancient ranks. Boss, is there a new inheritance scroll in the store? Xlang stuffed the colorful fruit-flavored pizza left in his hand into his mouth, and then mixed with cold beer and swallowed hard. It's not that it's unpalatable, it's mainly because of eating too much in one bite and choking. Yes, indeed. Luo Sheng put the last piece of bacon sandwich in his hand and put it in his mouth, and then spoke slowly. Very good. I missed the first 2 times. This time is finally my turn. Xlang stood up excitedly, excited 3 steps and took 2 steps. Ran to the shelf area. What is there to be anxious? The rank inheritance scroll will find qualified people on its own. This is not what you can use in a hurry. Luo Sheng finished drinking in the glass bottle, a mouthful of pure milk, and then throw it into the trash along with the packaging bag. This time slowly came to the place where the rank inheritance scroll was placed. How about? Did the rank inheritance scroll respond? Luo Sheng stood behind and shouted. The people in front of the Blood Wolf group were surrounded, and the voice was low. Luo Sheng was afraid that Xlang would not be able to hear it. What's the reaction? Xlang's puzzled voice came from inside. Perhaps hearing this is Luo Sheng's voice, everyone in the Blood Wolf group quickly stepped aside and let Luo Sheng in. If you are a qualified person, the rank inheritance scroll will react to you, and you can open the rank inheritance scroll. Otherwise, you will only. I can take a look. Luo Sheng explained it plainly. Is that so? Xlang stared wide-eyed, with a look of astonishment. It seems that the rumors about the rank inheritance scroll seem to be incomplete. Luo Sheng saw Xlang's expression. He knew that they definitely didn't know that there was a qualified person before. You all dried out. to see if there are any qualified ones. Xlang waved his hand, intending to let the Blood Wolf group members come up to try one by one. Anyway, as long as the qualified person is in the Blood Wolf group, the power of this rank inheritance scroll belongs to the Blood Wolf group. However, the Overlord rank inheritance scroll seems to be really different from the previous two rank inheritance scrolls. Chapter 915, Bannock, God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 916. Blood Wolf group members tried all of them, but none of them could make the Overlord rank inheritance scroll show the slightest reaction. Hey, this is really. Xlang started to feel some toothache right now. Ling Xiao and Nalan Kenki, they got inheritance as soon as they came over. Is this the so-called chance? Yo, Xlang. What are you all doing here? The voice that came was hearty and rough. You don't need to think about it, you know it's Husiu. Hey, the boss is here too. What's the matter? Rank inheritance scroll. Husiu laughed into the circle surrounded by the Blood Wolf group and went to the shelf. At the last glance, he suddenly screamed, how precious the rank inheritance scroll is. I won't go into details. At least the surprise of Husiu's face is that it is perfectly clear. Have you tried it? Husiu still knows a little bit more about qualified persons than Xlang, so he asked aloud first. I tried it. Xlang nodded a little bit painfully. I have tried, and the rank inheritance scroll is still there, which means it has failed. It's really a torment to see the power in front of me, but I can't have it. Have you all tried? Husiu turned around and looked around again. Suddenly I was asked this question. The expressions on the faces of the Blood Wolf group members were not very attractive. I can't talk about grief. It seems that they all seem a bit uncomfortable. Then it will be my turn. Husiu looked happily said. With such a good relationship with Xlang, Husiu can't do good things. But if the qualified person of the rank inheritance scroll is not Xlang and the others, then Husiu is welcome. On first come first come, it's your turn. Husiu's probe grabbed it, and the Overlord rank inheritance scroll lightly shook, then quickly settled down. Although there was a reaction, I still refused. Hey, I thought you could do it, but it turned out to be like this. It's too fast. Xlang hurts Husiu, but he doesn't show mercy at all. The better the relationship between friends, the more ridiculous they will be. However, it does not affect friendship. It's okay, you are all the same. Luo Sheng patted Husiu on the shoulder, trying to comfort him. As soon as these words came out, Husiu and Xlang fell into depression together. Together with the members of the Blood Wolf group, they also fell into depression. Send this message to the guild communication system. This is the thought of everyone present. Anyway, this rank inheritance scroll is out of play on its own, so let more people try it. At least you can't let yourself be ridiculed. As long as there are more people being ridiculed, then I will not be so depressed. This is an eternal truth. As a result, the news of the new rank inheritance scroll quickly spread. In just a few hours, it spread all over the guild's public screens of the guild communication system. Fortunately, the old man is close, and he rushes over quickly. For the new rank inheritance scroll, Gapingchuan is absolutely unwilling to be absent. As a half-step powerhouse level power, if there is no powerhouse level trial crystal, then if Gapingchuan wants to continue to improve his strength, he can only work hard on his rank, and this legendary ancient rank is exactly what Gapingchuan urgently needs. Morning, Dean Gu and Flame Sovereign, Dean Ren, Dean Ban. Luo Sheng glanced back. It was found that the other three heroic ranks had also come together. Chapter 916, So You Can't Do It. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 917. The tone of Chi Store Manager sounds unexpected. Rengong Xiu touched the beard on the chin. Fortunately, since some of you are here, come and try. Luo Sheng shrugged, then pointed to the shelf area. The process of selecting a qualified person for the rank inheritance scroll is very simple. If you can open it, you are a qualified person. If you can't open it, it's the next one. Then let the old man try it first. Gapingchuan is naturally the first person to stand up. However, The rank inheritance scroll is not tolerant because Gapinchwan is a half-step powerhouse. Choosing a qualified person is more important to see if it is suitable. The rank of Overlord does not look like a magician rank. Lingao and Rengong Xiu followed. But as Luo Sheng expected, Overlord should not be a magician rank. When it was Banzheng's turn, the Overlord rank inheritance scroll still remained silent. Banzheng is called the Emperor of War. His rank is a fighter, and his weapon is usually his own fist or glove. The weapon that comes with the Overlord rank inheritance scroll is the Overlord halberd. Banzheng is not a qualified person, as expected. I am not a qualified person. I really don't know when Chi Store Manager's store will have a grade inheritance scroll that we can use. Gapinchwan Wang looking at the rank inheritance scroll on the shelf, I said with regret. It's a pity. Lingao is also sighed. The strength of the ancient ranks is definitely far beyond these ordinary ranks today. However, the choice of this qualified person is too overly pit people's. I won't be fortunate enough to lose my life, but I don't want to force it. Rengong Xiu was free and easy, and he quickly looked away. Old Ren, you are open-minded, but if you are really selected as a qualified person, you still don't know how to be happy. Banzheng laughed and teased. It can be considered to relieve the depression in my heart. The customers in the store came batch after batch, and basically every customer who came to the store would first go to the shelf area to try it out. If you are the qualified person, wouldn't you make a profit? Unfortunately, the miracle did not appear. The coldness of the Overlord rank inheritance scroll is much higher than the previous two rank inheritance scrolls. Chi Store Manager, we saw news in the guild communication system. It seems that there is a new inheritance scroll in the store. This time came, yes, 7 members of Orchid Leaf Group. Among them is Nalan Kinky, who has won the inheritance of the Queen of Ice. But so far, Nalan Kinky has not unlocked the Ice War Spear. It does exist. It's over there. Luo Sheng sat on the sofa and pointed his finger at the shelf area. In the past half a day, there are no more than 10,000 and 8,000 customers who tried it in the past. Luo Sheng is a little tired from watching. Then let's go over and try it first. After Lan Yi said hello, looked towards the shelf area and walked. Okay. Luo Sheng leaned on the sofa, lazily answered, and yawned by the way. But Luo Sheng is not optimistic about them. The main reason is that the rank of Overlord doesn't sound like a rank that a woman would have. System, the first qualified person of the Overlord rank inheritance scroll has appeared, and the fit is 69%, which activates the illusory shadow of the previous Overlord rank owner. However, Luo Sheng's yawn hasn't finished yet. The system's prompt sound almost choked Luo Sheng to death. Cough cough cough. System, what you said just now, I didn't catch it. 900th chapter 17, 16% fit. God level store manager system chapter 918. System, the first qualified person of the Overlord rank inheritance scroll has appeared, and the fit is 69%. Stop, right here. 116 out of it. Luo Sheng pulled out his ears, almost wondering if there was a problem with his hearing. 16% of the fit, this is definitely the highest fit in history. Who will it be? Luo Sheng quickly got up and came to the shelf area, and saw Lan Yi holding the Overlord rank inheritance scroll in his hand. Female Overlord, store manager, why are you here? Lan Yi turned around and saw Luo Sheng, and asked a little surprised. I'll come and see who the qualified person is, but didn't expect it will be you. Luo Sheng laughed, and then pointed to Lan Yi's Overlord position grade inheritance scroll, said, open it. You are a qualified person for this grade inheritance scroll. Really? Lan Yi looked at in surprise Luo Sheng. I can't believe it. To be honest, Lan Yi came to the store, and for the rank inheritance scroll, he just tried it, and he didn't have any hope in his heart. But didn't expect. The qualified person turned out to be himself. Of course, Luo Sheng said for sure. Let's open it. Okay. According to Lan Yi, he pulled the ribbon on the rank inheritance scroll. The sheepskin roll unfolded immediately, and then burst into pieces, turning into fluorescent light. Then it quickly condensed and turned into a red lion riding a red lion, holding a king's halberd, and the eyebrows are full of illusory shadows. This illusory shadow is dressed in armor and looks domineering and aggressive. The so-called Onaman power can be used as a magnificent army with thousands of men and horses. A general on a horse can defeat 1,000,000 masters. It is precisely the horrible imposing manner shown by this illusory shadow, grandiose, intriguing. This is the illusory shadow of the previous owner of the Overlord rank. What's the matter? How can such terrifying coercion appear? There is an illusory shadow in the lobby of the shop. Is it a rank inheritance scroll? Here, the qualified person of the rank inheritance scroll. The moment the imposing manner of the Overlord broke out, it instantly shocked the customers in the store. Although Luo Sheng blocked this imposing manner in time, the Overlord power unique to the Overlord rank is not so easy to block. This is a blessing of power of heaven and earth. After seeing the illusory shadow, the customers in the store are full of envy and jealousy. Hate does not raise, because the rank inheritance scroll selects the way and the probability of qualified person. It is absolutely equal for everyone. Black box operation is even more impossible, even if it is Luo Sheng. As long as it is not recognized by the rank inheritance scroll, you can only look at the information on the rank inheritance scroll at best, and cannot accept this strength of inheritance. Even more, how Luo Sheng does not have value one's own old broom. These customers who are sitting in the store have basically tried it. It's just that the Overlord rank inheritance scroll does not recognize them as qualified persons. This is a chance, opportunities that others simply don't envy. The power of this rank inheritance scroll is far better than the previous two rank inheritance scrolls. Gapingchuan exploded out of illusory as the third rank inheritance scroll. The heroic rank powerhouse, who was all present in the shadow, felt the most profound about the imposing manner that the Overlord illusory shadow broke out. This imposing manner of looking over the world, just to look, is enough to shock people's minds and souls. Compared to the pressure of the Queen of Ice illusory shadow, it is more than one level stronger. Chapter 918, Overlord's Power. God-level Store Manager System. Chapter 919, Chi Store Manager. This rank inheritance scroll, what is the ancient rank after inheritance? Lingao also asked with astonishment. This is one thing that all customers in the store now want to know. The ancient ranks in the legend are all unfathomable. Even if you know the name of this rank, you may not know how powerful this rank is. The ancient ranks are not like the ordinary ranks nowadays. That has been thoroughly studied. If you want to become stronger, in addition to upgrading your level and realm, you can only work on fighting skills and battle awareness. Unlike those ancient ranks, born to be able to crush these ordinary ranks. Overlord. The name of this rank is called Overlord. Luo Sheng looked at the illusory shadow that appeared in the store, faintly speaking of it. Overlord. The eyes of the customers looking at this illusory shadow suddenly changed. Or, this overbearing, invincible in the whole world imposing manner, deserves the name Overlord. Overlord. This name is really correct at all. It's a pity that the qualified person is not us. Gapingchuan under the eyes of others are also full of envy. The pressure released by an illusory shadow has completely overwhelmed their heroic rank. This is something that the Ice Queen illusory shadow can't do. Unimaginable. The possession of the Overlord rank, how powerful it was at the time of Beak. Is this red lion originally a horse? Unlike others, Luo Sheng's attention is all on the mount of the Overlord illusory shadow, the body of the red lion, although there have been speculations before. But Luo Sheng didn't expect. This red lion, like the red rabbit horse, is also a horse. It's just that the brown fur of this red lion horse is like the setting sun in the sky, red as blood. And the horse's mane on the back of the neck is as thick as a lion. In those pair of eyes, there is a king of beasts like domineering. It's like looking down at the world. Ancient variation beast, red lion horse. It's worthy of being the Overlord's mount. This imposing manner is already worthy of a heroic rank powerhouse. Luo Sheng can't help but look carefully at the red lion horse. Sighed. Several other heroic rank powerhouses in the store also discovered this after noticing Luo Sheng's gaze. This heroic rank variation beast, Is it the Overlord's mount? This discovery made them sucked in a cold breath. The temperament of demonic beast has always been rebellious, especially when facing human race. The stronger the demonic beast, the more difficult it is to acknowledge allegiance. This point is also reflected in Variation Beast. But this Overlord Illusory Shadow will have a heroic rank Variation Beast as a mount. Peep the leopard in that tube. Based on this alone, you can imagine how strong the Overlord ranks will be in their heyday. What's more terrifying is that this heroic rank Variation Beast is also just an Illusory Shadow. This discovery is really frustrating. It's you. Did you wake me up? Overlord Illusory Shadow's gaze swept across the store, and finally fell on Lan Yi. People with lower strength, as long as they are touched by the eyes of the Overlord Illusory Shadow, their hearts are chilled, and their backs are instantly soaked with cold sweat. And Lan Yi, who is watched by the Overlord Illusory Shadow, this kind of oppression is even worse. The coercion of the Overlord is like a huge mountain and a vast ocean, pressed on Lan Yi. Lan Yi almost stopped breathing. Chapter 919, Red Lion. God-level store manager system. Chapter 920. This is the domineering power blessed by power of heaven and earth, which ordinary people cannot bear. If it hadn't been for Luo Sheng to use store manager permissions, it suppressed this domineering. I am afraid that all customers below the professional rank in the store will be shocked by this coercion and fainted. Even the Grandmaster rank requires a strategic withdrawal. Yes, it's me. Lan Yi clenched his teeth under this terrifying coercion, just spit out a few words from his teeth. But just after saying these words, Lan Yi seemed to have used up all his energy. The Overlord's coercion is by no means a joke. I feel a familiar breath from your body, Overlord Illusory Shadow said slowly. The voice is low and majestic. After saying this, the eyes of the Overlord Illusory Shadow seemed to show a look of reminiscence. After a long time, the gaze of the Overlord Illusory Shadow fell back to Lan Yi. Let go of your imposing manner and let me see your strength. After watching Lan Yi for a while, the Illusory Shadow suddenly said, yes. Lan Yi felt that after the Overlord Illusory Shadow said these words, the pressure that had been pressing on him immediately disappeared. After this coercion disappeared, Lan Yi immediately released his imposing manner. Compared with the imposing manner of the Overlord Illusory Shadow, Lan Yi's imposing manner is like a flat boat in the ocean. It is really not worth mentioning. But this is enough. Sure enough, there is the breath of that old friend. Looking at Lan Yi's face, the Overlord Illusory Shadow seemed to be lost in memory. But the words of the Overlord Illusory Shadow that seemed to be self-talking made Luo Sheng's heart a heaven-overflowing giant wave. Have the breath of an old friend? How is this possible? Where did the Overlord Illusory Shadow come from? That is from the condense in the inheritance scroll of the Overlord rank. But if the Overlord Illusory Shadow can feel the breath of an old friend from Lan Yi, then that means the previous owner of the Overlord rank has really existed in this world. If this guess is true, so, where did the Overlord rank inheritance scroll come from? Still, the system really possesses great magical power, and it can bring the illusory shadows of the owners of the ancient ranks that once existed into the rank inheritance scroll. If this is the case, the ability of the system is too terrifying. No. It should be said that it is too powerful, able to salvage the illusory shadow of these powerhouses that have passed away from the long river of time. What a divine ability this is. I really seem to have an amazing system. Luo Sheng couldn't help but wonder in his mind. System, host, congratulations, finally got a correct understanding of this system. This system is the greatest, most powerful, and most amazing system. Your two-pen system. Do not peek bean my idea. Strong or not strong, Luo Sheng is not very clear. But only on the point of narcissism. This toe-stroke system is indeed rare in the sky and rare on the ground. However, Luo Sheng has already experienced this point about the system possesses great magical power. It's just that after seeing the Overlord illusory shadow today, I felt that's all. Who knows that, just thinking about it, I was spied on by this Irby system. and then it was shameless to show it off. There is no system at all as stable as it should be. System, bar. What is narcissism? This system is worthy of its name. System hummed in Liu Sheng's mind. Chapter 920, Liu Sheng's Guess. God-level store manager system. Chapter 921. However, Liu Sheng did not ignore it. This ERB system is a personal madness, and the more you care about it, the more you get energized. Let it dry for 2 minutes and it will go away. And in the 2 minutes that Liu Sheng and system quarreled, the Overlord illusory shadow hid a new action. You can get my recognition, but you may have a better choice in the future. Overlord illusory shadow looked at Lan Yi's eyes softened a bit, just as if looking at the younger generation of an old friend. There was a vague sense of kindness in it. A better choice? Lan Yi stared at the Overlord illusory shadow blankly. She never thought that there should be such a thing. The power of the Overlord illusory shadow is unheard of. Once this kind of force appears, it is enough to break the East desolate force pattern. However, now the Overlord illusory shadow actually tells Lan Yi that she will have a better choice in the future. How does this make Lan Yi believe? Yes, a better choice. Overlord illusory shadow clicked nodded, then his face became straight and said, now, tell me, your choice. To choose Overlord rank. Lan Yi really hesitated. But that illusory choice gave Lan Yi a very unreal feeling. So after just a few seconds of thinking, Lan Yi still chose the strength of inheritance of the Overlord rank without hesitation. Ha 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 ha, you really are the offspring of that guy. Hearing Lan Yi's choice, the Overlord illusory shadow laughed out loud, as if he had encountered something happy. In this scene, the customers in the store looked at each other in blank dismay. What is going on here? Has it succeeded or failed? With regard to this question, even Liu Sheng and Lan Yi, the person involved, are confused. This Overlord illusory shadow does not play cards according to common sense at all. Bar Senior Wang, so did you admit my identity as a qualified person? Or Lan Yi was flustered by the Bawang illusory shadow with a smile. Forbearance can't help asking. Sorry, I can't admit your status as a qualified person. After laughing, the Overlord illusory shadow looked at Lan Yi and said slowly, what? Lan Yi looked at the Overlord illusory shadow with a face full of puzzlement. But the Overlord illusory shadow did not pay attention to Lan Yi, just each minding their own business talking. Grasping what is in front of you is indeed the most important thing, but you are his offspring. It is not the same. I can't admit your qualified person identity, can't delay your future. However, I will give you my Overlord Halberd and Red Lion to protect you and find the strength that truly belongs to you. Overlord illusory shadow finished talking about this remark. It shattered and turned into fluorescent light. Then it recondensed into an inheritance scroll of the Overlord rank system. The Overlord rank inheritance scroll recognized the identity of the first qualified person, and sent the Overlord Halberd in the Mount Red Lion system. What the hell is going on? Liu Sheng looked dull. Can this happen? System, I don't know. The previous sentence is not what the system wants to say. System, this system is just a routine reminder of the rank inheritance scroll. In terms of, who knows that this will happen? No. Even if only weapons and mounts are given out, magic core must be charged. What did you say? Son, Liu Sheng is really dazed. It turns out that even the system doesn't know what's going on. Then what should I do now? For the first time, Liu Sheng felt that things were a little numb. Chapter 921, Unexpected Situation. God-level store manager system. Chapter 922. System, this system is only responsible for purchasing, but not after sales. How do I know what to do? This sentence is quite flustered and exasperated. It feels like a stingy businessman who has lost money. Youth and I will deal with the situation now? Liu Sheng asked tentatively. In the case of system flustered and exasperated, it is really a huge test to make the system lose money. System, now it can only do this. System, the rank inheritance real purchase channel must be temporarily closed, or else I don't know how much it will lose. Although the system promised to be bold, let Luo Sheng sighed in relief. But the next sentence of system immediately caused Luo Sheng to breathe back all the air he exhaled. Turn it off. Luo Sheng stared at him, and asked dissatisfiedly, then when will you turn it on? System, turn on time to be determined, and when did the after-sales problems be fixed and when to turn them on? It turns out that after-sales are not managed by the system at all. But it's not right. The products produced by system require after-sales. Probably only the rank inheritance scroll. Moreover, among all the purchase channels, the rank inheritance real purchase channel is the most special purchase channel, because each grade inheritance scroll has the illusory shadow owned by the previous one of that grade. This allows the rank inheritance scroll to have a high degree of autonomy. This is probably the reason why the system will price each inheritance scroll separately. Other products, but no qualified person says so. However, even if he figured this out, Luo Sheng couldn't just eat this boring loss. No, system, you want to be clear. The rank inheritance real purchase channel, that is the purchase channel I own, you just closed it without authorization. It's not good. Luo Sheng immediately started fighting for reasons in his mind. System, host, rest assured, this system will compensate you. Maybe it is determined to close the rank inheritance real purchase channel. This time system did not argue with Luo Sheng at all, and agreed directly. Okay, refreshing, so be it. Since system promises refreshing, Luo Sheng is even more refreshing. The original grade inheritance scroll purchase channel has a month cooling time. In terms of turnover, no matter what kind of goods, it must exceed the grade inheritance scroll by dozens of times. And it's so troublesome. If you close it, close it. I just hope that Gapinchuan will not be sad after they know that they may no longer have the rank inheritance scroll for sale. Chi store manager, this. After Lan Yi got the Overlord halberd and the Red Lion, he was stunned for a while. The Overlord illusory shadow did give Lan Yi the Overlord halberd and the Red Lion, and also gave Lan Yi a lot of fighting skills and martial skills. The only thing that is not given to Lan Yi is the strength of inheritance. This means that the Overlord rank inheritance scroll still recognizes your status as a qualified person, but the situation is somewhat special. So, this rank inheritance scroll, you can take it with you. Maybe you can use it. Luo Sheng lightly coughed, and then put the Overlord rank inheritance scroll into Lan Yi's hands. Just kidding, only the inheritance scroll of strength of inheritance is left. What's the use? No fighting skills, no corresponding martial skills. There are no corresponding weapons and mounts. The strength of the rank of Naha King must be sharply reduced by at least more than half. It's better to be a good favor and sell it to Lan Yi. Chapter 922. Close the purchase channel of inheritance scrolls. God level store manager system. Chapter 923. Well, I understand, store manager. Lan Yi nodded, and then put the scroll of the Overlord rank inheritance precious and important into the inner pocket of the clothes. The fighting skills and corresponding martial skills, as well as riding skills, given to Lan Yi by the Overlord illusory shadow, also taught Lan Yi how to use the Overlord halberd and how to fight alongside the Red Lion. The halberd combines almost all the advantages of a long weapon. You can point or stab, hook or chop, cut or hang, draw or hit. However, among all the long weapons, the halberd has always been the most difficult to practice. After possessing the fighting skills of the Overlord illusory shadow, Lan Yi has become a powerhouse with the halberd, and also used the Overlord halberd as his own fighting weapon. Store manager, I don't know what the price of this Overlord rank inheritance scroll is. Although Lan Yi feels that using price to measure such a precious rank inheritance scroll is somewhat different, that's great. But a transaction is a transaction. The spirit crystal that should be paid, and the magic core that should be paid, still have to be paid. The price is 10 Grand Master rank magic cores. Luo Sheng paused, just to say the price, because strength of inheritance is removed. Luo Sheng is not as embarrassed to ask for 20 Grand Master rank magic cores. And system has decided to close the purchase channel of rank inheritance scrolls. so it doesn't care about the price of this Overlord rank inheritance scroll. 10 Grandmaster rank magic cores are not expensive. Even if it is received on the spot, as long as there is spirit crystal, you can receive it. After delivering 10 Grandmaster rank magic cores, the inheritance scroll of the Overlord rank can be considered as a successful purchase. It's just one thing that makes Luo Sheng very curious. That's who the old friend that the Overlord Illusory Shadow said in the end will be, actually possesses a tyrannical rank that even the Overlord Illusory Shadow is willing to bow down. That was definitely one of the few people who stood at the top of the world when the Overlord rank owner was still alive. Unfortunately, the purchase channel of the rank inheritance reel was closed. Luo Sheng can only think about it. After the Overlord rank inheritance scroll found the qualified person, the customers who came to watch in the store disappeared. This matter will probably become their talk for some time later. Then it will slowly fade. Unless Lan Yu made a major event of heaven shaking, earth shattering, it is probably impossible to be remembered all the time. System. The rank inheritance reel purchase channel has been closed. After dealing with this matter, Luo Sheng was a little tired and leaned on the sofa. The body is not tired. The heart is tired. System. It has been closed. After the repair is completed, I will find a chance to open it. That's good. Luo Sheng nodded. He asked abruptly, what about my compensation? This is an entire purchase channel. If the system does not provide enough supplements, Luo Sheng will not agree. System, a snack drawing opportunity, a drink drawing opportunity, a new pet card, and a mysterious item. System, do you want to receive the supplement now? This time, system is really generous. It hasn't been long since the last colorful fruit-flavored pizza and mineral water were pumped out, and the system has sent so many more things. Is it because you lost money this time, so you wake up? System, host, don't even think about it. If the system loses out, it will definitely make it back. Luo Sheng was a little surprised. It turns out that the system compensated for so many new products at one time, just to make money back for Spirit Crystal, which lost the purchase channel of the inheritance reel. That's interesting. Chapter 923, System Compensation. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 924. The system, snacks, drinks, and new pet cards are all new products. Then what is the remaining mysterious item? Luo Sheng thought for a while, then asked in his mind. This mysterious item will not be a new item again. System, this mysterious item is your compensation. What? That is to say, after closing the rank inheritance reel purchase channel, the compensation given to me is there only this mysterious item? Luo Sheng stared wide-eyed, asked aloud. System, the host is right. Because the rank inheritance reel purchase channel is closed, the system should be the one that loses the most. This remark said it argue with the courage of one's convictions. Luo Sheng was also speechless. Because I really want to speak, of which Luo Sheng only accounts for 30% according to the proportion. So the system is indeed the biggest loser. Sure enough, this Irby system, I don't usually see how bright my mind is, but when it is related to Spirit Crystal's income, I become smarter. Stop, I won't fight with you. You tell me first, what exactly is this mysterious item? Luo Sheng waved his hand. Arguing with a stubborn and stingy system is meaningless. And this time, Luo Sheng didn't expect to fool this Topen system in this way. System, don't worry, you won't be disappointed. System generously passed the mysterious item information to Luo Sheng. Heaven's Secret Order Epic Level Consumable, a one-time item that can fulfill a user's wish. Within the scope allowed by power of heaven and earth, the information of mysterious item is very simple. But the three big characters about quality almost blinded Luo Sheng's titanium diamond encrusted eyes. Epic. This is the first time it really appears. There is a higher level of quality than the treasure level. If the treasure rank corresponds to the heroic rank, then the epic rank corresponds to the powerhouse rank. The powerhouse level, that is the level that has never appeared in the entire Eastern Desolation system, is indeed correct. Luo Sheng is really not disappointed. Not only was not disappointed, but also shocked. The Secret Order of the Sky, compared to the original Order of the Sky Thunder, I don't know where it is better. Different from the Sky Thunder Order, which can only be used to kill the enemy, the function of the Sky Secret Order is within the scope allowed by power of heaven and earth to fulfill a user's wish. According to the level of the Secret Order of the Sky, epic level, the scope of this wish can be said to be very huge. A good thing. It is worthy of compensation for the entire purchase channel item. Luo Sheng over and over again looked at the Secret Order of the Sky. Before it was used, the Secret Order of Heaven was just a golden token, covered with mysterious lines and a very strange writing. Luo Sheng can guarantee that he has never read this word before. But at this time, he recognized it at a glance. Days. This word is the word heaven in the Secret Order of the Sky. This is the aggregation of power of heaven and earth. Although I feel that it is not enough to compensate for the loss of a purchase channel, my grown-up has a lot of it, so I don't care about it. Luo Sheng received the Secret Order while speaking up. I decided to use this thing as my killing move. Epic item. Just by looking at this quality, you can imagine the power in it. As for the remaining compensation, as usual, wait until the evening to watch. Chapter 924, Secret Order of the Day. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 925. Luo Sheng thought this way, because the depressed mood of closing the rank inheritance real purchase channel suddenly improved a lot. Then I found a deck at random and entered the New World mode. Time has passed so long again. The players in the New World mode have gradually improved their level, including the Imperial Sword Sect Disciple brought by Lasagna. Every day all is madly brushing pictures and copies. Imperial Sword Sect Disciple is basically the rank of swords. There is a high demand for the Evil Spirit Body skill book. Even more how? When the Shadow Palace attacked the Imperial Sword Sect last time, Bailey Fengwa relied on the Evil Spirit Body to hold the people in the Shadow Palace in the mist of life. The Imperial Sword Sect disciple who heard about this, naturally worked harder to collect the Evil Spirit Body skill book. This resulted in a copy of the Evil Spirit Fighter, occupied by the Imperial Sword Sect disciple all day long. Other players dared to be angry and dare not speak, so they could only move to the next big map one after another. Even the number of players with the Shadow Assassin portal has increased a lot. Among them, the most famous is probably Lasagna Wu Kai. What I like the most is to sharpen my martial down, challenge my limits. The Shadow Assassin entrance is the best place to sharpen your fighting skills and battle awareness. In addition to the rank of Lasagna, he is a light swordsman who is good at agility and perception, and he is even more able to deal with the Shadow Assassin who is also agile. It's just that the Shadowy Assassin entrance seems to be just a transitional big map. It is different from the first two big maps, which can be upgraded by 20 levels. In the Shadow of the Assassin entrance, as long as the level rises to the 15th level, the gain of experience will be restricted. In all, only 10 levels have been promoted. To upgrade this kind of thing, you don't need to go all the way in the Shadow of the Assassin entrance. If you really want to, in the beginning of the Shadow Assassin hallway, you can continue to attract the Shadow Assassin out. But this can only increase the level. If you want to move forward, this method is useless. So far, the player who has gone the farthest in the Shadow of the Assassin portal 1 is Luo Sheng. As the most enchanting player in fighting skills and battle awareness, even the Great Magician ranks, it has no effect. As long as you fill your backpack with blue medicine and add a small amount of blood medicine, you can continue to advance. As for the teammates, they are all medics who give Luo Sheng medicine, can achieve battle awareness and barely give Luo Sheng to Luo Sheng. That is a good player among the players. The other one is Lasagna. However, unlike Luo Sheng who likes to find teammates as medics, Lasagna usually uses a single sword to advance deep into the Shadow of the Assassin entrance. Blood medicine and blue medicine are not so important to Lasagna, and compared to blood medicine and blue medicine, campfire is more important to Lasagna, because Lasagna is not Luo Sheng after all. The time in the New World mode every day only takes 4 hours. If there is no campfire, just the original underground line, then those Shadow Assassins will not be polite to you. As soon as they went online, there were many players who discovered that they were sent out of the Shadow of the Assassin portal. In addition to the two monsters Liu Sheng and Le Zhengya, the advancement distance of the Shadow Assassin entrance follow closely from behind is the team composed of the heroic rank powerhouses of Gepingchuan. The battle awareness of heroic rank powerhouse is absolutely impossible. Chapter 925, Medical Kit with Medicine. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 926. Grandmaster rank may also be a pot of medicine piled up with various heavenly materials and earthly treasures. But heroic rank powerhouse, just through heroic rank's trials space, to get the chance to be promoted to realm successfully, all suffer from untold hardships. A little carelessness will give up all previous efforts. I want to use heavenly materials and earthly treasures to build a heroic rank. That is impossible. Even more, how? The heroic rank team of Gepingchuan is not all magician, and Banzheng is a fighter in guarantee and protect. Apart from this, the advancement distance is also among the best, and there are also veteran customers of Hushu and Xwang stores. The days when I was hovered between life and death in the arena of battle strength promotion all day long. Up to now, it seems that it has really become their most precious fighting skill. So recently, in the Liu Sheng shop, the advancing distance of the Shadow Assassin entrance seems to have vaguely become a measure of fighting skills and battle awareness. Although accuracy is not guaranteed. After all, in the Shadow of the Assassin Hall, you can still form a team to hold your thighs. But it is generally correct. Because in the entire Liu Sheng shop customers, in the entire The New World mode, the expert who can become a thigh in the hallway of the Shadow Assassin, and can drag those who are in a hurry when encountering the Shadow Assassin. Very few. For example, the strongest leg, Liu Sheng. Under normal circumstances, only a few old customers will be brought, and then the picture will be imported. In addition to Liu Sheng, there is also the second thigh, Le Zhengya. However, this one is a heads-up madman. Then the thigh ranks further back, but it is not such a reliable thigh. For example, Xuang Xu. The reputation of a little kitty is still very loud. I think that Xuang Xu was also a resounding brother in the dungeon circle at the beginning. A cat. The fighting skills are naturally beyond doubt. Devouring Civets' fighting instinct is several times stronger than the general demonic beast and variation beast. This is the fighting innate talent of this race. How could variation beast, who can survive countless powerful hunts, be weak? However, since Xuang Xu and the Businessman Guild got on the bridge, it has rarely taken the shot in person. In the words of Xuang Xu, that is, this cat is also an identity cat anyway, how can he shoot it casually? But in fact, as long as the spirit crystal is in place, Xuang Xu will still be the same, and eagles will come over. Push forward. The level of the Shadow Assassin will be higher again. Liu Sheng put the last Shadow Assassin down with magic, immediately took out the camping bonfire. The Shadow Assassin fell on the ground, and the dagger in his hand fell out, revealing the squiggly text on the hilt. 6. The 6th rank Shadow Assassin. This level of Shadow Assassin, Liu Sheng has to deal with it very seriously. Under the raid of several 6th rank Shadow Assassins, it is really difficult to counterattack while protecting the cumbersome teammates on the side of body protection. Store Manager. The Shadow Assassin just now burst out a skill book. Ying Feng ran to the Shadow Assassin and picked up the item that had just been exposed, and then Ziz came to Liu Sheng to take credit. He is the medic chosen by Liu Sheng this time to enter the Shadowy Assassin entrance. What skill book? Liu Sheng took over the item from Ying Feng. Chapter 926, Expert Ranking. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 927, Shadow's Breath Skill Book. A general purpose skill book that can be used at all ranks. After use, it can be converted to martial skill or magic according to the user's rank. Shadow's Breath. Restraining Aura. The higher the skill level, the better the effect. For every 20 levels of the Shadow Breath skill, the interest level will be increased by 1 realm. After entering the battle, the effect of restraining interest is automatically cancelled. It turns out to be a general-purpose skill book. It seems to be the breath-restraining technique of Shadow Assassin. After Liu Sheng checked the attributes of the Shadow Breath skill book, he quickly thought of it. Up to this point, the breath-restraining technique of Shadow Assassin, that is definitely Peak's breath-restraining technique. Before taking a shot, even if Liu Sheng turned on God's perspective skills, he might not be able to find these Shadow Assassins. But even if it can't be found, Liu Sheng can be sure these Shadow Assassins must be lurking beside them, waiting for the opportunity to give them a fatal blow, because their breath can be hidden. But that faintly discernible feeling, like a man on the back, cannot be hidden. It's like being caught by a poisonous snake. This is Powerhouse's premonition of danger, not a perception. But it is undeniable that this breath-restraining technique is really terrifying. It seems that in this big map, the self-made skill book provided by system has appeared. Liu Sheng squinted his eyes and thought to himself, same as Evil Spirit Body skill book and Protector skill book. The Shadow Breath skill book is another skill book made by the system, and in terms of effect, it is as strong as ever. More importantly, the Shadow Breath skill book is a general-purpose skill book. Unlike the previous two skill books, one is dedicated to Battle Chi and the other is dedicated to Magician. However, the Shadow Breath skill book is not a skill book that directly increases battle strength. The role of breath-restraining technique is not for fighting. Instead, it is used in investigation, lurking, and attacking its imperfections. Every time you increase the skill level of the 20th level Shadow Breath, you can increase the interest-gathering effect of this skill by a realm. To put it simply, I want to completely restrain aura in front of the heroic rank powerhouse, so that heroic rank is unaware of it. You only need to raise the breath of shadow to level 80, in accordance with the usual upgrade method of system self-made skills, that is, 80 Shadow Breath skill books. This is not a big number, because the Shadow Breath skill book is not limited to activities. It can be exploded just like the Evil Spirit Body skill book. But, according to Liu Sheng's guess, if you want to explode the Shadow Breath skill book, I am afraid that at least you have to kill the 6th rank Shadow Assassin, because before, Liu Sheng killed a lot of Shadow Assassins, but it has never come out. Not even a Shadow Breath skill book. Liu Sheng doesn't think his luck will be so bad. But even so, even if it kills the 6th rank Shadow Assassin, players who presumably want the Breath of Shadows are still in droves, especially the Assassin rank and Archer rank. This type of players often act as scouts. Restraining aura is simply a necessary skill. And at this time, a Shadow Breath skill book suddenly appeared, which was definitely what they wanted most. As a scout, the more you can hide yourself, the safer you are, the greater the benefit to the team, because scouts do not need to fight in most cases. Instead, it is necessary to detect intelligence and ensure that it will be sent back. Chapter 927, Shadow Breath Skill Book, God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 928. The first skill book has benefited the Battle Chi level. The second skill book has benefited the Magician level. Now you have started to shift the target again to benefit those partial ranks. Liu Sheng thought, couldn't help curl one's lip. The Assassin rank and the Archer rank are absolutely partial ranks. Compared with those mainstream ranks, the number is too scarce. The rank of Assassin is a little better. After all, as a scout, the rank of Assassin is the most suitable. But the Archer rank, long-range attack is not as good as Magician, and melee combat is even worse than the Soldier rank and Knight rank, that is, standing tall and looking far have a bit of advantage. Unless it is an extraordinary natural talent, otherwise, there are not many people in human race who are willing to transfer to the rank of Archer. It is said that there are many Archer ranks in Elf race, and I don't know if it is true. Do you want it? Luo Sheng took the Shadow Breath skill book and shook it at Ying Feng. Don't. Ying Feng shook the head. What does a sword knight learn the Shadow Breath skill for? The knight rank is one of the most impossible ranks for learning Shadow Breath, because the knight ranks always charge at the forefront when fighting. Even paladin with a healing martial skill will not hide behind or do scouts. So the Breath of Shadow is really useless for knight. Okay. Then I'll ask other people later. Luo Sheng sat on the ground, looking at the flame hair of the camp. Then he said, the next advancement will not be easy to take you with you. How much bloom medicine do you have? Let me hit the blame and return to the rebirth point. I'll go ahead and explore alone. Strike a strange, it means to draw out the shadow assassin, and then do not resist. Be returned to the rebirth point in seconds. This way of exiting the Shadow Assassin hallway. In the Shadow Assassin hallway map, unfathomable mystery is on fire. Because in the New World mode, there is no such thing as a drop. So, if you just upgraded, the cost of hitting the blame is not great. Even experience will not be lost. Okay, store manager, be careful yourself. Ying Feng knew that if he went further, he would not be able to keep up with Luo Sheng's fighting rhythm. So there is no hypocrisy. After trading all the bloom medicine and blood medicine in the backpack to Luo Sheng, Ying Feng walked out of the envelope of the campfire very smartly, and brought out a dark assassin. It hurts. Luo Sheng scratched his head, and then opened the guild communication system. Little X, if you are here, there are good things for you. What good things? Xuang Xu's reply speed is as fast as ever. The Shadow Breath skill book. I think you can start collecting it in advance. Luo Sheng sent the Shadow Breath skill book's attributes. Good stuff. Where did it come from? After a long while, Xuang Xu sent a message. In the tone, there is a little urgency. Although the Shadow Breath skill book is a general-purpose skill book, it is definitely not used by most ranks. However, for assassins' side ranks, the Shadow Breath skill book is definitely not to be missed. As long as there is need, there is a market. Xuang Xu has a keen sense of smell for these products. It burst out from the shadowy assassin hallway. Come here if you want. Luo Sheng replied slowly. Contact Xuang Xu, mainly to trick it into the big map of the Shadow of the Assassin entrance. Chapter 928, Strike the Monster Back to the City. God-level Store Manager System. Chapter 929. After knowing how strong the 6th rank Shadow Assassin is, Luo Sheng knew that if he wanted to move forward, he had to find a reliable player. Not to mention the same level as Luo Sheng. But at least don't hold back. Xuang Xu is the best choice. The fighting instinct is strong, and the backpack has been expanded and can carry a lot of consumables. It's just that because of the Shadow of the Assassin entrance, there has been nothing to earn Spirit Crystal, and the environment is not very good. So Xuang Xu just asked the Merchant Guild for a few stalls. Then he hides in the big map of the doll maze and supplies goods. Let's go. I'll come right now. Xuang Xu did not hesitate. But there is no safety sector, and Spirit Crystal earns money. These all are minor problems. Okay, I'll wait for you. After Luo Sheng hung up the message, he got up and started walking back. The Shadow Breath skill book belongs to the kind of unnecessary rank, so it is not necessary to learn it. But the required rank, the type that must be upgraded, so the market demand will certainly not be small. After all, this is not a problem that can be solved by more than a dozen Shadow Breath skill books. Level 20 is nothing but breath restraining technique of brave rank. It can be said that before the Shadow Breath skill is upgraded to level 60, it is a skill that cannot be used. Xuang Xu also saw this. That's why I rushed over from the doll maze. The time of the day passed quickly. Although Xuang Xu and Luo Sheng are in the New World mode, there is no time limit. But Luo Sheng is still waiting to receive compensation at night. So I didn't continue to spend with Xuang Xu in the Shadow Assassin entrance. And Xuang Xu seems to have come all night from the day before, staying for one night and one day, seeming a little trance. After Luo Sheng went offline, Xuang Xu also went offline. System, I want to receive compensation. Luo Sheng came out of the bathroom, wiped his wet hair with a towel, and shouted in his head. System, which one does the host want to receive first? Drink. Luo Sheng without the slightest hesitation said, previously, I started with snacks. The things I extracted were a little weird. Therefore, this time, Luo Sheng decided to change the order. Smoke a drink first. System, as you wish. The host, the drink is ready to be drawn. Please start drawing. As the sound of system falls, it appears on the desk in Luo Sheng's bedroom. There were 3 golden eggs, and beside the golden eggs, there was also a small hammer. This picture has a feeling of déjà vu. Luo Sheng stared at the 3 golden eggs on the desktop. If you don't learn these 2 systems, you will learn to peek at the host's memory every day. This is not a good thing. This very 7+2 scene is really nostalgic. System, host, please draw your compensation. I know, don't rush me. Luo Sheng is somewhat helpless. He picked up the small hammer on the tabletop, and hit the golden egg in the middle. Click. Only a crisp sound was heard, and the golden egg was knocked all split up and in pieces suddenly. An expected 500 milliliters glass bottle appeared in front of Luo Sheng. What's inside is a bottle of milk, quite thick liquid. Yogurt. Luo Sheng recognized it at a glance. Yogurt is divided into thick yogurt and thin yogurt. It should be thin yogurt when stored in glass bottles. It should be no problem to count yogurt as a drink. Chapter 929, Yogurt. God-level store manager system. Chapter 930. Seeing the yogurt appearing on the table, Luo Sheng couldn't help but pat his heart, let out a long relaxed breath. It seems that the choice to smoke first is right. Compared to the sense of ceremony, this luck is pretty good. But even if it recognizes that this is yogurt, Luo Sheng still has to open the store manager backstage to check the specific attributes of this bottle of drink. Yogurt, thick and mellow, sweet and sour. It is the best choice for leisure and entertainment. Long-term consumption of yogurt can enhance the resistance of the eater, and increase the resistance of the eater to all elements in a small amount. Price, 25 bottles of spirit crystal. This yogurt not only looks good, the special effects that didn't expect of are even better. Element resistance can be regarded as a very top-grade special effect. This type of special effect has also appeared in previous snacks, that is, vanilla ice cream cones. But what the vanilla ice cream cone improves is just the resistance of fire element magic. Compared with element resistance, it's still a lot worse. A good start. It seems that today's luck is still very good. Luo Sheng directly picked up the yogurt on the table. I didn't expect the drink extraction this time, and the system also specially gave free drinks. This saves the effort of running downstairs again. Luo Sheng said nothing. With a move of his thumb, he opened the cap of the glass bottle. A strong milky fragrance, mixed with sweet and sour fermented smell, radiated from the glass bottle. You know it is pure yogurt by smelling it. Tons. Luo Sheng took a deep breath, and then drank half a bottle of yogurt in one breath. The taste of yogurt is different from that of pure milk. With the slight sweetness of milk and the peculiar sour taste of yogurt, when you drink it into your mouth, the mellow taste of the sweet and sour mixture immediately makes your appetites appetizing. Original yogurt. Luo Sheng's eyes lit up. The purest taste of yogurt is the original yogurt. Other mixed fruits or other flavors of yogurt are destroying the purest taste of yogurt. Of course, Luo Sheng does not deny it. Some flavors can really complement the yogurt. But that's not yogurt. It's more like other flavors added to yogurt. As far as plain yogurt is concerned, the taste of thin yogurt is usually much better than thick yogurt. The sweet and sour is right, suitable for all ages. And it has inherited the consistent style produced by system, all of which are high-quality goods. In terms of taste, it is absolutely impeccable. As for the thick yogurt, as everyone knows, yogurt, the longer it is fermented, the thicker it becomes. And the thicker the yogurt, the stronger the sourness. Therefore, the system wisely sets the yogurt in the drink as thin yogurt, which is considered to be in line with the taste of most people. However, according to Luo Sheng's guess, it is probably because the thick yogurt is packed in a glass bottle and cannot be poured out. So I chose the thin yogurt. Pure milk is suitable for breakfast, and this yogurt is still suitable for dinner. Luo Sheng took a break before drinking the remaining yogurt in one breath. Milk does help sleep, but yogurt is not available. But Luo Sheng has never been a wasteful person, even if the system doesn't say anything. But now that the bottle has been opened, it must be finished. Even more. How? Yogurt is really delicious. System, continue. I want to take out snacks. Luo Sheng casually threw the glass bottle into the trash can by the bedroom door. System, snacks extraction is ready. The host, please continue to extract. Chapter 930. Yogurt. The original flavor is good. God level store manager system. Chapter 931. System, host, please wait. Snacks are ready to be drawn. The host, please continue to draw. The prompt sound came quickly. But the scene in front of Luo Sheng has not changed at all. It is still there. 2 intact golden eggs, an eggshell that shattered a tabletop, and the little hammer that Luo Sheng casually dropped on the tabletop. Does this mean continue knocking? You are too stingy. Luo Sheng suddenly began to wonder whether the products in these 3 golden eggs were arranged by the system in advance. Damn black box operation. Click. The small hammer was raised and dropped. Luo Sheng could only regard one of the golden eggs as the head of the system, and then fiercely knocked it down. Golden's eggshell suddenly all split up and in pieces, and the snacks that appeared in front of Luo Sheng were another thing that made him very familiar. The golden color and flat shape make Luo Sheng a little nostalgic. Egg tart. The fast food industry, the snack industry, and the dessert industry all have a silhouette of such a magical meal. It seems that I am one step closer to becoming a fast food restaurant boss, Luo Sheng said with emotion, and clicked on the details of the egg tart. By the way, egg tarts, rich and delicious, unstoppable happy hour. Long-term consumption of egg tarts will slightly increase the martial Dao innate talent of the eater. Price: a pair of 25 spirit crystals. It is another top-grade special effect, which can actually enhance the martial Dao innate talent. Luo Sheng's eyes straightened. Innate talent and aptitude sound similar, but the real meaning is different. It's complicated to explain, but to put it simply, aptitude represents cultivation speed and affinity for battle chi and magic. If there is no cultivation aptitude, it means that the affinity for battle chi and magic is 0, and the cultivation speed is 0, so naturally there is no way to cultivation. The innate talent represents the speed and perception of learning martial skills and magic. The higher the innate talent, the faster the learning rate. In the words of online games, aptitude represents the speed of gaining experience. The higher the aptitude, the faster you can gain experience and upgrade. Innate talent represents the acquisition of skill proficiency. The higher the innate talent, the faster the skill level will increase. As for the potential that has not been mentioned here, it represents the upper limit of the level. The higher the potential, the higher the upper limit of the level that can be reached. However, without aptitude, everything is in vain. Therefore, aptitude, innate talent, and potential are complementary to each other. Without it, it's like a cripple walking. It must not be far. The previous mineral water can enhance the cultivation aptitude of the drinker, and the egg tart straw now can improve the martial Dao innate talent of the eater. That is to say, the special effects of egg tarts are on the same level as mineral water. But unfortunately, egg tarts can only enhance the martial Dao innate talent. There is no way to enhance the magic innate talent. Unlike mineral water, it is suitable for everyone to drink. Even if the ordinary person drank it, it was of great benefit. No way, everyone needs cultivation aptitude and martial Dao innate talent. Before there is no cultivation aptitude, no matter how high it is no good. And even if you have a cultivation aptitude, if you are a magician, you don't need martial Dao innate talent. But even so, it is impossible to deny the special effects of egg tarts. This will again become one of the best sellers in the store. The magician level does not require egg tarts, but the battle chi level is definitely in droves. Chapter 931, Aptitude, Innate Talent, Potential. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 932. As long as you are a battle chi class, you will long for your martial Dao innate talent to become stronger. The strengthening of martial Dao innate talent means that the proficiency of the martial skill is improved, and the use and cooperation of the martial skill is stronger. This, equivalent to, directly strengthens one's own fighting skills and enhances battle strength. My luck is really good today. Luo Sheng immediately became happy. The secret of the sky, yogurt, egg tarts. 3 of the 4 compensations are all very good things, especially the secret of the sky and the egg tarts. They can already be regarded as surprises. Let me taste the taste of this egg tart. Although Luo Sheng doesn't catch a cold with sweet rice dumplings, he still likes egg tarts very much. The egg tart provided by System is about half a palm size, which is not very large. But the price has reached 25 spirit crystals, too. I have to say that in terms of cost performance, the price of egg tarts is indeed by far the most expensive of all snacks. The reason for not just selling is probably because the System does not accept half a spirit crystal. Gently take a bite, and eat half of the tart into your mouth. Egg tart melts in the mouth. The rich and sweet milk fragrance and the ultimate sweetness instantly occupy Luo Sheng's mouth, and then go straight to the brain. The cream is delicious, the egg is delicious, and the butter is thick. After baking, they are perfectly blended together. The hierarchy is clear and intertwined. After it melted in the mouth, it formed an incredible delicacy. This is too delicious. Luo Sheng does not deny that he really likes to eat egg tarts. But this time, Luo Sheng can guarantee that it is definitely not because he likes to eat egg tarts that he is partial in his evaluation, but because the taste of this egg tart is really delicious. The scent and sweetness are so strong that it cannot be removed. Even if the egg tart has been swallowed, there is still an aftertaste in the mouth, which is endless aftertaste. No, I have to come some more. Luo Sheng licked his fingers and felt that one egg tart was not enough. In terms of cost performance, egg tarts are indeed by far the most expensive snack. But again, it is by far the best snack. Except for those pure carnivores, the deliciousness of egg tarts can definitely conquer everyone. By the way, System, there should be a new pet card. And send it to me too. Luo Sheng wiped the fingers that he had licked clean, and then while going downstairs, he said in his mind, the new pet card does not require Luo Sheng to draw. However, even let Luo Sheng pump. According to System's usual practice, I am afraid that Luo Sheng has to pick up a small hammer and smash the 3rd golden egg. System, new pet card. Golden Winged Griffin. It has been updated. Please check the host. Griffin? Luo Sheng heard the name of the new pet card immediately became interested. Griffin is a good thing. There is a record in the history books collected by Desolate Origin Empire. In ancient era, some great influences have worked hard to form flying squad. Of course these flying squads are all heroic rank powerhouses. If you really have this kind of strength, you can also build a flying squad with a hammer, and you can just dominate the king directly. So, the mount used by these flying squads is the Griffin. This is a flying demonic beast that looks similar to a male lion but has a pair of huge wings. Relatively docile, but extremely aggressive. After training, you can become a mount, and can greatly improve individual battle strength. Chapter 932, Golden Winged Griffin. God-level Store Manager System. Chapter 933. However, the reproduction of griffins is not easy. The number has never been too high. And after being captured by a human race and determined to be able to train as a mount, it once set off an upsurge in capturing griffins, lead to a sharp decline in the number of griffins. To this day, the griffin has long been gone. It is estimated that it should be extinct. This is why Luo Sheng is interested in griffins. The mount used to build a flying squad. Anyway, it won't be too bad. At least, it will not be worse than those rank pet cards. Thinking of this, Luo Sheng couldn't wait to open the store manager backstage and clicked on the details of the Golden Winged Griffin. Golden Winged Griffin, Qualita, Wind Element Pet, Fighter, Main Attribute, Strength, Agility. The rank pet card is indeed much stronger than the rank pet card. As long as it is an class pet card, You don't lose money. Luo Sheng thought very optimistically. The class pet cards that have appeared so far are all pretty good. Death Knight, Storm Wyvern, Bronze Giant. Every pet card has a clear positioning. Death Knight's solo charge and soul pressure unique to the undead pet. Storm Wyvern's Dragon Clan Bloodlines, a mechanism that can be loaded with magic and martial skills. The war machine potential of the Bronze Giants, as well as unlimited physical strength, can win over a large number of customers who like them. Presumably this class pet card is no exception. Therefore, Luo Sheng is more concerned about the positioning of the Golden Winged Griffin. Click for more detailed information. The pattern of the Golden Winged Griffin pet card is a griffin with golden wings and an uncommon military might. Compared with the griffin recorded in the history books, the size of the Golden Winged Griffin is obviously larger, and those golden wings are even more shining golden light. The golden marks raised from the wings spread out, covering the whole body of the Golden Winged Griffin, make the imposing manner of the Golden Winged Griffin look extremely sharp. Pet card R, Golden Winged Griffin. Main attribute, Strength, Agility. Number of awakenings, 0. Skills, none. Positioning, Fighter, Mount, Flying, Advanced Bloodline. The two positionings of flying and mounting are the labels Luo Sheng expected. As a mount that has been recorded in history books, the Golden Winged Griffin is the same as the griffin in ancient times, and it is also suitable as a mount. And, compared to the ancient griffin, the battle strength of the Golden Winged Griffin is undoubtedly stronger. But what do fighters and advanced bloodlines mean? Luo Sheng looked at the remaining two tags with a confused expression. Now these new pet cards, every time a card is issued, several new positioning tags are required. As if there is no new mechanism, it is not worthy of being a new pet card. Fortunately, Luo Sheng can still ask System. System, Fighter, refers to the pet's melee combat ability is very strong, and suitable for learning martial skills. System, Advanced Bloodline, refers to the pet with a high rank bloodline. Every attribute will grow higher. The explanation of system will come soon. It's very simple and very clear. The Golden Winged Griffin, like Storm Wyvern, is a pet that can be loaded with martial skills and magic. However, Storm Wyvern has Dragon Clan Bloodlines, which is very adaptable to martial skills and magic, especially wind element magic, which even has bonuses. Although the Golden Winged Griffin is also a blank for magic and martial dual cultivation. But the Golden Winged Griffin is more suitable for loading martial skills, and the value of loading magic is not high. Chapter 933, Fighters and Advanced Bloodline. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 934. The location tag has a fighter, which means that the Golden Winged Griffin is suitable for close combat and hand-to-hand combat. In fact, among the many demonic beasts, the strength of the fleshy body of the Golden Winged Griffin is also among the best. As for the advanced bloodline, then it is better to understand. Demonic beast and variation beast are species that attach great importance to bloodline levels. This has been explained before. The bloodline level is related to the aptitude, innate talent, and potential of the demonic beast and variation beast. The bloodline of the Golden Winged Griffin is also a kind of advanced bloodline. To be precise, the bloodline of the Golden Winged Griffin belongs to the Royal Clan bloodline among the Griffins. Although it is not as good as Dragon Clan bloodlines, but compared to the general demonic beast, it is definitely crushed. This positioning tag, placed in the pet card, represents a higher attribute growth value. The higher the bloodline of the high rank, the more attribute growth value it increases. So that's how it is, so that the quality of the Golden Winged Griffin can be regarded as the top grade of the class pet card. Luo Sheng can't help but rub his hands. No need to think about this class pet card, although Luo Sheng is looking forward to it. Before Flame Spirit has passed away, it is not so easy for the system to put another class pet card out. After all, the spirit pet card of flame, as long as you have the heart to cultivate it. Even if it is 0 awakening, battle strength is not weak. At least one spirit pet card of flames that can keep up with the level and magic. Even if you don't wake up, you can deal with a group of Grandmaster ranks without any problems. This kind of powerful pet card is definitely a rare thing, so the class pet card is very good. Especially this small top grade R pet card has the potential to become a best-selling pet card, because in reality, Storm Wyvern is not suitable as a mount. After all, normal people sit on Storm Wyvern's back, and the difference in body size is really huge. And this kind of positioning has its own pet card with mount tag. One on the ground, a white horse riding in the wind. The one in the sky is the golden winged griffin. Others, no more. So Liu Sheng is not worried about the sale of the golden winged griffin at all. After reading the detailed information of the golden winged griffin pet card, Liu Sheng feels that eating egg tarts is more important. Fortunately, Zhuang Xu did not stay overnight. Otherwise, you must come over and clamor for egg tarts. The next day, as Liu Sheng thought, after mineral water, egg tarts have become a must-have snack for those battle chi ranks. The price of a pair of 25 spirit crystals is not expensive. But when it comes to cheap, it is definitely not cheap. In addition to the expenses of other snacks and beverages, the equipment is replaced from time to time to supplement the medicine pill. The number of spirit crystals consumed every month is definitely a number that looks a little dizzy for many cultivators. For a considerable part of the customers who can come to Liu Sheng's store, spirit crystal is not a problem. But the other part is not. Cultivation is destined not to be a way to save spirit crystal. Especially in the Liu Sheng shop. The products here are so effective that you can't believe them. The type of goods is also only you can't think of, but you can't find it. But the price is also not cheap. This in disguise has led to the New World mode becoming more and more popular. Nothing else, because in the New World mode, you just need to find the right direction. The speed of earning spirit crystal is definitely much faster than hunting demonic beasts. After all, those pampered young masters who have spirit crystal mines at home, and the spirit crystals they cast into the New World mode, are all astronomical numbers. Chapter 934, Small Top Grade in the Evil Pet Card. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 935. As long as you can improve your strength, spirit crystal is just a number. For these pampered young masters, as long as they can spend spirit crystal to buy their strength, regardless of whether it is themselves or the people in their family, that is 100 in favor. So, in the Liu Sheng shop, physical goods are a way to make a lot of spirit crystal. But the speed of earning spirit crystal in the New World mode is not weaker than these physical products. Therefore, many of Liu Sheng's publicity methods will use the New World mode and Guild of the membership card to communicate with the system. For example, pop-up ads. The Golden Winged Griffin pet card is a promotion using this method. After all, compared with the Spirit of Flame, if a pet card of a Golden Winged Griffin still needs to be a stand-up card, it would be too trivial. Golden Winged Griffin, I seem to have seen it in history books. Yes, I seem to have heard it too, but I can't remember it for a while. It's fine if you were not serious in the ancient history class. Did you doze off during the ancient devil animal appreciation class? Science. Golden Winged Griffin. It's the royal clan bloodline of the ancient devil griffin. The griffin you are talking about, but the ancient era, the standard mount for the flying squad that was once invincible and mighty for a while? Yes. Isn't that Golden Winged Griffin? Yes. I have to Krypton this spirit crystal. It's over if you blow it up. The guild communication system is still lively as always, especially the members of the Pet Card Research Guild. After the guild communication system advertisement came out, they already took the spirit crystal to occupy a good position next to the pet card changer. Although the current membership card, the pet card extraction function has been activated, but drawing cards on the pet card swap machine always seems more sincere, although the probability set by the system is definitely the same. However, metaphysical probability and psychological effects always occupy a very important position. Being religious is always right. Let these people know what Liu Sheng did before lottery. Maybe they will make a special trip to bathe and burn incense before coming to the store. Looking at the shop that was gradually becoming bustling, Liu Sheng took 2 boxes of egg tarts and a bottle of pure milk with satisfaction. found a small round table and sat down. Pure milk is better with egg tarts. In fact, it would be better with milk tea. It's just that this milk tea is the same as the illusory Fat House Happy Water. There is no shadow. Boss, long time no see. What are you eating? Minglan opened the door and walked in. Long time no see. Luo Sheng lifts the head, also said hello. Some time ago, Minglan was called back to Desolate Origin Empire Imperial City by Xen, so it did not come for a while. In fact, I really want to speak of which. The first person to walk into the Luo Sheng store should be Minglan. Unfortunately, the first customer is Ying's AI. I was called home by my grandfather before. Fortunately, there was no activity during this period, otherwise I would have missed many good things. Minglan bought a bacon sandwich, accompanied by a bottle of mineral water, and then sat opposite Luo Sheng. It's good to go home. I should spend more time with my family when I have time, Luo Sheng said while eating egg tarts. Only when a person is alone will the Bai family be appreciated. So, don't wait until your family has left to regret it. However, Minglan obviously did not hear the emotion in Luo Sheng's tone, but continued to talk. Chapter 935, Explode and It's Over. God-Level Store Manager System. Chapter 936. I only found out after I went back. It turned out that it was my married aunt who came back. No wonder my grandfather called me back. Minglan sighed, eating the bacon sandwich in hand, while talking. Then while drinking the mineral water, he smelled the scent of evaporated milk in the air, and asked again, Boss, what is this you are eating? Egg tart. A new product released today. Luo Sheng will take care of the rest. Put half a tart in your mouth, and then answered. It still smells delicious. I must try it later. Minglan nodded, and then talked with Luo Sheng about this period of time. After all, it's a bit boring if I don't talk about anything while eating. But to be honest, this is also the first time Luo Sheng heard Minglan mention his family matters. By the way, I also talked about the history of Desolate Origin Empire. Minglan's grandfather Xen has the highest score. This is the current Chancellor of Desolate Origin Empire, the head of the civilian court official, responsible for coordinating and prosecuting the Imperial Court officials. This Luo Sheng knows. During the last Academy Grand Competition, Ling Xiao secretly opened the live broadcast and introduced it to the people who watched the live broadcast. And Xen's seniority is high, that is because he fought with the Emperor of Desolate Origin Empire. Although he was a military advisor at that time, the credit cannot be denied. At that time, Ying Yuang was the one who accompanied the emperor to fight together. That is the grandfather of Ying Zhu and Ying Feng. These two can be regarded as the only remaining two senior officials of the Desolate Origin Empire Imperial Court. However, it is a pity that due to years of personal expeditions, a large number of internal injuries have been accumulated in the battle, so that after the emperor settled in the capital, Xen and Ying Yuang took one step and passed away. After the death of the Desolate Origin Empire, it was now Flame Sovereign Ling Ao's turn to ascend the throne. So Ling Ao respects the two veterans Xen and Ying Yuang very much. However, among these three, although the first emperor passed away first, in terms of the number of heirs, the first emperor was more powerful. Ying Yuang has only one son, that is, Ying Zhu and Ying Feng's father, should fight. And the wife of Ying Uzan, when Ying Yuang and the emperor were in the army, she gave her finger to the marriage. That is now the younger sister of Flame Sovereign Ling Ao, Ling King. And Xen is better than Ying Yuang, having a son and a daughter. The son is the head of the supervision department at the Imperial Court, Cheng Yu, the father of Minglan. Minglan's mother is Ling Ao's younger sister, Ling lightly said. It can also be seen here. The friendship between Emperor Xianhuang and Ying Yuang, as well as Xen, are indeed brothers and sisters. Marriage is even more pro-in-law. The emperor's relatives and relatives, both the Ying family and the K family are regarded as relatives of the Ling family. Really need to count. Minglan, Ying Feng, Ying Zhu. These three people will call Ling Ao uncle. But at this point, we must focus on Xen's daughter, which is what Minglan called aunt this time. Xen's daughter, Xisi. This is the only person among the three Desolate Origin Empire families who is not among the in-laws. Xisi is married outside and has no marriage. Her husband, this time, Xen, called Kmingling back. Yundu, from Yun family, one of the great family of the Eastern Wilderness. This great family is completely different from the Kajia and Yingjia. The K family and Ying family are at most the great family in Desolate Origin Empire. Chapter 936, Desolate Origin Empires Past. God-level store manager system. Chapter 937. Although the K family and Ying family belong to family power, but true strength is actually that way. In addition to Ling family and Lingao, such a heroic rank powerhouse, the most powerhouse of the K family and Ying family is also the Grand Master rank peak. But Yun family, the great family that can stand in the Eastern Desolation, its family power is completely capable of mentioning on equal terms with Desolate Origin Empire. It's even worse. This is what Kmingling learned from Xen after he went back this time. As I said before, there are not few forces that are detached from each empire in the Eastern Desolation. But on the whole, it is the Academy power and the sect power. The family forces that appeared this time belonged to the hidden forces. The so-called hidden forces refer to those forces that do not participate in disputes under normal circumstances. But in the same way, the power of the hidden forces far exceeds those on the surface. So this time Xisi went home. Xen had to be cautious. There is such a thing. Luo Sheng listened to Kmingling as if he was listening to a story. The forces in the Eastern famine are tangled and complicated. Now that there is another family power, Luo Sheng is not surprised at all. On the contrary, Luo Sheng feels that this is more like a logical thing. Just a little surprised. The surprising thing is that the family power is so strong. To be honest, the aristocratic family will exist as long as there are people. It can even be said that as long as it is a place with intelligent life, it will exist. After all, unless it is raised by innate earth, it pops out of the cracks in the rock. Otherwise, the blood relationship is indelible. But the existence of the family belongs to the existence, such as the K family, the Ying family, even the expected aristocratic family. However, as Kmingling said, the great family, like Yun family, which can be compared with the real great influence, is really incredible. Yes, this time I went home, Aunt brought my uncle back. Kmingling finished bacon sandwich, then rinsed his mouth with mineral water, and then rinsed the drool swallowed. This mineral water is precious. Kmingling does not have the luxury of spitting out mineral water. Then why are you here now? They went back. Luo Sheng and Kmingling have talked so much, and they are also interested. It's boring to stay in the store all day. Listening to this kind of story can be a very good pastime. No, they stayed at home for a few days, and then left. I heard from them that they came out from Yun family this time to find someone. So I definitely didn't go back when I went back. But I don't know where they went anymore. But Aunt, they are not at home. My grandfather will not restrain me, Kmingling said nonchalantly. He wanted to find someone. It has nothing to do with him. Because in reality, after Xisi married into the Yun family, she actually broke off contact with the K family. And this time, Xisi and Yundu will return to the K family, probably also wanting to use the power of the K family to find someone. After all, the hidden forces are called hidden forces. It's because they rarely show up. In comparison, it is obviously much easier to find people based on the influence of the K family in Desolate Origin Empire. So that's how it is. Luo Sheng nodded. Luo Sheng is not interested in finding who Xi thinks. So there is not much to ask. Okay, the breakfast is over, then I won't bother much. Let's go. Chapter 937, Hidden Powers. God-level store manager system. Chapter 938. Okay, my breakfast is finished, so let's get boss. I won't bother you much. Let's go first. Kmingling clapped his hands, then point to the battle strength to improve the training room area. Okay. Luo Sheng waved his hand and signaled Kmingling not to care about him. For the so-called family power, Luo Sheng should just listen to a story. Now that the story is over, it's time to do business. At the city gate of Cloud Mist City, There is a man and a woman walking in slowly. The man's eyes are firm and handsome. Girls are noble and elegant and poised. If Kmingling is here, you can probably recognize these two people. It is Yundu and Xisi. The Soul Fire Guide has responded. Yundu's hand is a crystal ball with the size of a fist. In the crystal ball, a small flame is swaying. Nalan family's little girl. It should be here in Cloud Mist City. Xisi looked at the flame and said confidently, Soul Fire can be used to judge the state of life. The Soul Fire Guidance is an object made by using Soul Fire through a special cheat stage. The main function is to find people. It's just that the Soul Fire Guidance must be not far from the Soul Fire owner before a reaction occurs. Therefore, Yundu and Xisi will be tossed around in various city-states. Along the way, I searched most of the eastern wilderness, and finally found it. Yundu also showed a relaxed look on his face. As long as the Soul Fire Guidance responds, Yundu will have confidence and will not let people run away. The person has been found, but the task has not been completed yet, so I have to pick the person back, Xisi said slowly. Since the release of the Golden Wing Griffin pet card, the Luo Sheng shop has been lively for 2 or 3 days. Flying mounts, that is the dream of most cultivators, whether it is battle chi or magician. In the battle, if there is a flying mount, it is simply a huge advantage. If you don't have heroic rank, you can't get to the sky. This is something everyone knows. Faced with heroic rank, trifling is a flying mount, which is not very meaningful anymore. That is completely a competition of hard power. However, how many heroic rank powerhouses can there be? So, the Golden Winged Griffin pet card, among the customers of Luo Sheng shop, has been cramped. After all, the Golden Winged Griffin pet card is only an level pet card. Unlike the level pet card such as the Spirit pet card of Flame, if the Golden Winged Griffin pet card is not awakened, the strength it cultivates is too weak. It can even be said to be a bit touching. However, the attractiveness of flying mounts is really too great. Therefore, even if the price is high, it is not hesitate. In the Pet Card Research Guild, there is a pampered young master with a spirit crystal mine at home, and he spends a lot of money. It took a full 300,000 spirit crystals to draw the Golden Winged Griffin pet card. And after screening, I selected the Golden Winged Griffin pet card with the first 2 activated skills that were not considered tasteless, and cultivated it to the level of 4 awakenings. No way, only 10 identical pet cards are needed for 1 awakening. For the second awakening, 20 cards are needed. This is relatively rare, and with 3 awakenings and 4 awakenings, 50 and 100 identical pet cards are needed. If it is a blank pet card, that's fine. However, the shipment rate of level pet cards is really too low. If you forcefully select the Golden Winged Griffin pet cards with good skills, I'm afraid that there is a spirit crystal mine in the house and it can't be supported. Chapter 938, Soul Fire Guidelines. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 939. So, in front of the cruel facts, the pampered young master is also very wise to choose only 2 skills. As for the 2 abilities activated behind the Golden Winged Griffin pet card, they can only be reckless. But even with only 2 powerful abilities, the Golden Winged Griffin pet got stuck after awakening 4 times and showed its edge. As long as you don't encounter the heroic rank powerhouse, it is absolutely impossible to lose. Yes, it is not invincible. After all, Grandmaster rank can't get to the sky. The flying mount of the Golden Winged Griffin is born invincible, so there is nothing to say. But the Golden Winged Griffin, which has awakened 4 times, is in an absolute crushing position when facing the Grandmaster rank powerhouse. The power of the pet card is also fully revealed in this brief moment. The rank pet card that is truly cultivated, in terms of battle strength, is going to beat the Grandmaster rank, and currently the only class pet card, Flame Spirit. If there is a customer of luck that goes against Heaven's will, he can develop a 5th-time awakening spirit pet card of Flame. It is no exaggeration to say that it can completely beat the heroic rank powerhouse. Therefore, the shipment rate of class pet cards will be terrifying low. It's another golden winged griffin pet card. Good luck. If you get 2 more, you can get the second awakening. Kmingling leaned on the sofa and used membership. The card draws a pet card. While waiting for the deck, drawing a pet card is indeed a good pastime. This is also the daily life of customers in Liu Sheng shop. Come to the store, first buy a bottle of mineral water. Then, buy some other snacks and drinks according to your needs and preferences. Then find a small round table, where people in small groups get together, eat, and discuss some topics of interest. Those who should supplement the medicine pill and update the equipment, go to the shelf area. Wait for the free time of the deck, draw a few pet cards, or study the strategy. Then go to the guild communication system to scan. For such a long time, the content of the guild communication system has been updated several times under Liu Sheng's proposal. The current guild communication system is not as monotonous as before. In addition to the at first, each guild's internal communication, and private calls, a function similar to a forum has also been added, which can be used to post various posts. For example, in the New World mode, dungeon strategy, monster play, martial skill or magic combo. Or it is better to load those skill books with pet cards. These things are naturally impossible to be taught by Liu Sheng. These customers and players need to find out by themselves. The public channel where everyone can speak and communicate, and the big channel where you can communicate with the friendly guilds, are also features added later. With the more abundant functions, customers in the store are increasingly unable to leave the membership card. It's already normal to scan the forums in the guild communication system when it's okay. Of course, this is not only used to communicate with Liu Sheng shops, including the daily dynamics of the customers in the store, as well as the big and small news they found, various help information, and some strange things, all have been posted. Water forum, Water Guild exchange system. 1 water is more than half a day, that is normal. Sell 3 golden winged griffin pet cards with a reserve price of 300 spirit crystals, and those who are interested can chat privately. Buy a spirit pet card of flames. Price good discussion, some private chats. Chapter 939, Rich Membership Card Function. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 940. Purchase 3 Storm Wyvern pet cards. The price is good to discuss, some private chat. Help, Doll Labyrinth 5th floor. There is a strange corner. How should I fight the puppet? Wait online. It's anxious. Posts like these are everywhere in the forums. There is no way to trade a pet card through the trading system in the New World mode, so you can only post a post in the forum to buy or sell it. And there are quite a few posts of this type. There are too many pampered young masters of Spirit Crystal. After all, it is a small part. Under normal circumstances, the cultivator, Spirit Crystal for daily use is still relatively small. So many people earn Spirit Crystal by luck. 3 golden winged griffins, just right. After Kmingling saw this sale post, he immediately chatted with this person in private. The second awakening of the golden winged griffin? What skills did the first awakening activate? Liu Sheng came over, caught a glimpse of Kmingling's movements, and asked curiously. The skill activated by an awakening is the agility of the wind. Kmingling scratched his head and answered truthfully. Wind Smart is a passive skill that can increase the pet's agility, growth value and armor-piercing ability. For the golden winged griffin pet card, it is a good skill, because wind element pets are mostly agile. Unless it is a magic pet of wind element. Pets that use agility as their main growth attribute will have insufficient attack power. Therefore, the armor-piercing ability enhanced by Wind Smart is very much in line with the alloy winged griffin. Good luck. Liu Sheng complimented. It's okay, it depends on the second awakening this time. What skills can be activated? Kmingling humbly accepted Liu Sheng's praise. To be honest, with Kmingling's financial resources, the second awakening of the golden winged griffin pet card is already the limit. After the private chat, the price was quickly negotiated. The other party did not increase the price, and 900 spirit crystals and 3 golden wing griffin pet cards were taken away. Trade through the pet card backpack that comes with membership card. This is the setting made by Luo Sheng to distinguish the New World mode from the pet card in the system. After all, pet cards cannot be brought into the New World mode. Second awakening. Please bless the Emperor, must activate a better skill. After earnestly praying, Kminglan clicked on the membership card to confirm the awakening. 20 golden winged griffin pet cards disappear instantly. Then after a burst of white light flashing, a prompt box appeared on Kminglan's membership card. The golden winged griffin pet card successfully awakens for the second time. Activation skill, spiral charge. Spiral charge. Golden winged griffin turn into a spiral, charge forward for a certain distance, causing a lot of physical damage to enemies on the path, and a high probability of tearing and smashing effects. Offensive skills, and it is a very good offensive skill. Wow, your luck is really good. Luo Sheng followed and took a look, also clicking one's tongue in wonder. Spiral charge is definitely an offensive skill above the standard line. The attack speed is extremely fast, and there is a high probability that it can add tearing and crushing effects. The tearing effect is an injury that is difficult to heal. And the crushing effect, of course, needless to say, is the powerful armor piercing. Comes with 2 negative effects. Even if the damage of this offensive skill is not high, it can be regarded as a standard offensive skill. The damage of the partial spiral charge is not low. That's terrifying. Chapter 940, Spiral Charge. God-level Store Manager System. Chapter 941. According to the good words of Boss Kminglan happily said, Wind's agility and spiral charge have 2 skills. This second awakened golden winged griffin pet card can be completed and can be cultivated. It doesn't count what I said. In fact, my luck has never been very good. Luo Sheng shrugged. This sentence is not at all false. Otherwise, Luo Sheng wouldn't have to take a shower when he draws rewards correctly. However, the effect is not obvious. Crack. It's here. When Luo Sheng and Kminglan were chatting, the store door was opened. A man and a woman walked into the store. There is a crystal ball in his hand. Luo Sheng is pretty sure he has not seen these 2 people. There are not many people who can find Luo Sheng shop without anyone leading it. Aunt, uncle, how did you find this place? It was Kminglan who looked at the 2 people at the entrance of the store with a look of confusion. They are what you said. Luo Sheng looked back at Kminglan. 2 days ago, Kminglan was still telling stories with Luo Sheng about family power. I saw people today. Xiao Lang, why are you here? When Xisi heard Kminglan's voice, he was obviously surprised. She and Yundu suffer untold hardships, found this remote place, didn't expect Kminglan was here. This is the shop I often come to. Of course I will be here. Kminglan also said that he didn't know whether to cry or laugh. This one is the boss of this shop. While talking, Kminglan pointed to Luo Sheng and introduced him to Xisi and Yundu. As for these 2 people, the story of the previous 2 days has been introduced very clearly. Hello, 2 of you. Do you have anything you need? Luo Sheng said lightly with his hands behind his back. He doesn't care about the identities of Xisi and Yundu, as long as you come to the store and don't make trouble. It is the customer. Luo Sheng treats everyone equally. However, Luo Sheng can ignore it, but Yundu and Xisi can't. Previously, the 2 only noticed the movement of the soul fire guidance, so when they came to the store, they only encountered Kminglan here by accident. But when Kminglan introduced Luo Sheng, Xisi and Yundu suddenly discovered that they couldn't understand Luo Sheng's strength. No, to be precise, they can't perceive Luo Sheng's body at all. And there is half strength in Luo Sheng's body. Neither battle chi nor magic can be perceived. However, if Luo Sheng is an ordinary person, that is absolutely impossible. Don't say anything else. Even if Xisi and Yundu see it. None of these customers in the store lobby are ordinary persons, all are cultivators. Strength never enters realm, to Grandmaster rank, everywhere. How can the boss be an ordinary person for a shop that can entertain these customers? What about life? Because the ordinary person is too weak in front of the cultivator. If you don't believe that you offend a cultivator, you don't know how you really died. And as for the shop to be more inside, space folding magic. How is this possible? Looking inside the shop, Sissy and Yondu were even more shocked. No, it should be said to be shocking. Space folding magic, what a rare magic it is. Even those powerful space magicians are rarely proficient in space folding magic. Even more how? The space magician that still exists today can be counted on one's fingers. Chapter 941, Sissy and Yondu, God-level store manager system. Chapter 942. However, in this store in a remote alley, the blessing of space folding magic. The size of the folded space is simply appalling. What level of magic is that? I'm afraid that a heroic rank peak space magician will not be able to release it with all his best. The space magician of this level, even if it is in the Yun family, it must be regarded as a guest. At this time, Sissy and Yondu were even more convinced. This boss is absolutely impossible to be an ordinary person. Just kidding. Which ordinary person can get the favor of such a powerful spatial magician? If there is not enough strength, or without strong enough aptitude and potential, even the birth son of heroic rank powerhouse is impossible to be valued so much. Sissy and Yondu swallowed hard, then looked towards Liu Sheng. In this case, if they still think that Liu Sheng will be an ordinary person, then I am afraid that something is wrong with their brains. And imperceptible to Liu Sheng's body is battle chi or magic. Then there is only one situation left. That is the shop boss in front of him, so powerful that they can only look up. For example, heroic rank powerhouse. When the heroic rank powerhouse deliberately hides its breath, people who are not strong enough in the heroic rank are impossible to detect. As for Sissy and Yondu, it is naturally impossible to be the heroic rank powerhouse. After all, let the heroic rank powerhouse run around the fatigue to find people, but no force can have such a big hand. So, in an instant, the eyes of the two looking towards Liu Sheng changed. Although they don't know why, in such a remote place, there is such a deep and unmeasurable powerhouse to live in seclusion. But in the face of a powerhouse at this level, I don't care about impossible. So Sissy and Yondu's tone became respectful. The two of us came here to look for people. I don't know if the senior can make it easier. Sissy smiled and looked in awe. Senior? Liu Sheng couldn't help being stunned when he heard what Sissy called him. This is really a new name. This is the first time I have met someone who calls himself senior after having opened a store for such a long time. My name is Liu Sheng, which is the store manager of this store. You can call me Chi store manager or store manager. You don't need to call me senior. Liu Sheng. The title senior does not catch a cold, although some experts say that as a teacher. But when I heard this name in the store, I always felt like I was called old. Yes, Chi store manager. I don't know if Chi store manager can make it easier. Sissy changed his words immediately. Yondu also followed with a smile. Among Yun family, there is indeed a heroic rank powerhouse, and there is more than one. But this does not mean that Yondu dare to be disrespectful to a heroic rank powerhouse outside. In fact, no power will rashly offend a heroic rank powerhouse. That is just to find myself uncomfortable. This scene made Kminglan next to him dumbfounded. The expressions with a smile on their faces are really the two people who were arrogantly instructing them in the family. Yun family in the East Desolation. Its strength is so strong that it even surpasses Desolate Origin Empire by half. Yondu, as a Yun family, even if he only has the strength of Grandmaster Ankh-Beak, for ordinary forces, his status is extremely noble. This is why, Sissy goes home, Xen will call the people of the family back. Chapter 942, Don't Call Me Senior. God-level store manager system. Chapter 943. Wife depends on husband. Family, can't offend Yun family. This is why, Sissy goes home, Xen will call the people of the family back. Unless there is a heroic rank powerhouse in the family, he is eligible to sit on an equal footing with the Yun family. This is also the reason why heroic rank powerhouse will be called the foundation of great influence. The power with the heroic rank powerhouse and the power without the heroic rank powerhouse are completely two levels. So, Xisi married into Yun family at the beginning. That can be regarded as prominent. Even if Xisi broke contact with the family later, the remaining power of the Yun family is still there. Therefore, even if the family has no strength in the army, the deterrent power over the court remains undiminished. However, no matter how powerful Yun family is, as long as Yundu is not promoted to heroic rank in one day, he must be respectful when facing heroic rank powerhouse. Otherwise, Yun family will never mind using a cloud crossing to eliminate the anger of a heroic rank powerhouse. You can find someone, but don't make trouble in the store. Luo Sheng is just a store manager, not the guardian of these customers. Of course, we will not stop Xisi and Yundu's request to find someone in the store. So just a reminder, I didn't care about it anymore. Since you are not here to buy goods, what else is there to manage, as long as you don't disturb other customers? Many thanks to the store manager. The two thank you first, and then walk into the store. For the powerhouse, which is far superior to his own, I cannot be too respectful. It's okay. Luo Sheng waved his hand, then glanced at Kmingling. You don't seem to like your aunt and uncle very much. When Xisi and Yundu came to the door of the store, Kmingling's expression, Luo Sheng took in the entire scene. It can be clearly seen that Kmingling doesn't like these two people very much. There is no such feeling between relatives at all. Since marrying into the Yun family, aunt has changed. Kmingling looked at the back of the two entering the shop, sighed, and whispered. Sudden power and power can make people lose themselves. The same is true for Xisi. The position of Yun family in the eastern wilderness is so high that it far surpasses the K family. Even in front of Desolate Origin Empire, it is an equal level. After marrying into the Yun family, Xisi's position naturally follows. As the tide rises, the boat floats. For the K family, there will naturally be a feeling of being inconspicuous. And Yundu comes from Yun family, for these small forces that do not even have a heroic rank powerhouse. That simply is an attitude of looking down. So it is normal that Kmingling would not like these two people. But when it comes to fear or jealousy, that's not enough. No, to be precise, there are still many people in the K family who are afraid of Yundu and Xisi, including Xen. They all have the idea not to offend Yundu and Xisi. But Kmingling is definitely not included. As for the reason, just look at who the customers in the Luo Sheng shop are. Heroic rank powerhouse. Is it rare? Other people will not talk about it first. They will talk about Luo Sheng, the store manager. Those heroic rank powerhouses in front of Luo Sheng are not as vulnerable as clay chickens and pottery dogs. If anyone dares to argue, then let those heroic rank powerhouses go to a bone dragon and then talk. It's normal. Luo Sheng laughed, but didn't comment much. This is someone else's family affair. As an outsider, Luo Sheng is really not good. Chapter 943, Attitudes. God-level store manager system. Chapter 944. Because of evaluating other people's housework, no matter how you evaluate it, you will feel a sense of nosy. So Luo Sheng chose to be silent. Why did you guys find here? Just a quarter of an hour after Xisi and Yundu entered the store, the battle strength increased the training room area, and a report came out. Immature voice. This sound made Luo Sheng feel very familiar. Then, before Luo Sheng thought of who it was, Nalan Kinky stood up from the deck. Why is this little girl? Luo Sheng looked at this scene quite surprised. But without knowing what happened, Luo Sheng is not easy to take care of it. Why is there my soul fire guide in your hand? Nalan Kinky gloomy face. A pair of eyes stared at Yundu closely. Of course it was your father who gave it to me. After Yundu confirmed that he had found the right person, he immediately felt relieved. Impossible. My father is absolutely impossible to do this kind of thing. You are looking for me. What is the matter? Nalan Kinky without the slightest hesitation retorted, and then asked angrily. It is hard to imagine why a little Lilai would be so angry. Naturally take you back to complete the engagement ceremony. Back then, you fled at the engagement ceremony, but Yun family lost a lot of face. If it weren't for young master Yun, please, I am afraid that today is not our kindly come to invite you back. Yundu said in a cold voice. False. benevolence and false meaning. Plea. Nalankinki coldly snorted, snort disdainfully for Yondu's rhetoric. In any case, please consider Miss Nalan carefully. Now that we can find you, we will naturally have a way to take you back. A sunshine appeared on Yondu's face smile. It's just that the squinting look looks fake. Are you threatening me? Nalankinki's voice suddenly turned cold. Of course not. Out of the corner of Yondu's eyes, he glanced at the sofa in front of the store, and said, "Don't dare." Regardless, was it because of Liu Sheng's no trouble, or because of the rules between the families, Yondu capital was impossible to take action against Nalankinki. I just kindly advise, Miss Nalan, please think about it again. Yondu laughed and put the soul fire guidance in front of Nalankinki. Now that the person is found, the role of the soul fire guidance is gone. Soul fire is just a flame condensed by special means based on personal breath and a strand of blood essence. When a person dies, the soul and fire are extinguished. But extinguishing the soul fire will not cause any damage to the soul fire owner. So Yondu is not afraid that Nalankinki will take away the spirit and fire guidance, and then continue to escape. After all, Nalankinki's soul fire is more than that. You, Xioki, what happened? Attracted. As the youngest member of Orchid Leaf Group, she is also a younger sister that all elder sisters are very fond of. If Nalankinki is bullied, the rest of Orchid Leaf Group will never ignore it. Who are you? Lan Yi immediately asked after seeing Yondu. The tone is not friendly at all. Are you bullying Xioki? I'm going to beat you. Lan Zia frowned and stared at Yondu, fiercely speaking fiercely. Dare to bully Xioki? You are not afraid of not being able to get out of this cloud mist city. Lan King lowered his eyes slightly and said lightly. Chapter 944, The Person Yondu is Looking For. God-Level Store Manager System. Chapter 945. You dare to bully Xioki? Aren't you afraid that you can't get out of this cloud mist city? Lan King lowered his eyes. The tone of her words was as simple as saying, have you eaten today? Xioki, if he bullies you, we will definitely let him know what disaster is from his mouth. Fexu looked at Yondu with a calm expression. Speaking of, Le Zhengye has not returned to Imperial Sword Sect at this time, and is still staying in Cloud Mist City. This is where Fexu's confidence lies. Don't say Yondu is just a Grandmaster rank peak. Even if Yondu is a heroic rank powerhouse, as long as Fexu speaks, Le Zhengye can protect Nalankinki. Other forces are afraid of offending heroic rank powerhouse. Le Zhengye is not afraid. As long as you dare to come, Le Zhengye dare to beat you back. If you are not convinced and dare to come, then Le Zhengye also has the ability to keep those heroic ranks who are not good at learning forever. This is the deterrence of peak power. The true height that a great influence can reach is also determined by the peak power possessed by this power. Yes, Xioki, if he bullies you, tell us. Xioya puffed her cheeks and stared at Yondu hard. Although Yuju who stood by did not speak, the dagger had already appeared in his hand. Everyone has misunderstood. I don't dare to bully Miss Nalan. Yondu quickly raised his hands to prove his innocence. Faced with the 6 Grandmaster ranks at the same time, Yondu was not sure that he would be able to retreat. Even more how? Xesi, who is following by his side, is only capable of professional rank. This kind of conflict is the best if you can't afford it. Although the deterrent power of Yun family is great, it is between great influence. In many cases, the deterrent power of Yun family is not enough for this kind of idol cultivator, because as a hidden force, most of the idol cultivators simply have never heard of Yun family. Then what about deterrence? I'll go back with you. When several people confronted each other, Nalankinki's gnashing teeth rang. A wise decision. Yondu has an expected look on his face. Xioki, Lan Yi and the others looked anxiously at Nalankinki. Xioki, if he persecutes you, don't be afraid, just tell us. Yes, Xioki, we have been together for so long, are you still worried? What? Xioki, there is Zaya, Lan Yi elder sisters, and big brother, Lanzi, who is the closest to Nalankinki in age, walked directly over, took Nalankinki's hand, looked into her eyes, and spoke seriously. I know, I'm just going home, It's okay. Nalankinki shook the head, and then forced a smile. Is it okay? Lanzaya held Nalankinki's small hand tightly, and asked worriedly. It's really okay. Nalankinki also backhanded Lanzaya's hand, and nodded at her. It's just that there are some conflicts between me and my family. After I deal with it, I invite you to come to my house to play. After Nalankinki finished speaking, he looked towards Lan Yi and the others. Sister Lan Yi, Sister Fexu, Sister Kinga, Sister Yuju, Sister Xioya, don't worry, it's really just my family matter. It's okay. You don't have to worry too much. I will be back soon. Nalankinki's remarks made Lan Yi and the others unable to refute. Chapter 945, I will go back with you. God-level store manager system. Chapter 946. Since it's Nalankinki's family affair, if the parties don't want them to get involved, it's no use they want to say anything. Since you want to understand, let's go. Yondu said aloud with a false smile on his face. The purpose of his trip with Xisi is to bring Nalankinki back. Now that Nalankinki has agreed to go with them, it is meaningless to stay here. If you dare to bully Xioki, we will let you know what regret is. Lan Yi knows that Nalankinki has made up his mind, and it is hard to persuade him. It is a very unwise thing to rush into the housework of others. No matter what the situation is, you are the one who is in the wrong. You don't have to worry about this. We dare not bully Miss Nalan. The smirk on Yondu's face remained unchanged. He dismissed Lan Yi's words. As long as Nalankinki returns to Yun family's territory, if you dare to come over and make trouble, you can get out of Yun family. That is your ability. No matter how large the number of Grandmaster ranks, in front of the heroic rank powerhouse, they are just a group of stronger ants. Ants often kill elephants. That's just nothing serious. There are too many types of ants. Big brother, Xioki will be fine. Watching the three people walk out of the store, Lanzaya pulled Luo Sheng by the corner of his clothes, and said with some worry, nothing will happen. Luo Sheng gently rubbed Lanzaya's hair, comforting him aloud. The departure of Nalankinki has little impact on the Luo Sheng shop. They are just members of Orchid Leaf Group, who look forward to it every day. Let some customers who know them, a little curious, that's all. Store manager, what's the matter with them? Yu Fang, holding a bottle of yogurt, came to the opposite side of Luo Sheng and sat down. Then he pointed to Lan Yi and the others sitting at the small round table next to him, and asked curiously, why are you good at cleansing your body? Naturally, I am concerned about this kind of mercenary squad composed of Yuji and Lilai. Nalankinki is home. Luo Sheng answered concisely. Nalankinki, have you gone home? Yu Fang's face is a little strange, as if he saw something incredible. What? Luo Sheng looked at Yu Fang's face, a little puzzled. Nalankinki is going home. What's wrong? When Yu Fang heard Luo Sheng's question, his face became even more strange. After swallowing the yogurt in his mouth, Yu Fang immediately said, this is too wrong. Nalankinki will go home by himself. That's a problem. Luo Sheng, hearing this, gave Yu Fang a meaningful look, then opened the mouth and said, it is true that I did not go home by myself. It was found by someone named Yondu. What? This makes sense. Yu Fang was surprised at first, and then quickly calmed down. What the hell is going on? Listening to Yu Fang's tone, Luo Sheng knew that something was strange, so he immediately asked, yes, what's going on? Tell us. The past few days, Lan Yi and the others have always been highly sensitive to the topic of Nalankinki's status. Now when Yu Fang and Luo Sheng talk about Nalankinki, Lan Yi and the others who are sitting not far away immediately surround themselves. Then stared at Yu Fang together. Don't you know? Yu Fang is stared at by so many big eyes. If it were the past, he might still enjoy it. Chapter 946, Yu Fang's surprise. God-level store manager system. Chapter 947. But after knowing the strength of these beautiful girls, Yu Fang is directly behind a layer of cold sweat. If you know, I won't sit here. Lan Yi sighed. Nalankinki is not there. Orchid Leaf Group even has no motivation to hunt demonic beasts. Do you know the hidden aristocratic family? Yu Fang asked again. The term hidden aristocratic family is actually not an unfamiliar word for cultivator, but most of the cultivator, that is, just heard of it. If you want to understand, it is definitely not as good as those great influence understand. Even many cultivators have only heard of the existence of the hidden aristocratic family, and have no idea where these hidden forces are strong. Have heard of it? Lan Yi answered truthfully. It's good to have heard of it. Actually, there are only a few hidden aristocratic families in the eastern wilderness. Yu Fang nodded, and then just talked about it. Yu family, Lan family, Yan family, and Nalan family. Wait, Yu family and Lan family? Luo Sheng suddenly think of Yu Fang's elder sister Lan Zili. Yes, store manager, you are right. My father and I are from Yu family. My sister and my mother are from Lan family. The wedding of our parents is Yu family and Lan. The marriage product of family. Yu Fang shrugged. For this matter, it was just casually taken. For great influence, marriage is a very common thing. Marriage is good for both forces. It's just that it's not very fair to the two who are married. Yu Fang's parents are actually quite lucky. At least both parties have a good opinion of each other. Unlike most other marriage partners, marriages are only forced by the marriage, but the result is the same bed but different dreams. But unfortunately, my father is not a direct line of Yu family, and my mother is not a direct line of Lan family. So although I know this, I can't help swim very well and honestly the ugly words in front. In fact, among the four hidden aristocratic families, the strength of Yu family and Lan family is inherently weaker than Yan family and Nalan family, not to mention non-primary ties. It doesn't matter. We just need to know what happened. Lan Yi said immediately. There are also rules among clan forces. There is no such thing as random action. Well, since you want to know, it doesn't matter if I tell you, because this matter is between the hidden aristocratic family, and it's not a secret. Yu Fang I ordered nodded. In fact, speaking of which is also cliché in this matter. This happened a few years ago. At that time, Nalan Kinki was less than 10 years old. At that time, among the four hidden aristocratic families, they ranked in terms of strength. Yan family is the well-deserved number one. Although Nalan family follows closely from behind, it is still far from Yan family. The remaining Yu family and Lan family are even worse than Nalan family, and they are even more incomparable with Yan family. But Yu family and Lan family, the strength of the two is almost on par. At one time, when the four great hidden aristocratic families gathered, a young master of Yan family's direct line fell in love with Nalan Kinki, who was already a beauty in the bud at that time. Nalan Kinki is in the Nalan family and is not actually a direct lineage. It's just a sideline that is relatively closely related to the direct lineage. And the strengths of Nalan family and Yan family are far from each other. So, after Nalan Kinki is taken by a young master of Yan family's direct line, Nalan family will naturally have no problems. Chapter 947, The Past of Nalan Kinki. God-level store manager system. Chapter 948. But because of Nalan Kinki at the time, his age was still a little too young. So Yan family and Nalan family decided to let them get engaged first, and then they could get married when Nalan Kinki was at the right age. Marriage. This is a very common thing. If Nalan family can marry Yan family, the Lan family and Yu family, which were married earlier, are simply nothing difficult for the threat of Nalan family. Yes, this matter actually has to talk about Lan family and Yu family. Among the four hidden aristocratic families, Lan family and Yu family were the first to marry. Both the direct line and the collateral line have the target of marriage. So Lan family and Yu family are actually tied to a boat. Yan family and Nalan family have never been married. Yan family is so powerful, you don't need to care. But the Nalan family has already been in decline, so I have to consider the future of the family. So, Nalan Kinki became the first pawn of the marriage. For a little girl who is less than 10 years old and should have spent her childhood carefree, marriage is really a heavy term. Not to mention, this so-called engagement is just a prelude to concubine, that's all. That's right, it's just taking concubines as a collateral of the Nalan family, in the eyes of the Yun family, of what skills and abilities become the true wife of the Yun family, so I can only be a concubine. Nalan family knows all of this. However, a collateral clansman really cannot attract the attention of Nalan family patriarch. If you can use this relationship to get assistance from Yun family, then even if you send Nalan Kinky to be a concubine, it doesn't matter. It's just a chess piece. Is it not normal to be raised by a family, so when necessary, to dedicate yourself? After Nalan Kinky's parents learned about this matter, they were also strongly rejected. Even collateral Nalan Kinky's parents were unwilling to marry their daughter to be a concubine in another family. Even more how? The direct line of Yun family's young master, but the name is not. I fell in love with Nalan Kinky, but it was just for fun. So the night before Nalan Kinky's engagement, Nalan Kinky's parents helped Nalan Kinky escape from the Nalan family. This has nothing to do with abandoning the family, a hidden aristocratic family, even pinning their destiny on a marriage, but they don't want to make progress. This in itself is an extremely stupid thing. Even more how? Concubines have no status. Send your own clansman to another family as a concubine, that is to defile your own face. The marriage between Yu family and Lan family, it is all married in the Ming dynasty. However, Nalan family has fallen so far. Even if the marriage is successful, when the time comes, it is just a better excuse for Yun family to annex Nalan family. This is the whole story. After Yu Yufang finished speaking, he took another sip of yogurt to soothe his throat. Then he added, at that time, this incident was spread in the 4 hidden aristocratic families, but Nalan Kinky's parents desperately blocked it, and Nalan Kinky successfully escaped from the Nalan family territory. In this matter, Yu family and Lan family are not involved. It can even be said that there is a feeling of happiness. When Nalan Kinky fled, it blocked the opportunity for Yun family and Nalan family to marry. In this way, Yu family and Lan family, who are relatively weak, can be more assured of keeping a low profile. Chapter 948, Escape. God-level store manager system. Chapter 949. It was Yun family who took Xiaoqi away before. Lan Yi suddenly thought of this. Well, if someone from Yun family takes Xiaoqi away, will she go back for that damn engagement? But why did she go back? Exclamation mark. Fexu tightly locked her delicate eyebrows. She has always been calm. Her tone can't help but become anxious. Yes, Xiaoqi only needs to stay here. Why should I go back with Yun family? Xiaoya also became a little flustered. As long as you stay in Cloud Mist City, no one can force Nalan Kinky away. If it was the previous Cloud Mist City, I really dare not say this. But now, just look at the number of heroic rank powerhouses staying in Cloud Mist City every day. It is enough to make anyone dare not run wild in Cloud Mist City. If I guessed correctly, Xiaoqi should be protecting you. Luo Sheng leaned against the chair and suddenly said aloud. This sentence really awakens the dreamer. Since Nalan Kinky's parents sent Nalan Kinky out of the Nalan family, I am afraid that the consequences that should be borne have long been thought of, and Nalan Kinky was found by Yun family in Cloud Mist City. If Lan Yi and the others do not appear, Nalan Kinky can indeed put up a desperate struggle. It even said that as long as Nalan Kinky is willing, no one can forcibly take her away in Cloud Mist City. But, of course, after Lan Yi and the others appeared, this idea was shattered. Yun family will not hurt Nalan Kinky, but it will not show mercy to the people around Nalan Kinky. Nalan Kinky, who knows how powerful Yun family is, in order to protect Lan Yi and the others, he can only choose to compromise. Xiaoqi is to protect us, Lan Yi said nasally. Of course, it is not ruled out that Nalan family people threatened her with Xiaoqi's parents. Luo Sheng tapped his finger on the small round tabletop and spoke slowly. The soul fire guides this thing. If there is no soul fire of Nalan Kinky, there is no way to find Nalan Kinky. And where is Nalan Kinky's soul fire? Of course it is in the hands of Nalan Kinky's parents. Yundu's words at the time were threatening Nalan Kinky. If you don't go back to Yun family with him, then Nalan Kinky's parents will not be too safe. Damn it. That crap. Lan Kinga and Yuju scolded together. with cloth on their faces full of anger. Fexu's face is covered with frost. Then what should we do now? Xioya is already in a state of no master. Go to Nalan family, go to Yun family, we are going to get Xioki back. Lan Yi's gaze slowly swept across the faces of other people in Orchid Leaf Group, then firmly said, yes, we are going to get Xioki back. A firm voice sounded in the store. There is no hesitation. Nalan Kinky is like a cute younger sister to everyone in Orchid Leaf Group. A younger sister who should be loved. It should not be the piece that Nalan family threw out to please Yun family. You don't want to just fight against Yun family and Nalan family. And, do you know where the hidden aristocratic family is? Yu Yufang, who is sitting opposite Liu Sheng, can't help but pour cold water on Lan Yi and the others' anger. But when you say this, Yu Yufang regrets it. However, the idea of buggering has not been implemented yet, and a few lines of sight fell on Yu Yufang. Chapter 949, Nalan Kinky's Thoughts. God-level store manager system. Chapter 950. Lan Yi and the others' gaze gave Yu Yufang a feeling of being on his back. Yes, we don't know where the hidden aristocratic family is, you should know. Lan Yi stared at Yu Yufang's face and spoke slowly and calmly. There is suffocation in these words. Let Yu Yufang dare not deny Lan Yi's words anyway. I do know, but if it doesn't work, I will ask my teacher father to invite you. How about it? Fexu interrupted Yu Yufang, a pair of beautiful eyes staring closely at Yu Yufang's eyes. No, I'll take you there. Yu Yufang was watched closely by the people from Orchid Leaf Group, and finally he was helplessly defeated. Especially Fexu's threat is too serious. As long as it's not the first time customers come to the store, they all know that Fexu's master is the strongest elder of Imperial Sword Sect, Lazenya. And Lazenya is also extremely short-sighted. Really sued by Fexu, Yu Yufang must not be able to eat. But wait a minute. Although Yu Yufang took over the job of the guide, he still has to say, I still said that. Do you want to use this lineup to meet force with Yun family and Nalan family? This is a very realistic question. I don't have enough strength. It won't help if I go, maybe I have to plant myself in it. What? Hidden aristocratic family? Lazenya, who just withdrew from the copy, heard Fexu's words. Suddenly he looked at Fexu with a stupefied face. Are you going to provoke their hidden aristocratic family? Lazenya didn't even care about the copy, just looked up and down Fexu. Master, it's not me, it's Xioki. Xioki was taken away by someone from the hidden aristocratic family. Fexu explained quickly, and told the story of Nalan Kinky completely. Marriage. Listening to the story Fexu told, Lazenya narrowed his eyes slightly. Hidden aristocratic family, as the Imperial Sword Sect elder, Lazenya is naturally impossible to hear. It's just the discord inside, not for outsiders. So what happened to Nalan Kinky only circulated within the 4 hidden aristocratic families, and did not spread to the outside world. However, people in great influence will hear about marriages. It's a lie to want to be in love with each other, and to be happy with each other. The more purpose of marriage is only for the exchange of benefits and the consolidation of the forces of both parties, that's all. However, this kind of thing is pressed on a little girl. That would be too much. Master, we need your help now. Fexu said solemnly. Go to Yun family and Nalan family dignitaries. If you don't have enough strength, you are dying. To become a hidden aristocratic family standing in the East, the heroic rank powerhouse is indispensable. The current strength of Orchid Leaf Group is not enough to compete with heroic rank powerhouse. So we must find a strong enough helper. However, facing Fexu's request, Lazenya was sighed. Sorry, Fexu, I cannot participate as a teacher in the affairs of the aristocratic family. This is related to the stability of the entire Eastern Wilderness. Lazenya's words were not evasive. Between the sect force and the hidden aristocratic family, there are 2 unrelated great influences. Nowadays, the sect forces have been scorched by the Shadow Palace incident. The strength of the great injury has not recovered yet. If you confront the hidden aristocratic family again at this time, it will be even worse. Chapter 950. Discord. God Level Store Manager System Chapter 951. Especially Imperial Sword Sect lost an elder. If Lasagna provokes the hidden aristocratic family again, it will inevitably give the remnants of the Shadow Palace a chance. When the time comes, triggering a war between the sect forces and the hidden aristocratic family, then the stability of the entire Eastern Wilderness will be broken. At that time, in the Eastern Desolation, there must be smoke and loss of life. Lasagna can't do this kind of thing. However, if you can bring Nalan Kinky out, then as a teacher, you can guarantee that people from the hidden aristocratic family will not dare to come to you again. A little paused. Happy Zengyo added another sentence. Because of Fexu and the others, it belongs to the ranks of mercenaries at this moment, that is, idle cultivator. Not in each great influence. Even if they slapped the hidden aristocratic family in the face, it would not provoke a war. Therefore, Lasagna will add such a sentence. To bring Nalan Kinky out, you don't even need to take out the territory of the hidden aristocratic family, just leave the gate of the hidden aristocratic family. Then Lasagna can come forward and save the people. At this time, if those from the hidden aristocratic family clan entangled again, it is they who don't give face. To offend a heroic rank peak powerhouse for a collateral clansman. That was done by a fool. Presumably those who hide from the aristocratic family also know what to do. I see, Master. This is enough. Fexu has been an Imperial Sword sect for so long anyway, and it is considered a sect disciple. The doorway inside is naturally clear. So I am very grateful for Lasagna to make such a guarantee. If you want to mess with other forces indiscriminately, if you don't want to make the Eastern Wilderness mess up, then you want to be an enemy of all the forces. Neither of these is something ordinary people do. System. What did you just say? Let me get the information of the hidden aristocratic family to be from Orchid Leaf Group. After Inu Fang left, Liu Sheng was startled by the sudden sound of system. That's why I have this question. System, host, this is a temporary task. You can choose not to accept it. Wait, why are you so diligent about this temporary task? Liu Sheng stretched out his tail fingers and digs out his ears, then blew gently on the side of his mouth. Liu Sheng understood the urinary properties of the system very early. Liu Sheng has probably figured out the conditions for the release of this temporary task recently. It seems to be when something new is encountered. To be precise, it should be when the system discovered some good things in this world after hearsay. It echoes the personality of system fans. I want to get a copy of any good thing I see. What is the blood of the giant dragon, the bone of the giant dragon, the soul of the giant dragon, the various parts of the heroic rank demonic beast? In short, as long as it is rare in this world, it is best to get a copy. So, now I am looking at the hidden aristocratic family. System, the host. The so-called temporary task is the task that was decided to be released temporarily. Of course, it was released according to the mood of the system. I probably felt Liu Sheng guessing in his mind. System said these words frankly and shamelessly. Sure enough, although Liu Sheng guessed the idea of system correctly, but I don't know why, there is no half of joy in his heart. On the contrary, I want to take the system a bit. By the way, let's take a look at how this shameless face is tempered. System, okay, host, quickly decide whether to accept this temporary task. 900 Chapter 51, Lasagna's Guarantee. God Level Store Manager System Chapter 952. Liu Sheng held his hands and smashed his mouth. Then he said in his mind, System, what do you think I can fight against those hidden aristocratic families with thin arms and legs? The 4 hidden aristocratic families. This is not a joke. This is not like the last time I went to kill the Scarlet Moon Wolf King. A Sky Thunder order is enough. Liu Sheng can't believe that there is only one heroic rank powerhouse among the 4 hidden aristocratic families. Such words can't deceive a child. Even if you family and Lan family will not participate, but Nalan family alone is enough for Liu Sheng to drink a pot. Even more how there is a more powerful Yun family. System, the host can rest assured, this system has already considered this situation. So for this time task, 2 task rewards have been designed. Oh, let me talk about it first. Come and listen. Luo Sheng suddenly became interested. Although the store manager level has been upgraded, the system has become more and more chicken thieves. But in terms of humanization, it is much better than before. System, very simple. The first type, the host uses the power of the system. The task reward will be reduced by 80%. System, second, host relying on my own strength. I completed the task independently and received all the task rewards. Luo Sheng hearing this, his face was speechless. Is there a difference between what you said and what you didn't say? System, of course, all rewards are a brand new purchase channel, and the reduced version rewards it is a lottery of skill crystals. System, by the way, if it is a lottery of skill crystals, the host is especially allowed to draw 3. This reward is really somewhere between stingy and generous. The new purchase channel is indeed a very generous reward. Although the previous rank inheritance real purchase channel was pitted by the system, when compensation was given, it was very generous. Therefore, the new purchase channel is even a pit. Luo Sheng is also willing to jump in. However, how to complete this task without the power of system is indeed a big problem. Therefore, Luo Sheng this time directly focused on the reduced version of the reward. 3 skill crystals. To be honest, the skill crystal is much rarer than the trial crystal. After all, the skills embedded in the seal of trial are superior to martial skills and magic, and are blessed by power of heaven and earth. It's normal to be rarer. So, the 3 skill crystals are actually not a loss. The key is to look at the level of these 3 skill crystals. If it is a heroic rank skill crystallization, it is not an exaggeration to sell it at a sky-high price. You know, there is a good saying, heroic rank powerhouses are rare, and heroic rank powerhouses with heroic rank skills are even rarer. Even though Flame Sovereign Lingao has been sitting in the desolate Origin Empire for so long, in fact, no heroic rank skill crystal has been found. That is, Gapingchuan has the longest time to become a heroic rank. When I went north and south, I was lucky to get a heroic rank skill crystal. But after all, I don't know if the skill is appropriate, whether it is embedded in the seal of trial. System, before accepting the task, I still have a question to ask. System, host, please tell me. This skill crystal, what level is it? Luo Sheng must ask this matter clearly. If it were 3 brave rank skill crystals, it would be too bad. Skill crystals are indeed extremely rare, but the ones that are almost impossible to find are at least heroic rank skill crystals. Chapter 952, Full Rewards and Reduced Rewards. God-level Store Manager System. Chapter 953. As for those low-level skill crystals, even if they are rare, it is by no means to be found. So even if the auction, the price is compared with the heroic rank skill crystal, it is the difference between heaven and earth. System, host, please rest assured, this system is the most powerful system, this time the extraction of skill crystals. This system guarantees that it will be at least Grandmaster rank. Good, the deal, I took the task. Luo Sheng resolutely said. In fact, this question is also testing the preciousness of that purchase channel. The better the rewards of the reduced version, the more precious this purchase channel must be. If the system's answer is that these 3 skill crystals will be at least heroic rank, then Luo Sheng guarantees that even if you are willing to go out, you will have to get the purchase channel. But the Grandmaster rank, forget it. Fate is important. Fate is important. Hidden aristocratic family clan territory. Here, in the eyes of outsiders, it is just an endless desert. Looking into the distance, you can occasionally see a few green vegetation dotted on this desert. Let this barren land have some vitality. And above this desert, the 3 silhouettes are walking slowly. It was Yundu and Xisi who brought Nalan Kenki. Here, for Nalan Kenki, it is a place that he does not want to be recalled. As a sideline of the Nalan family, Nalan Kinki did not have a good time as a child. In the family, the contempt of the collateral line by the direct line is unconcealed. Yundu seemed to have noticed Nalan Kinki's expression, and suddenly said, Miss Nalan, looking at your expression, it seems that I think of something unpleasant. Walking with you, I'm already very unhappy. Nalan Kinky glanced at Yondu, and then replied blankly, I'm so sorry to make you feel such an unpleasant feeling, Miss Nalan. But unfortunately, even so, it is still me who will send you back to Yun family. Yondu said with a smile. It's just that cold and severe rays of light flashed in those slightly squinted eyes. Hidden knife in the smile. Sissy, who is following, has been silent. When talking to the people of the 4 hidden aristocratic families, Sissy, as a married person, would not be able to interject. Even if it is a collateral line, it will not work. Humph. Nalan Kinky was coldly snorted and stopped talking. Now that it's useless to say anything. Going back to this prison again, Nalan Kinky, who has escaped once, is impossible to have a chance to escape a second time. I just hope that Sister Lan Yi will not be implicated. Nalan Kinky thought silently in his heart, and walked forward without saying a word. Strength. I really need strength. If you can give me a little more time and let me inherit the power of the Ice Queen more, I will be able to control my destiny. Nalan Kinky sighed in his heart. When I got the Queen of Ice inheritance in the Luo Sheng shop, Nalan Kinky really feels that maybe one day, he can return to the Nalan family with unparalleled strength and bring his parents out of the Nalan family. Then get back what belongs to you. Instead of this, he was caught back like a prisoner. Here, Miss Nalan, you probably haven't forgotten where the aristocratic family is. Yondu suddenly stopped. Nalan Kinky's footsteps followed for a while, and then looked at Yondu coldly, without making a sound. Chapter 953. I Need Strength. God-Level Store Manager System. Chapter 954. It's useless to blame me. If you want to blame, just blame you. You gave birth to the wrong place. Yondu sneered at the end. Then he took out the identity token and sent it forward. There was a sudden twist in the space in front of him, and then a transparent air door appeared in front of Yondu. This is the import of the hidden aristocratic family. As a family power that has stood in the East for hundreds of years, its heritage is naturally deep and unmeasurable. It's normal to have a friendship with the space magician. And the place where this hidden aristocratic family is located is the proud work of a space magician who has recently been promoted to the powerhouse level hundreds of years ago. Combining space magic with magic array. A small independent space. In the following hundreds of years, although the spatial magician of that year has been lost, but after perfection by the hidden aristocratic family again and again, this small space has become extremely stable. Although impossible and the outside main world mention on equal terms, it is more than enough to withstand the attack of heroic rank powerhouse. Even if it is a powerhouse level power, I want to destroy this small space. In a short time, it is also impossible to do. Even more. How? Nowadays, there is no powerhouse level power in the Eastern Wilderness. The heroic rank powerhouse is already the peak of strength. The entrance of the hidden aristocratic family territory was opened, and Yondu immediately took Nalan Kinky and Xisi into it. The identity token to open this small space. In fact, Nalan Kinky also had it before. After escaping, it was destroyed by Nalan Kinky. When you enter the family territory, don't want to escape anymore. Here is your remaining life, the final destination. Yondu looked at this small space. The familiar scenery inside is considered sighed in relief. Bring Nalan Kinky back to the territory of the hidden aristocratic family. Yondu's mission, even if it is completed. In this case, Nalan Kinky can still escape. That is not Yondu's dereliction of duty. It's the incompetence of these hidden aristocratic families. The location of the hidden aristocratic family is in a desert further west of Glorious Star Empire. Because of the long distance, so after I came here, it has been a long time since I went back. After Yu Yufang was captured by the Orchid Leaf group as a guide, he naturally hid some of the aristocratic family. The thing is said. Because of these things, it is actually not the secret of the hidden aristocratic family. It's just that no one understands it. On the one hand, because it is useless to know, who would be okay to find trouble with the hidden aristocratic family. Isn't that enough to support you? On the other hand, Even if someone wants to find trouble with the aristocratic family, regardless of whether that person has this ability or not, even if it finds a place without an identity token, you can't enter the territory of the hidden aristocratic family. Also, the place where the hidden aristocratic family is located is actually another small space independent of this space. The legend is hundreds of years ago, a powerful handwriting of the powerhouse class. Regarding the hiding of the territory of the aristocratic family, Yu Fang did not hide it, and said everything he knew. Actually, anyone from the aristocratic family knows this matter. What secrets can't be considered? It is even regarded as a show-off capital by the people of the hidden aristocratic family. Because today, within the Eastern Desolation, there is simply no powerhouse-level power to be found. Chapter 954, Small Space. God-Level Store Manager System. Chapter 955. Today, this simply can't find the powerhouse class powerhouse. A small space built by the powerhouse class power is a shock in itself. It's like saying to other forces, you see, we hide from the aristocratic family clan, but we have made friends with the powerhouse level power. Who would dare to provoke? However, this kind of deterrence is nothing but a joke for some of the great influences who really have the foundation. After all, these great influences with deep foundations, whose ancestors have never made friends with powerhouse-level powers. For example, Imperial Sword Sect. The Imperial Sword Sect who can sit on the top of the upper sect forces, let alone the ancestors have made friends with powerhouse-level powers. Looking up 10 generations, the sect master of Imperial Sword Sect is itself a powerhouse-level powerhouse. But now, the hero doesn't mention the bravery back then. If you really want to say that you have the ability, then go find a powerhouse-level powerhouse now. That is the real ability. It's just a pity that no one has this ability yet. I've told you the general situation. It's just that I'm just a collateral child of you family. More information. I don't have any more information here. Yu Fang spread his hands. The true strength of the 4 hidden aristocratic families, that is all secret news. As a collateral heir, Yu Fang is impossible to know. It's enough to know so much news. Many thanks. Lan Yi nodded, said thank you. In fact, Yu Fang's real job is to lead the way. Now that I can say so much, it is considered an extra message. You are welcome. To be honest, I can't understand Yun family's style. Yu Fang shrugged. Actually, the collateral descendants do not have much good feelings about the direct descendants, not to mention the direct descendants of other families. The relationship between the 4 hidden aristocratic families, except for the Lan family and Yu family, which started marriage very early, is incompatible with each other. It's just in the same territory space. If the trouble is too stiff, their faces will not look good. Walk all the way west from Cloud Mist City, across Desolate Origin Empire. Then borrow from Rivercliff City and Rivercliff Pass. After crossing the glorious Star Empire, not far to the west, there is an endless desert. On the edge of this desert, there are actually some small forces. It just borders glorious Star Empire and Big Desert. These small forces are just trying to survive in the cracks. There are not many plants and food in the desert, and there are not many demonic beasts living here. The most popular are desert sand dogs in groups, and some demonic beasts of small size. Several low-powered cultivators are lying in the desert, in the hot yellow sand, waiting for their prey to come home for a whole day of food. This is their way of life. The desert sand dogs that appear in groups are a weak demonic beast that relies on numbers to hunt. It is also one of the most common foods for people living on the edge of desert. The desert sand dog is here. Everyone should be quieter. Today I can hunt a few more heads. I don't want to lie in this hot sand every day all day. Silence. Ready to do it. All the cultivators lying in the yellow sand closed their mouths and pressed their hands on their weapons. A large group of desert sand dogs with hundreds of heads, carrying smoke and dust from a distance, ran over. In fact, with the courage and strength of the desert sand dog, it would be better to be called a gerbil. Chapter 955, Additional Gift Messages. God-Level Store Manager System. Chapter 956. Although, with the courage and strength of the desert sand dog, it would be more appropriate to call it desert gerbil. However, because this demonic beast is more like a dog, that's why it is called desert sand dog, that's all. The cultivators took a deep breath and were about to make a move. Tweet. But at this time, suddenly there was a sharp cry from the sky. The desert sand dog, who was supposed to rush over, was immediately scared to the point of shivering. This is a griffin. How can griffins appear in a place like this? Which side is great influence? When you come to this desert, you will have to use this powerful demonic beast. Several cultivators were shocked by this sharp tweet. When I looked up, my heart was even more shocked. Griffin, that is an extremely rare demonic beast. As a necessary demonic beast for flying squad, it was captured by human race and disappeared in the wild. It is even called the demonic beast that has long been extinct. But no one knows where the great influence left the bloodline of the griffin and cultivated it in secret. So the appearance of griffin does not make these cultivators feel strange. It will only make them feel shocked. There is also fear. How powerful is the power that can cultivate griffin? Simply is the existence of these cultivators unimaginable. That is definitely one of the highest forces within the Eastern Desolation. But why does this level of force come to this desert? They don't know. But they know that this news must be sent back. In order to avoid the small forces living in this desert, because they offend people they can't afford to offend, and disappear unclearly. Will there be a cultivator in this kind of desert? In the sky, Lanyi sat on the golden-winged griffin and glanced down. It would be a waste of time to walk to the location of the hidden aristocratic family. And Storm Wyvern is too dynamic. I am afraid it will cause a lot of trouble when crossing the glorious Star Empire. So the golden-winged griffin became the best choice. Griffin is the most essential demonic beast for flying squad. And the golden-winged griffin is the royal clan bloodline among the griffins. Naturally, there is no doubt about its endurance and flight speed. Of course there will be, as long as it is not a place where life is impossible, there will be life. But it may not necessarily be a human race. It may be a demonic beast, and maybe it's another race. Yu Fang followed and looked down. In the desert of Boundless, there are occasional green vigors dotted with it. The weak demonic beast that was scared to the point of shivering by the breath of the golden-winged griffin, and the cultivator who ran back panicked after seeing the golden-winged griffin. Everything, above the desert, looks extremely lonely. Not far ahead is the territory of the hidden aristocratic family. At the speed of the golden-winged griffin, it does not take much time to enter the depths of desert. Yu Fang put his hand on the back of the golden-winged griffin and drove the golden-winged griffin down. The pet card produced by system is just that good. As long as the summoner is bound to the summoner condenses the mind and can communicate with the pets from the summon. People from Orchid Leaf Group also followed desert. Is it here? Lanyi took the golden-winged griffin back into his pet card and looked at Yu Fang. Yes, it's here. Although I haven't been back for a long time, I will remember impossible. Chapter 956. The Shock Brought by Griffins. God-Level Store Manager System. Chapter 957. Yes, it's here. Although I haven't been back for a long time, but this kind of thing, impossible will remember it wrong. Yu Fang took out 2 identity tokens from his arms. Then continue, without an identity token, there is no way to enter the territory space. For the convenience of doing things, I deliberately brought my sister's identity token. Yu Fang shook the 2 identity tokens in his hand. The territorial space of the hidden aristocratic family, although an identity token is required to enter. But in reality, an identity token is just a key instead of binding item. So as long as you have an identity token and know the usage, you can enter the territory of the hidden aristocratic family. This is also the confidence of the hidden aristocratic family. Even if you are given the key and let you in, what about it? The people who can shake the 4 hidden aristocratic families may not exist in today's Eastern famine. Le Zheng Sr., this identity token will be handed over to you. Yu Fang handed over a piece of identity token to the hand of Le Zheng, who came together in, before cast aside all considerations for face. Lasagna would not enter the territory of the hidden aristocratic family. You should know that a heroic rank powerhouse who is not affiliated with the hidden aristocratic family clan rushed into the territory of the hidden aristocratic family clan. The waves that have been set off are huge. Don't worry, I won't look at my disciple and be left in this place. Lasagna is nodded. She came with her just to meet Fexu and the others and leave. The other people, just go in with me. Yu Fang took a deep breath, then raised the identity token and pushed forward. There was a slight fluctuation in the air immediately. Immediately afterwards, an air door appeared in front of everyone. Thanks for your hard work. Lan Yi thanked him sincerely. No matter what this matter will develop into, you will be our friend, eternal friend. Fexu said seriously. Yes, if you have something in the future, you can come to us. Lan Kinger also ordered nodded. Let's wait until you all come out. You shook the head, and then walked into the air door first. This is not Yu Fang's pessimism. It's just stating a fact. If there is a heroic rank powerhouse in Lan Yi and the others, the actions at this time would be 90% less dangerous. But not. In the face of Yun family and Nalan family, just a few Grandmaster ranks are not enough. With the people from Orchid Leaf Group entering in file. After the last person entered, the air door disappeared. I hope you can all return safely. Lasagna tightly held the identity token in her hand and let out a sigh of relief. Oh, the hidden aristocratic family actually hide in such a place where birds don't shit? No one found it. Liu Sheng poked his head out suddenly. Looking at Lasagna sitting on the ground, Liu Sheng confirmed that the import of the hidden aristocratic family is really here. In order to complete the temporary tasks released by the system, get information about the hidden aristocratic family. Liu Sheng drove out of Cloud Mist City overnight, chasing after Lan Yi and the others, and came to this desert. This is all thanks to Liu Sheng not knowing where the hidden aristocratic family is. If you know the location, Liu Sheng can open the space gate directly with an empty boot, where it would be so troublesome. So in the days when Liu Sheng left, the job of taking care of the shop was temporarily handed over to Xia. Chapter 957, Liu Sheng suddenly appeared. God-level store manager system. Chapter 958. Anyway, there are no new products in the store recently. Xia can handle it. Even more Hao and Gapingchuan and the others. Honestly, even if Liu Sheng is not there, if anyone dares to bully Xia, the first person who does not agree is probably the customer in the store. Such a cute store assistant. Do you dare to bully? Do you want to die? In addition to replenishment, Liu Sheng acts as a mascot most of the time in the store. A mascot that is so powerful that everyone needs to look up to it. So Liu Sheng can rest assured. After all, it is time for Xia to learn how to be alone. When the time is right, Liu Sheng will also open a store assistant version of the warehouse to Xia for replenishment. Since the place is determined, let's go in first. Liu Sheng rubbed his hands, and then activated the ability to break empty boots. As long as you know the specific coordinates, even if it is a relic of an alien space that has been salvaged from the long river of time, you can enter it with broken boots. Even more how this kind of small space built by the powerhouse class. After Liu Sheng enters the territory of the hidden aristocratic family, collecting information about the hidden aristocratic family is a matter of with no difficulty. Anyway, on the surface is definitely out of hand, then just collect them secretly. The system also does not care about the process of task completion, only the results. The territorial space of the hidden aristocratic family. Although this is a small space, but when you come in, you will find that there is also a vast expanse of huge space. Where you can see is a huge mountain range. Like a giant dragon lying on the ground, it divides the entire territory space into 4 parts. And these 4 areas are the locations of the 4 hidden aristocratic families. Looking forward from the mountain range, countless buildings row upon row. It is like 4 city-states built on the hillside. This is the space built by the 4 hidden aristocratic families hundreds of years ago, consuming countless resources. After hundreds of years of recuperation and intermarriage with outsiders, the 4 hidden aristocratic family tribes have long developed into a huge tribe. Among the territories of the hidden aristocratic family clan, The main line of the hidden aristocratic family clan is the main line, and the collateral line is supplemented. There are also a lot of clansmen whose bloodline is so thin that it is almost negligible, and those who once entered this territory space as servants and helpers, finally stayed here, then thrive. Therefore, in the city-states established by the hidden aristocratic family clan, there are far more than the clansmen of the hidden aristocratic family clan. There are many residents living in this small space. There are hundreds of thousands. Here, there are 4 brand new city-states, a country of its own. With the introduction of Yu Yufang, Lan Yi and the others are also stared wide-eyed. My heart is full of shock. Such a large handwriting is simply unimaginable. The perfection of dozens of generations consumes countless resources and fills in a lot of lives to create this strange space. Yu Yufang looked at the sky. There is the light condensed by the majestic magic power. No matter how majestic this small space is, it's just a broken space, that's all. There is no rule without the protection and blessing of power of heaven and earth. Even if it can absorb energy from the main world, it is just a moth in the main world. Yun family and Nalan family, just in front. The other 2 are Yu family and Lan family. Chapter 958, Huge Handwriting. God-level Store Manager System. Chapter 959. Here, there are 4 real city-states, a country of its own. With the introduction of Yu Yufang, Lan Yi and the others, also stared wide-eyed, stared at everything in front of them. My heart is full of shock. Such a large handwriting is simply unimaginable. The perfection of dozens of generations. It took countless resources and filled a lot of lives to create this strange space. Yu Yufang looked towards the sky. There is the light condensed by the majestic magic power. No matter how majestic this small space is, it's just a broken space, that's all. There is no rule without the protection and blessing of power of heaven and earth. Even if it can absorb energy from the main world, it is just a moth in the main world. Yun family and Nalan family, right in front. The other 2 are Yu family and Lan family. Yu Yufang stood above the mountain range and went down point to the side and said, according to the inference, after Nalan Kinki returns, he will start preparing for the engagement ceremony. Having said that, Yu Yufang paused, and then looked at Lan Yi with a solemn tone. Slowly said, the engagement ceremony for concubine is not so grand, so it won't take long. If the engagement ceremony is over and Yun family is on guard, you will never have a chance again. As long as there are 2 marriages between the 4 hidden aristocratic families, regardless of whether they are married or engaged, they will invite people from other families to witness. In the case of intermarriage of the same family or outsiders, only people in the family will be invited to participate. Therefore, Nalan Kinki and Yun family's direct line young master's engagement ceremony will definitely invite Yu family and Lan family. And just like this, the defense of the engagement ceremony will be the weakest time, because here is the territory of the hidden aristocratic family. The 4 hidden aristocratic families are indeed guarding against each other. But that is normal. When the 4 aristocratic families were married in pairs, it is a customary rule to invite people from other families to attend the ceremony and witness the marriage. And when the ceremony was held, it was the truce period. This is also an unwritten rule. So, when Nalan Kinki and Yun family's direct line young master got engaged, it was the time when the 4 hidden aristocratic families were the most relaxed. The perennial pampering and treatment has long made them lose the idea of being prepared for danger in times of peace. Being arrogant when there is no need to guard against other families, their guards will relax to the extreme. Do you understand? Yu Yufang stared at Lan Yi and the others and asked seriously. This is a matter of life and death. We understand. Lan Yi clicked nodded. Well, in that case, I will first go back to Yu family to find out the news. Nalan Kinki's engagement ceremony. Yu family will definitely receive news. When the time comes, we used the membership card to contact. After you made sure that he had said all that should be said and what should be told, he gave up. This time action requires an internal response. Trouble you. You are welcome. I can cut the face of Yun family. I can't ask for it. I just help you must succeed. Yu Fang waved his hand and did not accept Lan Yi's thanks. Mutual benefit, that's all. Among the 4 hidden aristocratic families, there is a disagreement. When it can hit other families, it must be done as much as possible. It's just that you can't do this kind of thing on the surface. You can only make a trip secretly. If it was the engagement ceremony this time, Nalan Kinky successfully escaped again, then this incident will definitely make Yun family a laughingstock. Chapter 959, The Most Relaxed Time. God-Level Store Manager System. Chapter 960. After Nalan Kinky was brought back to the territory of the hidden aristocratic family by Yundu, even out of courtesy, Yundu will send Nalan Kinky back to Nalan family first. After all, Yun family and Nalan family are not yet cast aside all considerations for face. If Nalan Kinky is taken directly to Yun family, then Yun family will be robbing people. When the time comes, neither side will end well. Miss Nalan, the city-state of the Nalan family, has arrived. The next way, since the Nalan family will come to meet you, I will not give it more. Yundu's footsteps stopped in front of the city gate established by the Nalan family. The 4 hidden aristocratic families have each built a city-state. If there is no letter invitation or road guide, the residents of the 4 city-states cannot walk around at will, especially clansmen from the hidden aristocratic family like Yundu, who knows if you are here to inquire about the news. If you rush into the city-states of other families, you are guilty of taboos. Nalan Kinky has remained silent since entering the territory of the hidden aristocratic family. Even when I went outside the city-states of the Nalan family, I never said a word. I just watched all this coldly. The city gate was opened soon. A team of guards rushed out of the city quickly, and then lined up on both sides, with weapons in their hands against the shoulders, standing upright. Then, a neatly dressed middle-aged man who looked like a steward walked out between the 2 rows of guards. My dear Nalankang, temporarily serving as the manager of Nalan Mansion. The middle-aged man bows slightly and gives a salute. Then lifts the head. His eyes swept across Yundu's face, and landed on Nalan Kinky. Nalan's manager is polite. Inxia Yundu, I was ordered to send Miss Nalan home. Now that the manager has arrived, the next task is completed. Yundu cupped the hands politely. The so-called steward is actually chief steward of the Nalan family mansion. Yundu has also heard of the name Nalankang. Nalankang used to have no surname Nalan. It is because this Nalankang manager has followed the Nalan family as a patriarch since he was a child. Although he is a foreign surname, he is loyal to the Nalan family, and the cultivation aptitude is extremely high. So when the current patriarch of the Nalan family took the position, he gave Nalankang the current surname. And Nalankang's status in the Nalan family is not low at all. Even compared to the ordinary direct descendants, they are half the money. So Yundu did not dare to neglect. You have worked so hard to cross the young master. Now that I have come, Miss Nalan Kinky will let me take care of it. Nalankang clicked, nodded, and then came out. Said the voice, Nalan, please be at your disposal. Yundu naturally has no comments. I was just a little surprised when I saw Nalankang here. Nalan Kinky discusses identity, but he is just a collateral child of the Nalan family. Nalankang's status in the Nalan family is much higher than that of Nalan Kinky. But this time sent someone to pick up Nalan Kinky and return to Nalan family, but Nalankang, chief steward, came in person. I have to say that the Nalan family attaches great importance to the marriage this time. The so-called wife is expensive by husband. If Nalan Kinky is married to Yun family's young master, even as a concubine, his status will be much better than it is now. So Nalan family naturally dare not neglect this matter. After Yundu bid farewell, Nalankang returned his gaze to Nalan Kinky's face. Please, Miss Nalan, your parents are waiting for you. The first chapter 960, Welcome. God-Level Store Manager System. Chapter 961. Please, Nalan, Miss Nalan, your parents are waiting for you. Nalankang's tone became a little blunt, and the expression on his face became serious. The incident of Nalan Kinky's escape from the engagement ceremony is not only the Yun family, but the Nalan family is also not much better. So Nalankang will naturally not wait to see Nalankinki. Then go. Nalankinki glanced at Nalankang coldly. Nalan family, the current patriarch's loyal lackey, is very proud and indulgent in the Nalan family mansion. Mo said that Nalankang will not wait to see Nalankinki. But why would Nalankinki wait to see Nalankang? Before I see your parents, I have a word in this business that I must tell you. Neither Nalan family nor Yun family, I don't want to see you. I will run away for the second time. This is the advice from this manager. Nalankang looked at Nalankinki and said every word. This is advice and warning. Is telling Nalankinki to let her rest. As a chess piece for the family to exchange benefits, if you want to jump out of the board, you are dreaming. However, Nalankinki directly ignored Nalankang's words. Since Nalankinki has come back here on his own initiative, then Nalankinki no longer intends to resist. At least, I won't do it at the engagement ceremony. If it is done at the engagement ceremony, in that case, it will only let Yun family and Nalan family fly into a rage out of humiliation. And Nalankinki probably will be pushed out as the culprit, used to sacrifice the flag to vent anger. It is better to use the time before marriage to accumulate your strength after the engagement. Then slowly figure it out. The side hall of the Nalan family mansion. Nalankang took Nalankinki to the door of the Pianjin, and then led people away. The location here is right next to the main house. Logically speaking, with the collateral status of Nalankinki's parents, there is no way to live here. But Nalankinki knows clearly, live here, not because of status, but for house arrest. Nalankinki's parents are under house arrest to force Nalankinki to submit. Dad, Mom, I am back. Nalankinki took a deep breath, and then pushed open the door of the side hall. The first thing that catches the eye is a large courtyard. In the corner of the courtyard, there are a few towering trees, sprinkling large areas of shade, as well as ponds and rockeries as decoration. The side hall next to the main house is naturally not bad. In the courtyard, a middle-aged man with a very refined temperament is pacing back and forth. This scene does not seem to be wandering. It's like anxious. Xioki, you were really caught back. Maybe he heard the door pushing. The middle-aged man turned his head and saw Nalankinki standing partial temple entrance. Suddenly a look of depression appeared. Dad. Nalankinki took a few steps and came to the middle-aged man. This middle-aged man is the father of Nalankinki, Nalan Zishu. Knowing the book is the meaning of knowing the book and being rational. Such a name rich in scholarly flavor is also the reason for Nalan Zishu's elegant temperament. You shouldn't be back. Nalan Zishu shook the head, sighed. Regardless of Nalan Zishu's refined temperament, you feel that Nalan Zishu's strength is low. In fact, a few years ago, Nalankinki was able to help Nalankinki escape the territory of the hidden aristocratic family, which is enough to prove that the strength of Nalan Zishu is not weak at all. Chapter 961, Nalan Zishu, God-level store manager system. Chapter 962. A few years ago, it could help Nalankinki escape the territory of the hidden aristocratic family. It is enough to prove that Nalan Zishu's strength should not be underestimated. In fact, Nalan Zishu is known as the Grand Master rank, closest to the heroic rank of the Nalan family. It's a pity that Nalan knows the identity of the sideline, so he can only stop at the Grand Master rank. Dad, I am worried about you. They used my soul fire to guide. Nalankinki said calmly. It seems that it's not my own business. Yes, the soul fire guides. Those damn guys took the soul fire from my hand. Nalan Zishu closed his eyes. Elegant temperament, it became violent in an instant. But soon, it was restored to its original state. Dad, it's okay. I escaped here by myself. Actually, I was too selfish. I shouldn't leave you here. Nalankinki speaking seriously. It is really inappropriate to use the safety of your parents to exchange your own freedom. Xioki, did you come back? When the father and daughter were talking, a young woman in a moon-white dress suddenly ran out of the house. Time seems to have left no trace on this woman's face. Even in middle age, this woman's face is still beautiful and gentle. She is Nalankinki's mother, Unmaran. Although Unmaran is a foreign surname, but married to Nalan Zishu, they are in agreement. and the two love each other. The name given to Nalankinki is actually related to Anmaran. Nalankinki is an only daughter, and Anmaran's name is Maran as a painting. Piano, chess, knowledge, ink, dyeing. It is the piano, chess, calligraphy and painting. Mom, it's me. Nalankinki hurriedly responded, and then came to Anmaran. I'm back. Whether I'm back, you have suffered a lot outside these years. Anmaran carefully checked Nalankinki's body up and down, and then Nalankinki hugged him. As a new mother, how could Anmaran not want Nalankinki to stay by her side? But Yun family's direct line young master overbearing. Nalan Zissou and Anmaran really had no choice but to work together to send Nalankinki out. The Grand Master rank is strong though, but in front of heroic rank, it's just a stronger ant, that's all. It's not bitter. Mom, I'm outside, and my life is very good. A smile appeared on Nalankinki's face. Perhaps the period when I just escaped from the realm of the hidden aristocratic family clan was really hard. A little girl under 10 years old, with low strength. It takes a lot of courage and perseverance to survive in the endless desert. Fortunately, Orchid Leaf Group happened to be performing a mission in desert at the time and met Nalankinki, who was dying in desert. Being a mercenary may be hard, but it is free and unconstrained, free and happy. At least Nalankinki thinks so. So after being found by Yundu, Nalankinki wanted to use herself to protect Lan Yi and the others, because Nalankinki's life was saved by Lan Yi and the others. I heard that the man has been found back. Yes. Young Master. Yun family mansion, Yun Fanfai's room. Yundu landed on one knee and respectfully reported the situation this time. A man with a slightly feminine face, with one hand on his chin, the long and narrow phoenix eyes flashed with cold spirits. This man just fell in love with Nalankinki's Yun family young master. Yun Fanfai. Chapter 962. Piano, chess, calligraphy and painting. God-level store manager system. Chapter 963. Yun Fanfai. Known as the Yun family younger generation. The person most likely to achieve the heroic rank. Aptitude, innate talent, naturally is beyond doubt. And as a direct line of the Yun family, as long as Yun Fanfai can be promoted to the heroic rank and later become the patriarch of the Yun family, that is almost a certainty. So Yundu came over in advance to curry favor. Even more how? Every patriarch will have his own team and confidant. Moreover, Yundu, as a sideline of the Yun family who is not valued, has been unable to gain the trust of this patriarch. It is understandable to please the next patriarch. A few years ago, I discovered that Nalankinki's physique is very suitable as a cauldron to enhance my strength. Only at that time, the timing was not ripe yet, and Nalankinki the strength is not strong enough either. Yun Fanfai got up from the seat and paced slowly in the house. Murmured to himself. It seems to be reminiscing, and it seems to be talking to Yundu. So I indulged Nalankinki and escaped from the engagement ceremony and escaped from the territory space, because I am afraid, I can't help but ruin this cauldron furnace. But now, the time is ripe. As long as Nalankinki's power is consumed, I will definitely be able to pass the heroic rank trial and be promoted to heroic rank. When the time comes, you are my confidant. Do you understand? Yundu. At the end, Yun Fanfai glanced at Yundu from the corner of his eye. That cold look made Yundu chill all over his body. Yes, I understand, young master. I am willing to go through water and tread on fire for young master. Yundu instantly understood what Yun Fanfai said today. Absolutely never let anyone else know. Otherwise, the engagement ceremony can be lively. Yun Fanfai took a fancy to Nalankinki, just to use Nalankinki as a cauldron. Then this is not a marriage, but the use of Nalan family. If you let the people of Nalan family know, then Nalan family is not as strong as Yun family. For the sake of face and clansmen's hearts, Nalan family can only fight with Yun family. When the time comes, it is really lively. And today, Yun Fanfai told Yundu about this, just to get Yundu onto the same boat, because Nalankinki was found by Yundu. In the eyes of others, Yundu belongs to the line of Yun Fanfai. The battle of position of Patriarch will never be calm and tranquil. So Yundu can only express his loyalty immediately. Because you get on the same boat, you can only get off if one prospers, all prospers. If one suffers, all suffers. The only way to get off the boat is for Yun Fanfai to become Yun Family Patriarch. Otherwise, they can only drown in this undercurrent. Well, the engagement ceremony of things will soon go on notice. At the time comes the when, that is when I formed by the major event. Yun Fanfai looked out the window. Outside, there is a gloomy view, and the main house of Yun Family Mansion. There is where Yun Family Patriarchs sat when they were discussing matters. It's really strange. Are these hidden aristocratic family information hidden, so hidden? Entering the hidden aristocratic family territorial space has been there for a few days. Although Liu Sheng was shocked by the huge handwriting of the hidden aristocratic family, he quickly adjusted his mood. I think the task is more important. Moreover, the hidden aristocratic family has spent countless resources to build a small space. Chapter 963, The Purpose of Yun Fanfai. God-level store manager system. Chapter 964. Therefore hidden aristocratic families will spend a lot of resources to build a small space. Among them, there must be secrets. It's no wonder that system is suddenly interested in the hidden aristocratic family. To be honest, if Liu Sheng didn't have the ability to break through empty boots to come to this small space, I hadn't thought that it would be a real power to create a new world. Even if it is just a broken world with no rules and no power of heaven and earth. But this is a pioneering work. However, Liu Sheng concealed or went around the past few days in the 4 hidden aristocratic families, although some information was found. But the real secret has not been revealed much. Do I really want to find the patriarch of those families and ask them the secrets of their families directly? Liu Sheng thought for a while, and then quickly extinguished this strange idea. Since it is the secret of other people's families, you can ask directly, and others will tell you that there is a ghost. Maybe you have to fight. When the time comes, Liu Sheng can only run away. If all the 4 hidden aristocratic family tribes are alarmed, then Liu Sheng's mission can only be declared a failure in advance. By the way, system, can you directly search for memories? Liu Sheng asked in his head, sitting in a dark corner. Since the information on the ancient book cannot be found, just look for the information directly from the human brain. This two-stroke system is very diligent when I usually peek at the thoughts of my host, and I just hope that I don't lose the chain at this critical time. System, host, your idea is very interesting. System, but this system clearly tells you that if you want to search for a complete memory, you must give your soul to this system. This answer is categorical. There is probably no room for negotiation. As for giving the soul to the system, it is probably what's gone can never come back, one but never returned. Although there are some magic for interrogation in general magic. However, the magic used in interrogation has nothing to do with searching for memory. As system said, searching for a complete memory is extremely severe to a person's consciousness. Because of memory, it is something deeply buried in the soul. Even if Liu Sheng and system are almost integrated, system can only occasionally peek into Liu Sheng's scattered memories. I want to extract a complete memory. It is estimated that the soul has to be consumed in half. Forget it. Let me think of a way. Liu Sheng knew it in his heart. If you really use the memory search method to gather the information that the system wants, then Liu Sheng guesses that he will kill. Because no one knows whose mind holds the memory of these materials. The patriarch of the 4 hidden aristocratic families has the greatest probability. But Liu Sheng's mind is still okay. Don't go to trouble with those heroic rank powerhouses. If it is a person, then assassinated is also assassinated. However, for the information of the 4 hidden aristocratic families, at least 4 heroic rank powerhouses must be assassinated. This amount, thinking about it, makes people feel terrifying. From the return of Nalan Kenki to the beginning of the engagement ceremony, it's just a few days, that's all. Yu Yufang returned to Yu family. After discovering that the family had received an invitation from Yun family, He used the membership card to contact the people of Orchid Leaf Group. The engagement ceremony is about to begin. The specific time is the specific location is. Please be careful. After the message was sent, Yue fell silent. Chapter 964, Methods of Searching Memory. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 965. Achieving this step is considered to be the most benevolent. For the next thing, Yu Fang couldn't get in touch either. On this day, the Yun family mansion is full of lights. Yun Fanfai is the descendant of Yun family, #1 person with the strongest cultivation aptitude. For his engagement ceremony, Yun family naturally attaches great importance to it. People from the 4 hidden aristocratic families, after receiving the invitation, also came to the Yun family mansion to congratulate them, whether it is true or false. Anyway, superficial skills must be done well. The residents of the city-state built by the Yun family all seem to be celebrating festivals, and the streets and alleys are full of joyful atmosphere. The protagonist is engaged, and the residents have fun. On the occasion of the engagement ceremony, residents of the city-state can go to the Yun family mansion to receive a gift and eat a water table. Yun family is a big family, so naturally he will not be stingy with such a thing. The territorial space of the hidden aristocratic family was originally constructed for the purpose of self-sufficiency. The huge mountain range that traverses this small space is a huge piece of property. It's just that the origin of this piece of property is all within the jurisdiction of the 4 hidden aristocratic families. The internal clansmen of the hidden aristocratic family can go into the mountains to collect supplies. But the residents living in the castle can't. Instead, it can only be harvested in the cultivated field and medicine field allocated to the head count. Although life in normally is enough to have enough food and clothing, but it is very difficult to have some surplus. So every time this kind of ceremony occurs, the residents of the city-state are happiest. It's finally the day. Sitting in the backstage of the lobby, Yun Fanfai held his chin with one hand, and let the 2 pure and lovely maids apply makeup on himself. The engagement ceremony is naturally not sloppy. Although Yun Fanfai is holding his chin, it is not easy to put on makeup. But the 2 maids did not dare to bring it up. Young master, the lobby has been set up, and guests are coming in one after another. Yundu came to the backstage and reported the situation to Yun Fanfai. As a person on the same boat as Yun Fanfai, Yundu naturally has some small privileges. And Yundu did not dare to betray Yun Fanfai, not to mention the difference in status between the two. Even if Yundu said it, how many people can believe it? When the time comes, he said that he could not Yundu and he was nailed to slander Yun family's direct line, and he was sent to prison. Is Nalan Kinky coming? Yun Fanfai asked lightly. When I asked this sentence, I heard that in the ears of the 2 maids. It was Yun Fanfai who cared about Nalan Kinky's situation. In the hearts of the 2 maids, Yun Fanfai suddenly felt that Yun Fanfai was a good man. Accepting concubines is a very common thing for people of Yun Fanfai's status. But how many people can really care about concubines? However, Yundu knew what Yun Fanfai thought about asking. Nalan Kinky must not run. When Nalan Kinky escaped from the engagement ceremony for the first time, Yun Fanfai condoned it. That's why the later Yun Fanfai interceded for Nalan Kinky. In the eyes of outsiders, Yun Fanfai would only think that Yun Fanfai is a good man, good husband. However, Yundu, who knows the matter, feels cold in his heart. Not showing the mountains and not revealing the water, keep all plans in mind, and make a gesture that outsiders want to see, but only to hide his true purpose. From this point of view, several other members of the Yun family are eligible to compete for the direct descendants of the position of patriarch. I am afraid that no one can beat Yun Fanfai. Chapter 965, Preparation for the Engagement Ceremony. God-Level Store Manager System. Chapter 966. The back of the lobby, another room. This is the room where Nalan family belongs during the engagement ceremony. At this time, Nalan Kinky was picked up very early, has changed clothes, and is being put on makeup by several maids. Nalan Zissou and Moran sat beside them. Outside the door is a guard arranged by the Nalan family. But these guards are not so much protecting the people in the room as they are preventing the people in the room from escaping again. Crack. The door was pushed open. After the guards saluted, Nalan Kang walked in from outside the door. Nalan is in charge. Why are you here? After Nalan Zissou saw Nalan Kang, he browsed slightly wrinkle, but soon forced himself to stretch his brows. Living in the Nalan family, unless you can be promoted to heroic rank. Otherwise, as a collateral heir, his status is impossible. Than Nalan Kang. Nalan Zissou may not give Nalan Kang a good face, but Nalan Zissou must consider his wife and daughter. I'll come over and see if you are still there, Nalan Kang said unabashedly. Nalan Kang doesn't pay much attention to the offspring of the collateral line. After all, his identity is there. Nalan family is the confidant of the current patriarch. Even those direct descendants of the Nalan family who are not in an important position, usually look at Nalan Kang's face. And this time, Nalan Kang will replace Nalan family patriarch. Is to warn Nalan Kingki. Last time, you ran away from the engagement ceremony in spite of the face of your family. Yun Fanfai young master was willing to pull down his face to plead for you. You should feel grateful. If that happens again, Nalan family will take you without Yun family's action. After Nalan Kang said this, he glanced around the room with warning. Ring, then looked towards the maids who were putting on makeup for Nalan Kingki. How long will it take? It will take 10 minutes to report to being in charge. A maid who seemed to be the leader answered aloud. Very good. Nalan Kang nodded, and then left the room blankly. Damn it. Nalan Zissou looked at Nalan Kang's back, darkly cursed. But that's all. Other things are helpless. The strength of Grandmaster rank is still too weak. Faced with Yun family and Nalan family, it is tantamount to Mantis trying to stop a chariot. Even if he pays his life, he will not get any return. Yun family lobby. As the guests entered the venue one after another, the banquet room also became lively. However, the marriage of Yun family and Nalan family is not what Lan family and Yu family want to see after all. So the patriarch of Lan family and Yu family did not show up. They just sent an elder as a representative and brought clansmen to congratulate each other. And Yun family patriarch Yun Chengfeng, and Nalan family patriarch Nalan Kun. At the moment they are talking very happily. Or pretend to be polite is more accurate. Although the two are married, it is inevitable that Nalan family has taken advantage of it. But a strong alliance is never a simple matter. The relationship between Yun family and Nalan family, although through today's engagement ceremony, seems more intimate. But when it comes to benefits, it will not be ambiguous. The biological brothers still settle the accounts. Even more, how Yun family and Nalan family are both big families, how could they be influenced by a marriage? Please take your seats. And the newcomers will enter the hall immediately. The voice of the MC echoed in the lobby. The engagement ceremony is not comparable to the wedding ceremony, and the process is much simpler. One does not worship heaven and earth, and the other does not worship Guotang. Chapter 966, Nalan Kang's Warning. God-level store manager system. Chapter 967. This engagement ceremony is nothing like a wedding ceremony. The process is relatively simple. Neither heaven and earth nor Gotang, but a banquet. Please come over from the aristocratic family of the four great hiddens. It is more to be a testimony and congratulate the two of them on their engagement. Following the call of the master of ceremonies, the banquet is also being prepared methodically. Newcomers enter the venue and accept the blessings of the guests. Then everyone witnessed their engagement, and the banquet can begin. And the running water table outside the lobby will follow. As the guests took their seats, on the high platform in the lobby, a man with a slightly feminine face came out. It is Yun Fanfai in full costume. Yun Fanfai, after putting on makeup, although the femininity of his face does not change, it gives people a strange beauty. Thank you for being able to take time out of your busy schedule to come to my engagement ceremony. Under the guidance of the MC, Yun Fanfai came to the front of the stage, slightly bowed and said thankful words. These are just cliches, that's all. Those who can receive invitations to participate in the engagement ceremony have not known how many times they have heard this kind of rhetoric. But even so, in the face of Yun Fanfai's politeness, no one will don't give face. Offended Yun family's next patriarch, the most likely successor. It's not a wise choice. So after Yun Fanfai spoke, all the guests in the audience congratulated him. At the last engagement ceremony, Nalan Kinky fled and Yun Fanfai pleaded for it, but as everyone knows, so for such an infatuated person, the congratulations from everyone are mostly true feelings. After all, Yun Fanfai's identity is more noble than Nalan Kinky. But this kind of thing on ordinary people is a loss of face, but Yun Fanfai can put down his body. It's really not simple. Yun Patriarch, Yun Fanfai is so good, but my Nalan family has climbed high. Nalankan sat under the stage and said something to Yun Chengfeng. Yun Fanfai is infatuated, and I just fulfill him, that's all. It's not a high climb. Yun Chengfeng will naturally not respond. If you really answer the phrase high climb, it means that Yun family is higher than your Nalan family. This kind of rhetoric is a taboo among the 4 aristocratic families that should be equal. Unless Yun family is really sure to be one enemy 3. Otherwise, Yun Chengfeng will not talk nonsense even if he is confident. After Yun Fanfai said the opening remarks, Nalan Kinky also walked out from the backstage of the lobby. In the past, Nalan Kinky was a beauty in the bud, but his appearance is naturally better than before. After putting on makeup, put on a dress, Nalan Kinky's face is enough to surprise the guests present. Even if Nalan Kinky is still young, his face still looks a little immature. But it is not difficult to see that in the future it must be a beauty bringing calamity to the country and the people. Thank you all for coming to the engagement ceremony at this time. Nalan Kinky said this sentence stiffly with a blank expression on his face. Then there is no more text. If it weren't for Nalan Kang's threats with Nalan Kinky's parents, maybe after Nalan Kinky came to power, he would just stand till the end without saying a word. Guests, forgive me, this newcomer may be a little shy. The MC immediately came out to make a round. The guests in the audience also laughed and expressed their understanding. Everyone knows the inside story of this engagement ceremony. If Nalan Kinky really wants to, how could he escape from the last engagement ceremony? Chapter 967, the beginning of the engagement ceremony. God-level store manager system. Chapter 968. It's just this scandal about Yun family and Nalan family. Everyone knows it. It's all tacit, because no matter how much this matter is said, it is also a matter for Yun family and Nalan family. Even the 2 patriarchs didn't speak, no matter where it was their turn to speak up. I still ate the banquet obediently and honestly, and said a few false blessings. Even if the task was completed. Wait for Yun Fanfai and Nalan Kinky to stand on stage. The MC also began to introduce the lives of the 2. These all are fixed processes. The guests in the audience also sat down and listened. Yun Fanfai, young master, are you willing to enter into a marriage contract with Miss Nalan Kinky, and for the rest of your life, regardless of birth, aging, sickness and death? You will be with you for the rest of your life? Said in the end. The MC looked at Yun Fanfai and asked seriously, I am willing. Yun Fanfai smiled at the corner of his mouth, and immediately answered aloud. In fact, at this time, these are just going through the process. As long as today, the power of Nalan Kinky will accomplish my heroic rank path. After Yun Fanfai responded, the look in Nalan Kinky's eyes suddenly became deep. This kind of look, in the eyes of the guests in the audience, is deeply and righteous. Infatuation. Miss Nalan Kinky, are you willing to enter into a marriage contract with Yun Fanfai, young master, and for the rest of your life, regardless of birth, aging, sickness and death, you will be with you for the rest of your life? The MC looked at Nalan Kinky again and continued to ask. Nalan Kinky hesitated and opened his mouth, but only spit out one word, then paused. For Yun Fanfai, Nalan Kinky is an annoyance from the bottom of my heart. The phrase I am willing is really difficult to export. Quickly promise, Nalan Kinky. Yun Fanfai still smiles at the corner of his mouth, just looking at Nalan Kinky quietly. My heart is indeed roaring. Seeing this scene, the MC standing on the side quickly became sweaty on his forehead. Miss Nalan Kinky, are you willing to enter into a marriage contract with Yun Fanfai, young master, and for the rest of your life, regardless of birth, aging, sickness and death, you will be with you for the rest of your life? As a last resort, the MC had to repeat this question. Otherwise, it would be cold at the engagement ceremony. Then he will be the master of ceremonies. The guests in the audience stared at the two people on the stage at this time, not knowing what happened. What's going on? Nalankang glanced at Nalankang, who was standing by. Haven't you been warned before you were asked to go backstage? Why did you drop the chain at this time? Nalankang's eyes are very clear. This made Nalankang's forehead sweat instantly. No matter how high Nalankang's status is in the Nalan family, it is all given by Nalankang, not Nalankang's bloodline problem. So in the face of Nalankang's doubts, Nalankang panicked to the extreme. Dang! A slight, crisp sound rang out from the audience. Nalan Kinky's eyes were immediately attracted, but he saw a hairpin fall to the ground. It's an Moran's hairpin. Nalankang gloomy face, staring at Nalan Kinky. His thumb swept across his neck, made a beheading action. Damn it. Nalan Kinky suddenly understood what Nalankang meant. Nalan Zishuand and Moran did not come to the lobby to participate in this engagement ceremony, but stayed in the backstage room. Because in the lobby, in any case, Nalan family will worry about facial problems. And impossible started with Nalan Zishuand and Moran. Chapter 968, Are You Willing? God-level store manager system. Chapter 969. In the lobby, it is indeed impossible to attack Nalan Zishuand and Moran. But in the backstage room, it's not necessarily true. Nalankang asked Nalan Kinky to drop the hairpin and caught Nalan Kinky's attention. Is to deal with this situation. Threats from family members are always the most effective. Nalan Kinky gritted his teeth, and in the end he could only take a deep breath, looked at Yun Fanfai, and said every word. I wish. We are against. Before Nalan Kinky finished speaking, he was interrupted by a clear voice. The sudden sound attracted everyone's attention instantly. Then everyone was surprised to find that the person who made the noise turned out to be a valiant and formidable-looking woman. Who are you? Yun Fanfai stared at the woman who made the noise, and asked in a deep voice. Nalan Kinky is an important cauldron in Yun Fanfai's plan. If someone dares to stop him, Yun Fanfai will never be soft. My name is Lan Yi. I am Nalan Kinky's partner and elder sister. This time, I came to take Nalan Kinky out of here. Lan Yi looked at Yun Fanfai without fear. Then he said aloud, now that I have come here, there is no way out. So Lan Yi didn't cover up, and directly stated the purpose. Sister Lan Yi. Nalan Kinky stared wide-eyed, looking at Lan Yi in astonishment. But soon, it became moving. Nalan Kinky knew that he did not choose the wrong person. Nalan Kinky is willing to dedicate his freedom to protect Lan Yi and the others. But people from Orchid Leaf Group will also break into Dragon's Pool and Tiger's Den to bring Nalan Kinky out. I have to say that during the engagement ceremony, Yun family's guarding force was really relaxed, because at this time, the city-state residents of the four hidden aristocratic families will all move. The running water table set up outside the lobby allows anyone to come and participate. Even the guards of Yun family are cultivators, but it is impossible to know all the residents in the four city-states. But this is also the confidence of Yun family. Confident that no one dares to make trouble in Yun family. Therefore, Lan Yi and the others mixed in with no difficulty. Sister Lan Yi, it's done. Yuji follow closely from behind, said softly. Fexu and the others also followed Yuju. One after another came to Lan Yi to stand. Everyone in the Orchid Leaf Group is here now, although the running water seats can let those residents come to participate. But there are guards at the entrance of the lobby who check the invitations. However, the strength of these guards is nothing more than professional rank. For Yuju, who has the breath of shadow, simply is the fish on the chopping board. No one even discovered that these guards had actually been assassinated. It's you. Yun Fanfai's face suddenly sank. Regarding the news of Lan Yi and the others, Yundu naturally also reported with Yun Fanfai. But Yun Fanfai absolutely didn't expect that these people would dare to follow the territory of the hidden aristocratic family. The guests in the lobby saw that the situation was far from good and all began to move to both sides. A large vacant lot was left in the lobby. After all, this is Yun Fanfai's business. Or a little bigger. That's Yun family and Nalan family. It has nothing to do with the guests who come to the engagement ceremony. A matter of no concern to oneself. Hang up high. Let alone the four hidden aristocratic families themselves are not harmonious. Someone can come to the engagement ceremony to disrupt, and the people of Lan family and Yu family are still happy to watch jokes. Chapter 969. We are against God-level store manager system. Chapter 970. After all, the marriage between Yun family and Nalan family is not good news for Lan family and Yu family. A few of you. Today is the day of the engagement ceremony between my Nalan family and Yun family. You appear like this, but you want to be enemies of my Nalan family and Yun family? Nalan Kun looked at Lan Yi and said suddenly, people who come to the engagement ceremony this time, except for the home of Yun family, everyone is there. Lan family and Yu family are only elder bringing clansmen over. And for the appearance of Lan Yi to spoil the engagement ceremony, that is just clapping your hands in favor. Naturally impossible to speak out. At most, it is to follow along. But it is impossible to make a move. In order to show the importance of Nalan family to this matter, Nalan Kun personally came to Yun family. So the first to speak out at this time will naturally be Nalan Kun. After all, in terms of family strength, Yun family is better than Nalan family. If this engagement ceremony is messed up, at worst is just 2 shots, Yun family is losing face. But the real loser is the Nalan family after all. Do you know the fate of being enemies with Nalan family and Yun family? Just relying on the strength of your few grandmaster ranks, you just want to fight against the 2-day aristocratic family, even if it is sent to death. That is not the way it is. Nalan Kun asked with a calm face. In the engagement ceremony, even if Lan Yi and the others were suppressed, the engagement ceremony was ruined. So Nalan Kun had to suppress his anger, trying to use the prestige of the hidden aristocratic family to deter people. Hidden aristocratic family? Lan Yi faint smiled at Nalan Kun. Then his face suddenly became straight. So what? Lan Yi's tone was extremely firm and decisive. The hidden aristocratic family is strong. But what fear does Lan Yi have? Fexu and the others also stared at the stage blankly, without a trace of flinching in their eyes. Lan Yi means Orchid Leaf Group. No matter how hard and difficult the front is, they cannot stop their determination to take Nalan Kinki away from the Nalan family. Xioki, speak it out. Say what you want to say in your heart. Lan Yi ignored Nalan Kun's face that was as dark as the bottom of a pot and rushed shouted on stage. They don't need other people's opinions. As long as Nalan Kinki wants to leave the Nalan family, they are willing to do their best. Sister Lan Yi, Sister Fexu, Sister Kinga, Sister Yuju, Sister Xioya, Zaya. Nalan Kinki looked down the stage. Those familiar faces. The tears in my eyes couldn't stop flowing out. With the strength of Lan Yi and the others, coming to the territory of the hidden aristocratic family is no different from dying. Otherwise, Nalan Kinki would not decide to come back in order to protect Lan Yi and the others. But now even if Nalan Kinki is back, Lan Yi and the others are still here. Nalan Kinki was moved and grateful for this. I don't want to be engaged to Yun Fanfai. I want to leave Nalan family. I want to go on an adventure with you. I want to go back to Luo Sheng Big Brother's shop inside. Nalan Kinki let the tears flow freely on his face, shouting out what was in his heart. Back to Nalan family. Nalan Kinki's mood has always been depressed. But now, Nalan Kinki is really happy. Even in this life, it doesn't matter. Okay, Xioki, waiting for us on stage. After Lan Yi received a satisfactory answer, a smile suddenly appeared on his face. Chapter 970. Nalan Kinki's voice. God Level Store Manager System Chapter 971. Okay, Xioki, waiting for us on stage. After Lan Yi got a satisfactory answer, he smiled immediately. I don't want to be engaged to Yun Fanfai. I want to leave Nalan family. I want to go on an adventure with you. I want to go back to Luo Sheng Big Brother's shop. Here. This is the voice of Nalan Kenki. This is also the purpose of Lan Yi's trip. Ready to fight. Damn it. Take them down to me. Nalan Kun said of gnashing teeth. As the patriarch of the Nalan family, no matter how strong he is, he will never make an immediate shot. As a patriarch, he can pull strongly against a crazy tide in times of crisis. You can make an appearance at the finale to frighten the enemy. But in the case of guards, it is too cheap to shoot immediately. Following Nalan Kun's anger, dozens of Grandmaster rank guards rushed in from outside the lobby and pounced on Lan Yi and the others. Hidden aristocratic family background, in this brief moment fully demonstrated. Grandmaster rank powerhouse. In the outside world, it is enough to be a powerful person. Even in those great influence, they are still the mainstay. However, in the hidden aristocratic family, the Grandmaster rank powerhouse can only be used as a guard. In other words, an elite guard. Little pity, do it. Lan Zaya called out immediately. For these many people's Grandmaster rank guards, Lan Yi alone is really a bit tricky. After all, Lan Yi and the others are just Grandmaster rank. Even after studying in the Luo Sheng shop for so long, the strength is far superior to the average Grandmaster rank powerhouse. But in the face of so many opponents of the same level, he is still a little stretched. However, this situation is not a problem for Dragon Race. In the case of the same Grandmaster rank, as long as the opponent is not Dragon Race, then no matter how large the number is, the giant dragon will not be stretched. Roar. Dozens of guards have not yet approached Lan Yi and the others. A terrifying roar suddenly rang in the lobby. Anyone familiar with this voice can hear it. This is the roar of the giant dragon. How is this possible? Why is there a giant dragon here? Isn't this the territory of the hidden aristocratic family? How can a giant dragon appear? Help. It's a giant dragon. Run. The guests in the lobby looked with the huge silhouette that suddenly appeared. He suddenly became lose one's head out of fear. One by one, no longer caring about their faces, they all started to run out of the lobby door. That's a giant dragon. The giant dragon of Dragon Race, no matter how weak, is the start of Grandmaster rank. Unless it is a newly born baby dragon. Under normal circumstances, adult giant dragons will have the strength of heroic rank. Even if it is only the heroic rank primary level, that is not something trifling Grandmaster rank can resist. Even more how? The guests who come to the engagement ceremony are not all Grandmaster ranks. So don't run at this time. Do you still stay in the lobby waiting to die? Roar. There is another giant dragon roar, showing ice blue all over. Xinglian, who is huge enough to occupy half of the lobby, is lying down in land behind Zaya. A pair of sharp pupils stared at the person in front of him closely. After Lan Zaya was promoted to Grandmaster rank, Xinglian quickly rose to Grandmaster rank peak. And the strength is still accumulating. If it weren't for Lan Zaya's realm, it wasn't enough. Xinglian can be promoted to heroic rank at any time. This is the result of Xinglian's parents, the gift left by Xinglian, and the majestic energy contained in the frozen fruit. So at this moment, Xinglian's imposing manner is no less than a heroic rank powerhouse. Chapter 971, Ready to Fight. God Level Store Manager System Chapter 972. Heroic Ranks Giant Dragon. The appearance of Xinglian not only made the guests in the lobby lose one's head out of fear, even Nalankan and Yun Chengfeng both showed surprise, looking at the roaring giant dragon with all their faces. After Xinglian's power level reaches the Grandmaster rank, with the power of the frozen fruit, he can condense the real dragon body with frost. If you don't know the details of Xinglian, you will never know it. This is a dragon body made of pure energy. Moreover, under the blessing of frozen fruit, even if Xinglian's power level is limited to Grandmaster rank, but when it comes to true strength, it is definitely not what Grandmaster rank can fight against. Roar. With a roar, Dragon's prestige burst out. The dozens of fierce Grandmaster rank guards were suddenly blown out by this violent dragon's prestige. This is the dozens Grandmaster rank powerhouse. In the outside world, it is enough to be a powerful person. Even in the territory of the hidden aristocratic family, it can be called the elite of the elite. In front of Xinglian, it was so vulnerable. It really is the heroic rank giant dragon. My god, what a terrifying dragon's prestige is this? Fortunately we ran. Hurry up, if you stay there, it will be miserable. Fortunately I didn't speak before. The guests who fled the lobby in a panic, listening after this terrifying roar, look back. Suddenly, his face was pale, and he said with a lingering fear. At the same time, I secretly thanked myself in the heart. Fortunately, for myself and the others, I didn't say anything to satirize the women in the lobby before, but chose a matter of no concern to oneself, a high-hanging attitude. Otherwise, the person who suffers such terrifying dragon's prestige at this moment, I am afraid it is himself. Okay. Let's be quiet. Now step back, and be careful not to be affected by the aftermath of the battle. Lan family and Yu family elder immediately spoke out and comforted his clansmen. Then organized clansmen to evacuate. The battle of the heroic rank has spread far and wide, but it is definitely not the case, but the professional rank or the clansmen of the Grandmaster rank can withstand it. As for the engagement ceremony at this time, when Lan Yi made his voice, it was already in a half-destroyed state. And now, heroic rank giant dragon occupies the lobby, and all the guests fled. The engagement ceremony has long been ruined. At this time, Lan family and Yu family will not give Yun family and Nalan family face. Since the engagement ceremony is gone, what are you doing here? Even more how? The four hidden aristocratic families are originally not harmonious. Now a heroic rank giant dragon has appeared to add to Yun family and Nalan family. Lan family and Yu family are too happy to be too late. As for extending a helping hand, forget it. If it weren't for the face, maybe the Lan family and Yu family would have to come to add fire to the excitement. Damn it. Nalan Kun saw the guests escaping from the lobby and evacuated most of them, knowing that the engagement ceremony this time had become a joke again. And this same joke was caused by Nalan family both times. This humiliated Nalan family. The culprit is Nalan Kinky. You damn guys. Nalan Kun got up from his seat with boundless anger. The imposing manner on his body was rising steadily, and soon he broke through the restrictions of the Grandmaster rank and came to the heroic rank. And it is still rising. The majestic imposing manner burst out from Nalan Kun like a tsunami. Chapter 972, Withdrawal. God-level store manager system. Chapter 973. The imposing manner on Nalan Kun's body is rising steadily. Brave rank, professional rank, Grandmaster rank. The mighty imposing manner broke through the limitations of the Grandmaster rank in an instant, and came to the heroic rank. And it is still rising. The majestic imposing manner burst out from Nalan Kun like a tsunami. To be the patriarch of the Nalan family, his strength must not be weak. Heroic rank is just the minimum requirement. It has been a long time since Nalan Kun entered the heroic rank and achieved heroic rank peak realm for many years. Only this kind of power can deter subordinates and command the Nalan family. And this power, at this moment, burst out unreservedly. Because Nalan Kun knows that facing a heroic rank giant dragon, even the heroic rank peak powerhouse must spare no effort. Those Grandmaster rank guards in the family, no matter how powerful they are in normal times, how much to be bragged about. But in front of heroic rank giant dragon, that's all a bunch of ants that run faster. So, Nalan Kun must take the shot himself. As long as you can win this heroic rank giant dragon, everything that is left can be solved. Hidden in the territory of the aristocratic family, in the family territory of the Lan family. Luo Sheng just slipped out of Lan family's book collection pavilion. I don't know what day it is, the guarding power of the four hidden aristocratic family clans suddenly weakened so much. After getting what he wanted, Luo Sheng thought quite strangely. In the previous few days, Luo Sheng also collected data in the four hidden aristocratic families. However, Luo Sheng can hide his breath. However, Concealed aura does not mean invisible. Even Luo Sheng is confident that his breath will not be perceived by anyone. But if you have to walk under the eyelids of those guards without being noticed, then it is not a category of art. That's a demon method. In the hidden aristocratic family, the array of defensive monsters arranged in those important places is not to display. However, I don't know why, among the 4 hidden aristocratic family clan, those suspicious locations in Luo Sheng's eyes, today's guarding force has loosened a lot. This allowed Luo Sheng to find an opportunity. Sneak into the book collection pavilion of the hidden aristocratic family, the patriarch's study room, etc., where there may be hidden family information, whether it is an ancient book, a collection of books, or other parchment scrolls. Anyway, if it is found that it may be task data, let the system scan it in. When the time comes, let the system do the statistics and sort it out by itself. This imposing manner is Dragon's prestige. It seems to be the breath of Xinglian. But at this moment, a faint Dragon's prestige passed over and was caught by Luo Sheng's keen perception. Looking at the past, the direction coming from Dragon's prestige is the city-state of Yan family. Even if there is a mountain range, the imposing manner of heroic rank can still be affected. It's just that the imposing manner that has spread is already very weak. Fortunately, Luo Sheng's perception is keen, otherwise, you might have missed it. What's going on? Is it a fight? Luo Sheng knows what the people from Orchid Leaf Group want to do when they come in to hide the territory of the aristocratic family. Take Nalan Kinki out of here. However, if you want to do this, you will inevitably have a conflict with the hidden aristocratic family. Yan family and Nalan family are not weak families. Wait. The guard of the aristocratic family is weakened because of the engagement ceremony. Luo Sheng's face suddenly became a little weird. Chapter 973. Luo Sheng's Perception. God-level Store Manager System. Chapter 974. Wait a minute, could it be that the guard strength of the hidden aristocratic family suddenly weakened because of the engagement ceremony? Luo Sheng's face suddenly became a little weird. That said, Luo Sheng can still be regarded as a tribute to Nalan Kinki, although this is also a matter of inconsistency. This is an unfamiliar imposing manner, heroic rank peak. It is from the hidden aristocratic family, people. However, after sensing the breath of Xinglian, Luo Sheng quickly sensed another imposing manner. An imposing manner of heroic rank peak. Although it spread to Luo Sheng, the imposing manner is already very weak. However, the stronger the imposing manner, the stronger the level of coercion contained. This is not something that will change after the imposing manner becomes weak. Oh, this is going to happen. Luo Sheng is very clear. Although Xinglian is in the imposing manner, it is indeed a heroic rank. But that is a fancy. It looks good, that's all. True strength, that is so limited by Lan Ziya's realm. Even when Xinglian faced the Grandmaster rank, he could suppress the number of opponents completely regardless of the number of opponents. However, in the face of heroic rank, with Xinglian's current strength, it is really incapable. And as for the true strength of Xinglian, how much is there? It is not only known to Luo Sheng in the Lan family city-state. Lan Yi and the others who are confronting Nalan Kun also know in their hearts. So after Nalan Kun burst out of heroic rank peak's imposing manner, Fexu's gaze turned around on Lan Yi's face. The meaning is self-explanatory. It's not the time yet, just let Xinglian hold Nalan Kun. Lan Yi shook his head slightly. Xinglian really lost to Nalan Kun. But with the elemental ability endowed by the frozen fruit, Xinglian can be invincible when fighting against Nalan Kun. If you want to suppress this elemental ability, unless Nalan Kun's imposing manner can crush Xinglian. However, only in terms of imposing manner. Xinglian is also heroic rank. Even compared to Nalan Kun, it is still slightly inadequate. But it will never be crushed. Only when Nalan Kun is dragged, Yuju and the others can rescue Nalan Kinki. Otherwise, A heroic rank peak powerhouse will be blocked in front. That is a big mountain lying in front of you. On the high platform in the lobby, Yun Fanfai frowned and looked at the situation in the lobby. The current situation has already exceeded Yun Fanfai's expectations. The giant dragon of heroic rank. If you knew that Nalan Kinki had this kind of power around, then Yun Fanfai would never use such a tough method to make Yundu bring Nalan Kinki back, because this is not in line with Yun Fanfai's conspiracy character. However, this is the end of the matter. Since he has already had a feud with heroic rank giant dragon, Yun Fanfai can only make his mistakes. In the lobby, the battle of heroic rank is not a category that Yun Fanfai can intervene. Bring Nalan Kinki backstage, to my room, Yun Fanfai said in a deep voice. Several Grandmaster rank guards came over immediately. Nalan Kinki is also the Grandmaster rank powerhouse anyway. Yun Fanfai will naturally not underestimate the power of Nalan Kinki. Yun Fanfai, young master, this is not right. Hiding in the side of the master of ceremonies. Yun Fan listened to fly it. They persuaded the sentence out loud. This MC is from Yun family, so naturally he will not run away. But if you watch Yun Fanfai take Nalan Kinki backstage at this time, I am afraid it is not a good choice. Chapter 974, Yun Fanfai's Decision. God-Level Store Manager System. Chapter 975. If Yun Fanfai took Nalan Kinki backstage at this time, it might not be a good choice. After all, even if there are no guests from Lan family and Yu family in the audience, but Yun family and Nalan family are all waiting outside the lobby, as long as the affairs in the lobby are resolved, even if the engagement ceremony is ruined, there will still be an end. But if Yun Fanfai took Nalan Kinki backstage, then it really ends. Yun family and Nalan family will surely become laughing stocks again. There is nothing wrong. What is the situation now? Don't you understand it? Start. Yun Fanfai glanced at the MC at a glance, coldly snorted. Several fierce Grandmaster rank guards immediately rushed forward and controlled Nalan Kinki to prevent her from suddenly making a move. You only have so little ability. Nalan Kinki gave Yun Fanfai a cold look, and said with disdain, if you want to be hard on your lips, take advantage of it now. Yun Fanfai glanced at Nalan Kinki with a cold face, and then walked backstage first. Several Grandmaster rank guards immediately escorted Nalan Kinki followed along. Dare to provoke our hidden aristocratic family, your courage is really not small. Nalan Kan's face is cold. Shuang, looking at Lan Yi coldly. After all the imposing manners of heroic rank peak broke out, Xinglian's dragon's prestige has been suppressed, although still barely able to compete with it. But after all, Xinglian is just a fancy. Compared with the real heroic rank peak, Xinglian is still far behind. And with Nalan Kan's perception, I naturally felt this. Heroic rank, after all, there are also 20 small ranks. There is a big gap between heroic rank beginner and heroic rank peak. It's just a giant dragon who just entered the heroic rank. He dares to hide the aristocratic family. Who gave you the courage? Or, you are just come and die. Nalan Kan yelled, and a heavy sword with both hands appeared in his hand. The sword warrior. This is the rank of Nalan Kan. This two-handed heavy knife looks more like an extended shield than a weapon. Shwadash. Splitting the air sounded. Nalan Kan's attacking speed was so fast that the sonic boom had just sounded, and he had already arrived in front of Xinglian. After slashing with a heavy knife, I saw the blade light resembling electricity. The majestic battle chi condensed into the blade of a blade, and across Xinglian's slender neck. The huge dragon head was instantly cut off by this two-handed heavy knife. However, there was no trace of blood scattered, but ice crystals in the sky were raised. What's going on? How quick Nalan Kan's reaction was. The moment Nalan Kan saw the sky full of ice crystals, a bad premonition flashed in Nalan Kan's heart. As expected, the ice crystals scattered all over the sky condensed into countless icicles in an instant, then moved towards Nalan Kan shot away. Whiz 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 dash. The sharp splitting the air sounded in the lobby like a scream. Nalan Kan immediately lifted his knife to resist, and the icicle that flew from was immediately shattered. The remaining icicle will not be a great climate. All were stopped by Nalan Kun's body, battle chi. Then, in the horrified eyes of everyone, the scattered ice crystals all flew back to the neck of the ice blue headless giant dragon, and then condensed into the dragon head. Roar! Xinglian sent out a dragon roaring like a demonstration. The elementalization endowed by the frozen fruit is almost invincible when facing a physical attack. Chapter 975, Ice Crystal in the Sky. God-level Store Manager System. Chapter 976. This impossible. This absolutely impossible. Nalan Kun looked at this scene with an incredulous face. While staying outside the lobby, the clansmen from Yun family and Nalan family stared wide-eyed, with unbelievable looks in their eyes. No, how can this kind of thing happen? Elementalization. Is this elementalization in the legend? How is this possible? No. Things in this theory are impossible. I must be dreaming. A giant dragon that can be elementalized. Who can do this kind of enemy? Conquer? Everyone can't believe their eyes. Elementalization is not a rare concept. In fact, as long as the magician ranks, you have some understanding of elementalization, especially the element class magician. The concept of elementalization is a conjecture proposed by a powerful elemental magician in ancient times. This stunning power thinks that elemental magic is the result of magician using magic power to drive various elements together. Then, element magic should be able to be restored to various elements. Extend it. Among elemental magic, there is magic that uses magic power to condense summon objects for battle. For example, magic such as stone giants and ice golems. Then, theoretically speaking, element magician should be able to try to elementize itself after reaching the culmination of its understanding of various elements. After all, there is no need to go into details about the benefits of elementalization. However, looking at the ancient times, how powerful it is. From ancient times to the present, elementalization has always been a theory, but just today, this theory has been turned into reality by a giant dragon. How this makes them not surprised. How not to shock even those customers who have seen a lot of Big World in the Luo Sheng shop. When I learned that Xinglian used frozen fruits, which could be elementalized, I was shocked to be stunned. Not to mention, this group of people who stay in the territory of the hidden aristocratic family every day. Damn it. Yan Chengfeng, you should also take action. In the face of Nalan Kun's rank of sword warrior, can be elemental, is invincible on innate. So Nalan Kun was very self-aware and greeted Yan Chengfeng. Magic is the best way to deal with elementalization. You don't need to say. Yan Chengfeng squinted his eyes slightly and got up from the seat. I don't know when. There is an extra wand in his hand. On the orb of this staff, strands of lightning flashed continuously, indicating the rank of Yan Chengfeng, Thunder Element Magician. This is a fairly rare rank. Thunder Element is not a regular element. It is the most violent, attacking, and destructive power of all elements. Compared to the Fire Element, which is known for its destructive power, the destructive power of Thunder Element is purer and more extreme. Hide the honor of the aristocratic family, no insults are allowed. Today, you have lost the face of my Yun family and Nalan family, then you should do your best to give your life. Preparation for the price. Yan Chengfeng's voice has its own majesty. Working with Thunder Element all the year round makes Yan Chengfeng's imposing manner extremely domineering. For Xiao who dared to offend the hidden aristocratic family, it is not so much anger, it is more dismissive. Thunder Wan Jun. Yan Chengfeng waved his staff. The mighty magic power is like a huge wave. The thunder element instantly condenses and transforms into a sky full of thunder, and moved towards Xinglian slashed past it. Chapter 976, Elementalization in Theory, God-Level Store Manager System. Chapter 977, Thunder. Wan Jun. Yan Chengfeng raised his eyes resembling electricity. The staff in his hand swung abruptly. The magic power condensed at the top of the staff seemed like a huge wave. The thunder element all over the sky condensed in an instant and turned into the sky over the thunder, and moved towards Xinglian. Slashed past. Elementalization, of course, can avoid physical damage, but the resistance to elemental magic is much weaker unless the perception is strong enough to be elementalized in advance to avoid magical attacks. Otherwise, when magic strikes arrive, there will be no way to use elementalization to avoid it. The speed of thunder is so fast, simply did not give Xinglian time to react, so he hit Xinglian. The shattered ice crystals were instantly annihilated by the violent thunder. This is the tyrannical aspect of thunder element. Xinglian, are you okay? Lanzaya and Xinglian, same chi, connected branch, suddenly asked anxiously. Unfortunately, Lanzaya has no way to intervene in this level of battle. Otherwise, Lanzaya will definitely stand in the forefront. No, it's okay, Xinglian answered weakly. With the strength of Grandmaster rank peak, you can fight against heroic rank peak's thunder element magician. Even with Dragon Race's magic resistance bonus, Xinglian is proud enough. Because of the inherent magic resistance of Dragon Race, the more you face lower level magic, the stronger the resistance. And the higher the rank of magic, the lower the magic resistance. And Xinglian is just a dragon soul. This kind of magic resistance bonus is extremely low. If it wasn't for Xinglian to be able to use ice crystals to condense entities now, maybe this thunder element magic is enough to split Xinglian's dragon soul. After all, a pure dragon soul has no magic resistance. Elementalization, and only this, Yan Chengfeng said contemptuously. Although magician faces Dragon Race, he is naturally restrained. But this kind of restraint is almost negligible for thunder element magician. Because of all the elements, the destructive power of the thunder element is the purest, and it is also the most ignorant of the natural magic resistance of Dragon Race. It's like it comes with magic penetration. You should have done it a long time ago. Nalan Kun let out a sigh of relief. Nalan Kun is also quite afraid of Yan Chengfeng's strength. Thunder element magician was basically the strongest magician rank before being close by the agile attack rank. No matter how strong it is ancient era, the advanced level of those thunder element magician. However, those ranks are all legendary ranks. To this day, it has long been lost. I don't know how much time it has been. There are even some ranks, which are not even recorded in those ancient books. If it weren't for Nalan Kun as the patriarch of the Nalan family, I'm afraid there would be no way to know the secrets. This giant dragon will be handed over to you, and others will let me take care of it. Nalan Kun was already angry. For a battle chi rank, facing an elementalized opponent, it is impossible to say that you are not aggrieved. So, after Xinglian was dragged, Nalan Kun naturally wanted to vent flame hair on Lan Yi and the others. As long as these people are resolved, then this engagement ceremony can go on. As long as the matter is announced and the dust settles, even if Lan family and Yu family are not present to witness, it doesn't matter. This engagement ceremony was originally that's all that went through the scene. Get started earlier, solve the problem earlier. Yan raised the wand by the wind, and the magic power immediately gathered towards the top of the wand. Chapter 997, Yan Chengfeng Shot. God-level store manager system. Chapter 978. Nalan Kun also raised heavy knives in both hands. The imposing manner rose to the top in an instant. As Yan Chengfeng said, the sooner this matter is resolved, the less impact it will have on the two companies. Dawn Thunder. Yan Chengfeng opened his arms, and the majestic magic lingered around him. The flashing lightning staff hovered in front of Yan Chengfeng, madly accumulating magic power. The previous Thunder Wanjun is a tentative group attack by Yan Chengfeng. The current Breaking Thunder is a huge single attack of formidable power. Face the giant dragon that can be elementalized. If you don't die with one blow, you will suffer from it. Even if Yan Chengfeng doesn't care about the life and death of those clansmen, if a giant dragon of heroic rank is allowed to go crazy, then the entire Yan family will be ruined. This terrifying power of thunder, Yan Patriarch made the move. Very good. Young Patriarch made the move. Those who dare to fight against the hidden aristocratic family will die. Undoubtedly. Yes, I think I have some strength. I dare to come to hide the aristocratic family clan to make trouble. But I really don't know how to write dead words. Let those xiao. Let us take a look. This is the strength of the young patriarch. This is the strength of the Thunder King back then. Feel the power of thunder in the lobby roaring. Hiding the clansman outside the lobby was suddenly excited. Looking at Yan Chengfeng's gaze, it is full of enthusiasm. For Lan Yi and the others, the words are full of disdain. It is contemptuous to the extreme. You know, Yan Chengfeng is a legendary in the hidden aristocratic family. The violent thunder element magician, combined with the powerful strength of Shang Yan Chengfeng, is almost no one in the hidden aristocratic family. Although the hidden aristocratic family is hidden from the world, it is by no means isolated from the world. Otherwise, it is also impossible to have that many great influence. And they are so afraid of the aristocratic family. This is all the great fame of the hidden aristocratic family in the battle with the great influence of the eastern wilderness for so many years. The strength of the hidden aristocratic family is higher than those of great influence, and Yan Chengfeng is one of the strongest heroic ranks in the substitute patriarch of the aristocratic family. In battle strength, it far surpasses the patriarch of the other three hidden aristocratic families. It is a pity that Yan Chengfeng became the Yan family patriarch and began to cherish his life. No longer take easy shots. This has to be said to be a great pity for the hidden aristocratic family. And now, Yan Chengfeng made a move. The violent power of thunder suddenly let these clansmen of the hidden aristocratic family know that powerful thunder element magician, the Emperor of Thunder, who beheaded the prestigious name in the heroic rank powerhouse, is back again. Dare to challenge the aristocratic family. For so many years, you are not the first and will not be the last. However, those who come before you, the people who challenged the aristocratic family, have disappeared in this world. You, no exception. Yan Chengfeng said with a trembling voice. The staff floating in front of you suddenly burst out with a terrible lightning. In the lobby, the terrible lightning is like the white light that breaks through dawn, instantly transforming into a thunder that seems to be able to teach the sky. This kind of terrifying thunder magic, even if it is a real heroic rank giant dragon, if it goes head, it will be seriously injured. Not to mention Xinglian is not a heroic rank giant dragon. Boom. The thunder broke and the lightning burst. The clansman of the hidden aristocratic family outside the lobby is full of joy. Chapter 978, The King of Thunder. God-level store manager system. Chapter 979. No matter how powerful your heroic rank giant dragon is, it is absolutely impossible for you to take this thunder magic hidden without any damage. As long as this heroic rank giant dragon falls down, the rest is the fish on the chopping board. Other people, come and die too. Nalan Kun followed Yan Chengfeng's breaking thunder and rushed up. The speed is so fast that even the after images are a bit blurry. You guys, are you too smug? However, after the sky full of lightning, what came out was a terrifying coercion and a sharp shout. The violent power erupted from the lightning, blasting Nalan Kun, who had charged up and flew back. All the lightning in the lobby will be collected in an instant. A steed with blood-red horsehair like a lion and imposing manner like a rainbow appeared in front of everyone. That violent coercion is just emitted from this horse. Red Lion, the heroic rank ancient variation beast given to Lan Yi by the Overlord Illusory Shadow. In this brief moment, it showed its appearance. Another heroic rank variation beast. How could this happen? No, I must have read it wrong. Squatting in the lobby, would also excited implicit aristocratic family clansmen, like being poured ice water in general. All of them looked at the red lion with amazement. Ancient variation beast. That is almost synonymous with powerful. It's not that all the ancient variation beasts are very powerful. However, the ancient variation beast that can live to the present is absolutely impossible. In the long inheritance, these ancient variation beasts have strong fighting instincts and almost perfect power forms. The red lion, in terms of battle strength, is absolutely impossible and weaker than a giant dragon of heroic rank. It can block my day-breaking thunder. Yan Chengfeng stared at the red lion that suddenly appeared in the lobby, his face gloomy and watery. It really is a powerful ancient variation beast, and it can have giant dragon's power. Nalan Kun, who flew upside down, gave a heavy cough, which relieved the dullness in his chest. The sense of, looking at the red lion's gaze, there is a look of dreading. If the red lion is not strong, how can it be favored by the Overlord class owner? Just an Overlord illusory shadow, its imposing manner, and its coercion, can suppress the half-step powerhouse level power of Gapingchuan, not to mention the Overlord rank owner in the peak period. Fortunately, it was blocked. Lan Yi panted, staring at Yan Chengfeng and Nalan Kun. Although the Overlord illusory shadow also gave Lan Yi Overlord halberd, but that is not the weapon that makes Lan Yi skipping grades to battle. The gap between the Grandmaster rank and the heroic rank cannot be made up by a weapon after all. The current Orchid Leaf group, it can be said that all the cards are out. I only hope that it can hold the heroic rank powerhouse of the hidden aristocratic family. A giant dragon of heroic rank, and an ancient variation beast of heroic rank. No wonder you dare to challenge the aristocratic family. Cloud Chengfeng gloomy face, speaking in a gloomy tone. This situation can no longer be explained by simply grabbing relatives. This is the face of the aristocratic family. Hit him Yan family and Nalan family in the face. If these people are allowed to walk out of the Yan family today, what qualifications does his Yan family have to be called the first in the hidden aristocratic family? Then he Yan Chengfeng has any qualifications to be called the most powerful powerhouse of the hidden aristocratic family. Nalan Kinky unexpectedly has such a powerful friend. What has happened to her outside the territory space in the past few years? Nalan Kun was also full of consternation. There is even a hint of regret in my heart. Chapter 979. The Red Lion appears. God-level store manager system. Chapter 980. If it's just a giant dragon of heroic rank, it's not enough to make Nalan Kun tempted. However, if a giant dragon of heroic rank, plus an ancient variation beast of heroic rank, can join the Nalan family, the power of Nalan family can surpass Yan family, then this marriage, don't worry about it. Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in this world. Now Nalan family and Yan family are on the same boat. Even if Nalan Kun brought Nalan Kinky back to the Nalan family and announced the cancellation of this engagement, I am afraid he will be a stranger in the future. In that case, it would be better to let these people stay here forever. Yan Patriarch, my Nalan family would like to help. Thinking of this, Nalan Kun walked to Yan Chengfeng's side and said aloud, "Then many thanks Nalan family lord's kindness." Yan Chengfeng glanced at Nalan Kun. Yan Chengfeng knows what Nalan Kun's mind is. If it weren't for Nalan Kinky, it has reached the point of irreversibility. I am afraid that Nalan Kun will turn to face each other at this moment, aiming both hands with heavy swords at Yan Chengfeng. I admire your courage to come to the hidden aristocratic family to challenge. But if you feel that this level of strength is qualified to be with me Yan family mention on equal terms, is that too self-confident? You wait. Do you really think I have no one in Yan family? Yan Chengfeng asked, really angry. The four elders of Yan family are all heroic rank powerhouses. Together with Yan Chengfeng, the 5 heroic rank powerhouses are the strongest among the hidden aristocratic family. Even the Imperial Sword sect that has not been sneak attacked by the Shadow Palace is not as powerful as Yan family. Now Yan Chengfeng's angry shout suddenly alarmed the 4 elders guarding the Yan family city-state. The distance of a city-state, for heroic rank powerhouse, it will come in an instant. If you can force Yan Patriarch to this point, you are still number 1 person. Yan family great elder came to the lobby door and faintly said, I don't know if the tone is mocking or disdain. The battle of the heroic rank, the distance of a trifling city-state. How could they not feel the Yan family elder who are also heroic rank? It's just the trust in Yan Chengfeng, that's all. Even at this moment, Yan family great elder still believes in Yan Chengfeng's battle strength. It's just that Yan family great elder doesn't want Yan family clansmen to increase casualties, that's all. Follow closely from behind. as well as third elder from Yan family. The several breaths in the lobby are like a beacon for heroic rank powerhouse. The enemy has only 2 breaths of heroic rank Yan family, naturally. There is no need for the 4 elders to do it all. The 4 heroic rank powerhouses. This is a bit hanged. Lan Yi took a few deep breaths and looked at the 4 heroic rank powerhouses inside and outside the lobby. The heartbeat suddenly accelerated a lot. The fear of death is the instinct of all life. It's just for people with stoic will to overcome this instinct, that's all. Kinga, Xia, Xioya, do you regret it? Lan Yi suddenly asked. In the face of the last 4 heroic rank powerhouses, the may be dead and no life. No regrets. Lan Xia without the slightest hesitation answered. If I don't come, I might spend my whole life in regret. Lan Kinga took a deep breath and said seriously. Sister Lan Yi, these all are our own decisions. Since we are partners and sisters, we have no regrets. Xioya said with a firm expression. The will is like iron, even if facing death, there is no fear. Chapter 980. Yan Family Elder. God-level store manager system. Chapter 981. Then I will complete you. Yan Chengfeng's perception is so keen. He can also hear the dialogue between Lan Yi and the others clearly. With a wave of the staff, power of thunder condenses. Start. The 2 Yan family elders who came here suddenly burst into a majestic imposing manner like a sea. All are heroic rank high rank powerhouse. Although it is not as good as heroic rank peak, it is not far away. Nalan Kun also mentioned his imposing manner, and the pressure was released, like a wave, moved towards Lan Yi and the others flapped over. Let's give it a go. Lan Yi also took out the Overlord halberd. The imposing manner on the red lion also broke out. The ancient variation beast of the heroic rank. The pressure it releases is no weaker than a heroic rank peak powerhouse. Roar. Xinglian also issued a loud roar. Dragon's prestige is like a tide. Others also took out their weapons. Sitting and waiting to die is never the style of Orchid Leaf Group. Even if you are invincible and have nowhere to go, you should do your best to fight to the last minute. However, this is when the battle that makes everyone's hearts hang in the air is about to begin. A lazily voice suddenly rang in the lobby. To bully the less, isn't it? It doesn't fit the aristocratic family's tolerance. This voice sounded. All the people in the lobby suddenly felt a sense of have one's hair stand on end. There is no other reason. Because no one can perceive where this sound came from. You know, inside and outside this lobby, there are only 4 heroic rank powerhouses among the members of the hidden aristocratic family. Who? Come out for me. Yan Chengfeng shouted angrily. The feeling that the enemy is dark and oneself is bright is really uncomfortable, especially this enemy hiding in the dark. Even the perception of heroic rank can avoid it. Its strength can be imagined. It's me, a store manager without any malicious intent. Suddenly visited, no gifts. Really sorry. Face Yan Chengfeng shouted angrily. Luo Sheng Shi Shiren walked out of the backstage of the lobby and spoke slowly. Who are you? Yan Chengfeng stared at Luo Sheng firmly, and asked in a deep voice. Even if you see the enemy in front of you, Yan Chengfeng still can't feel the imposing manner on Luo Sheng, just like an ordinary person. But Yan Chengfeng would not naively think that Luo Sheng would be an ordinary person. If the ordinary person can walk out of the backstage of the Yan family lobby, all the guards of the Yan family can take it to feed the dog. She store manager. The confusion and doubts of the hidden aristocratic family are different. Lan Yi and the others' eyes are full of shock and surprise, and some of them can't believe it. I'm so glad to see you here. Luo Sheng raised his eyebrows and said seriously. To be honest, Luo Sheng is really happy to see Lan Yi and the others alive intact. The heroic rank powerhouse of the 4 hidden aristocratic family clan. There are more than 10 people. Even if Lan family and Yu patriarch leave, the heroic rank powerhouse of Yan family and Nalan family is definitely not what Lan Yi and the others can shake. It seems that you are also with them. Then you don't need to know who you are. Just take it all together. Yan Chengfeng is at the moment of anger. Seeing Luo Sheng and Lan Yi know each other, without saying anything, They immediately ordered. Yun family Great Elder and Yun family Third Elder got the order and immediately shot and attacked Liu Sheng. Chapter 1981, A Malicious Store Manager. God-level store manager system. Chapter 982, a joined attack by two heroic rank high rank powerhouses. Even if the heroic rank peak powerhouse is able to deal with it, it has to be in a hurry. However, it seems that your hidden aristocratic family is indeed swollen. Liu Sheng did not show a trace of panic on his face. He even brought a hint of smile. Reach out. Thousand chance ball condenses into a staff. The vast and boundless magic power, like a huge wave, instantly swept the entire lobby inside and outside. All the clansmen of the hidden aristocratic family who felt this magical power were almost suffocated by this vast magical power. The terrifying coercion made the clansmen who stayed outside the lobby almost want to worship. It's really like demon god. Frozen. Liu Sheng spit out two words. As soon as these words came out, the vast magic power seemed to have found a catharsis, and moved towards the lobby madly condensed. In an instant, the two Yun family elders who attacked Liu Sheng were frozen into ice sculpture. All the breath is cut off instantly. Spike. This is impossible. The appearance of this scene caused Yun Chengfeng to let out a terrified roar. Kill two heroic rank high rank powerhouses in one move. What terrifying strength this is. It makes my heart chill. Outside the lobby, all clansmen from the hidden aristocratic family who saw this scene only felt cold all over, and the blood in the whole body seemed to be frozen. It's like the ice sculpture in the lobby, not the two Yun family elders. But they are the same. Nalan Kun was even more shocked and trembling all over. Is this one also a friend of Nalan Kinki? How is this possible? This is absolutely impossible. If Nalan Kinki has such a strong friend, then Nalan family simply has nothing to be proud of in front of Nalan Kinki. Kill heroic rank powerhouse in seconds. This terrifying force is enough to destroy an entire hidden aristocratic family. Chi store manager. The people of Orchid Leaf Group also looked at Liu Sheng in amazement. Although they knew Liu Sheng is very strong before, the strength is deep and unmeasurable, but absolutely did not expect that Liu Sheng's strength could be strong enough to kill heroic rank powerhouse in seconds. This power simply is not in the category of heroic rank. Sorry, although I don't have any malicious intentions, but if someone wants to attack me for this, he must be prepared to pay the price. Liu Sheng has a face speaking peacefully with the smile of harmless to humans and animals. By the way, the staff turned into 1,000 machine ball and put it away. Pay the price. Yun Chengfeng looked at the two ice sculptures in the lobby, his heartache almost vomiting blood. These are two heroic ranks. If it is Yun family elder, go for the second of four. The strength of Yun family must be greatly reduced. But now, in any case, Yun Chengfeng does not dare to provoke Liu Sheng anymore, because Yun Chengfeng knows that Liu Sheng's power has surpassed heroic rank. Simply is not in existence that oneself and the others can contend with. System, have you received the souls of those two guys? Remember to extract the memory. Maybe there are materials needed for the task. Liu Sheng glanced at ice sculpture, ordered it in my mind. This kind of force that is strong enough to kill heroic rank in seconds, of course, is asking the system for help. If it were not for this kind of deterrent method, these hidden aristocratic families could not be softened. After all, the power provided by the system is limited. Because this is not a shop. In this kind of place, ask the system for help. The more you borrow, the more you will get. If this tyrannical force is used for a while, maybe this mission will lose even the rewards of the abridged version. Chapter 982, One Move Spike. God-level store manager system. Chapter 983. System, the memory has been retrieved, and the information required for the task is being integrated. That's good. Liu Sheng slightly nodded, then looked towards Yun Chengfeng and Nalan Kun. I wonder why this senior came to Yun family for what? Yun Chengfeng asked through gritted teeth. In the cultivator, the master is the teacher. There is nothing wrong with calling Liu Sheng senior. In order to take away Nalan Kinki, Is it feasible? Luo Sheng narrowed his eyes and said lightly, although there is no threat in the tone. But the last question made Yan Shengfeng and Nalankan's cold sweat soaked in the clothes in an instant. They have no doubt. If you dare to say half of the word no, I am afraid that the next ice sculpture will be one of these two people. Of course, no problem, if the senior is willing to take away Nalankinki. That is Nalankinki's blessing. Nalankan immediately expressed his attitude. Now the four elders of Yun family, forego to two. The strength of Yun family is almost on par with Nalan family. At this time, marriage is not important anymore. Even more how? If you can make this senior through Nalankinki, the benefits will be enough for the Nalan family to be infinitely useful. Senior, please, this young person. There is nothing to say. Yan Shengfeng also said with his hands. This is the end, you can only stop the loss. If you accidentally anger this senior again, maybe Yun family will be destroyed here. That's good. Luo Sheng faintly laughed. Then he continued, when you were in the background, some of your Yun family unfortunately went astray. I have taken action to solve it for you. I hope you don't blame me for overstepping. Backstage, Yan Shengfeng was taken aback for a moment, and then immediately remembered. It is Yun Fanfai. With the perception of cloud riding on the wind, the entire lobby is within its perception range. Yun Fanfai's small movements can't be concealed from Yan Shengfeng. It's just a trivial matter to bring Nalankinki back to the backstage, so Yan Shengfeng also acquiesced to Yun Fanfai's behavior. But didn't expect. This move was a disaster for Yun Fanfai. Although Yun Fanfai is the #1 person with the most innate talent among the young Yun family, but facing Luo Sheng, a deep and unmeasurable senior, that can only be blamed on him. Since he went astray first, and the senior took the shot, that is also a good thing. This Yun naturally dare not blame the senior for overstepping. Yan Shengfeng can only knock down his teeth and swallow in his stomach. And, even if Luo Sheng takes over for you, so what? Does Yan Shengfeng dare to do it? In that case, that's fine. Luo Sheng clicked nodded, and then said to Lan Yi, you can now go backstage and bring Nalankinki out. When I was in Lan family city-state before, when I sensed something was wrong with the breath here, Luo Sheng had already come over. At that time, there was not much time, so Luo Sheng was in the background. But when Luo Sheng went to the backstage room in the lobby, Yuju and Fexu had already come under the cover of Lan Yi and the others. In their battle with Yun Fanfai, Luo Sheng found a familiar breath. The breath of the Shadow Palace. The blood-reeking chi, which is a mixture of evil spirit and hostility, is unique enough to make people impossible to admit their mistakes. It really didn't expect that the Shadow Palace can infiltrate the hidden aristocratic family. So it seems that Yun Fanfai caught Nalankinki. I'm afraid it's not just Nalankinki's appearance. Luo Sheng rubbed his chin, thinking in his heart. Chapter 983, Breath of the Shadow Palace. God-level store manager system. Chapter 984. About the Shadow Palace, Le Zhengya mentioned a lot in the shop. As the person who killed the Scarlet Moon Wolf King, Luo Sheng is naturally no stranger to the Shadow Palace. The blood sacrifice array has many uses. Refining the power of others for your own use is not an impossible thing. Therefore, Luo Sheng took care of Yun Fanfai. The remnants of the Shadow Palace, die without regret. It seems that the affairs of the hidden aristocratic family are not as simple as I thought. System, host, the data required for the task is collected and integrated, and the integrity of the data is confirmed. It's over, the task is complete. While Luo Sheng was thinking about it, the system prompt sounded. It's really like the sound of nature. The mission is completed. Very good. I finally don't have to scurry around, Luo Sheng said with satisfaction. As a store manager who is waiting to die, this kind of business trip task is simply torture. Fortunately, Xia watched the store, and it was not closed yet. Nalankinki's problem has also been resolved, then I should retire as well. Luo Sheng glanced at Yan Shengfeng, then he coughed, which attracted the attention of everyone in the lobby. As a malicious store manager, I am sorry to turn up without being invited, so, in order to express my apologies, I decided to send you a little thing. Luo Sheng took out a stand-in doll and threw it to Yan Chengfeng. This thing, for others, can be regarded as a quasi-divine artifact. But for Luo Sheng, just ask for one from system. Even more how? The limit of the double puppet is to withstand a fatal injury for heroic rank. Higher realm, the power of the avatar appears to be somewhat insufficient. After all, this thing is just the output of a level 45 big map like the doll maze, and it can affect the heroic rank, which is already very good. Going up again, it's a bit of ignoring power of heaven and earth. So Luo Sheng doesn't care too much. However, for Yan Chengfeng, it can't be ignored. Stand-in doll. When the role of the double-headed doll came to Yan Chengfeng's mind, he almost didn't scare Yan Chengfeng into a fool. Then immediately, it was ecstatic. What does the stand-in doll do? Don't go into details. For a heroic rank powerhouse like Yan Chengfeng, the meaning of one more life is beyond imagination. Even the deaths of the two elders in Yan family were temporarily forgotten by Yan Chengfeng. Many thanks to senior rewards. After hurriedly putting away the double doll, Yan Chengfeng immediately thanked him. For Luo Sheng, there is a deep sense of awe in my heart. Even this kind of divine object can be given freely. The strength of this senior is simply shocking. You don't need to be polite. However, since you have taken my things, you should do things seriously. Luo Sheng said lightly. Yes, I understand below. Yan Chengfeng clasped his fists and answered respectfully. Even his claim has changed. Being able to sit in the position of Yan family patriarch, Yan Chengfeng is naturally not stupid. He instantly understood what Luo Sheng said. It's nothing more than hitting a stick to give a sweet jujube, that's all. But this method can make Yan Chengfeng afraid of any thoughts. Regardless of Luo Sheng's deep and unmeasurable strength, he can still come up with the background of a divine object like a stand-in doll. Yan Chengfeng was shocked, and Luo Sheng took out the stand-in doll. It may not be without shocking meaning. Give both grace and power, divine object, in the hands of the weak. That is, an innocent man treasuring a jade ring becomes a criminal. Chapter 984, Enlightenment and Power. God-level store manager system. Chapter 985. If this divine object is in the hands of powerhouse, that will only make people more awe-inspiring and afraid to resist, because you don't know how many divine objects you can't even think of in the hands of this powerhouse. Therefore, Yan Chengfeng knew in his heart that Nalan Qingqi and Luo Sheng are protecting Ding. Since I took advantage of this senior, I must send Nalan Qingqi out of the territory of the hidden aristocratic family intact. Otherwise, these benefits, I'm afraid I have fate to take, but fate to spend. Just understand. Luo Sheng nodded, not afraid that Yan Chengfeng will change his mind temporarily. If Yan Chengfeng really dares to change his mind, then Luo Sheng will destroy Yan family here, even if he does not want to reward him. However, most of the people who can reach this realm are smart people. Stop loss is just the most basic approach for smart people. Moreover, outside the territory of the hidden aristocratic family clan, there is Lizengya responding. I believe that Yan Chengfeng will not risk offending Luo Sheng, an imperial sword sect, and insist on leaving Nalan Qingqi. There is no benefit in this. As for Nalan Kun, I am afraid that most of it regrets now. It's a pity that I knew this before, so why bother back then? And Nalan Qingqi's matter has basically been resolved, and Luo Sheng does not plan to stay longer. After all, there is no comfort outside to stay in a shop. Senior walk slowly. Nalan Qingqi will definitely appear in front of the senior intact. Yan Fanfei saw Luo Sheng preparing to leave, and immediately patted his chest to ensure that Luo Sheng clicked, nodded, and then moved his feet. Opening the space gate with his empty boots, Luo Sheng lifted his foot and instantly disappeared in front of Yan Chengfeng. This move caused an uproar in the lobby again. Senior's strength is not something I can predict. Yan Chengfeng took a long breath. For Luo Sheng, my heart is even more jealous. The task is finally completed. After Luo Sheng came out of Space Gate, he was already in Cloud Mist City. There is no need for Luo Sheng to deal with the remaining matters in the territory of the hidden aristocratic family. Previously, Liu Sheng wandered around the city-states of the 4 hidden aristocratic family tribes. While obtaining the information required for the mission, it also had the purpose of investigating the strength of the 4 hidden aristocratic family tribes. In the previous battle, Liu Sheng used thunder to get rid of the 2 elders of the Yun family. Is to balance the strength of the 4 hidden aristocratic families. The prerequisite for the breeding of ambition is sufficient strength. As long as the strength of the 4 hidden aristocratic families is within the same level, they will be jealous of each other. At this time, it is naturally impossible to offend more heroic rank powerhouses. Otherwise, it is self-defeating. System, host, this system really didn't expect. You can be so scheming. Liu Sheng almost got caught. The sudden sound of the system choked to death. I'm resourceful. You are a two-stroke system. Don't talk if you can't speak. It is not an honor to use adjectives indiscriminately. Liu Sheng said in an angry tone. It is peeping at his own thoughts and using adjectives to curse people indiscriminately. It is strange that Liu Sheng can have a good tone. System, don't care about these details. System, host, the task is confirmed to be completed, but since the host uses the power of this system, it can only receive the reduced version of the reward. May I claim it now? Reduced version of the reward is the crystal of 3 skills. To be honest, Liu Sheng is really not interested in such a clearly defined amount of reward. Can't compare to snacks and drinks at all. Chapter 985, The Way of Balance. God-level store manager system. Chapter 986. After all, Liu Sheng wants to eat snacks and drinks. However, Liu Sheng is destined to be useless for the skill crystal. Wait for a while, I'll talk to you in the evening. Actually, I always have a question. System, you said you have the information of the hidden aristocratic family. What's the use? Liu Sheng waved his hand, and then asked curiously. The material on the giant dragon before, the material on the heroic rank demonic beast. In any case, it can be regarded as a kind of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. But for the tasks at this time and the simple information that Liu Sheng needs, Liu Sheng can't think of any use at all. System, the hidden aristocratic family is a force descended from ancient era struggling on whilst at death's door. The information it possesses, the secrets it knows, and the usefulness of it can be greater. For example, Liu Sheng then asked. System, for example, this system can select the address of a branch based on these data. Branch? This word immediately makes Liu Sheng stared wide-eyed, suddenly excited. As a store manager, even if you eat and wait to die. But the desire to open a branch is almost an instinct. Opening a branch means higher turnover, higher income, and more customers. By the way, you can also follow the location of the branch and travel for free. If it weren't for Liu Sheng that didn't have the authority to open branches on its own, it might have opened several branches now and became a chain brand. When can I open a branch? Liu Sheng asked quickly. System, if you want to open a branch, you need to increase the store manager level to level 1, so please keep the host's efforts. Liu Sheng hearing this, some helplessly said, if you give I have a clear goal, then I can at least move towards that direction and work hard. But to upgrade the store manager level, then I can only wait for the upgrade task. So Liu Sheng is no longer anxious about opening a branch. And just so, there will be time to train Xia. After all, if you open a branch, the store in Cloud Mist City must be handed over to Xia. By the way, system, since you have compiled all the information of the hidden aristocratic family, then I would like to ask, what is going on in the territory of the hidden aristocratic family? Liu Sheng collected his expectations for the branch, and changed his question. Because the handwriting of that small space is big enough to shock everyone. The 4 city-states form a realm of their own. If there are no secrets, at least Liu Sheng would not believe it. System, it's okay to tell you this. System, the hidden aristocratic family does not hesitate to expend countless resources and a large amount of spiritual power. I came to build that small space for refuge. Although system did not conceal it, it said it. But Liu Sheng is at a loss. Evacuation? System, yes, it is evacuation. System, as I said before, The hidden aristocratic family is the forces that came down from ancient era, struggling on whilst at death's door. System, ancient era, a great battle took place in the eastern wilderness, which shattered the lifeblood of the eastern wilderness and exhausted the eastern wilderness. The wild luck, the hidden aristocratic family was the territory space built at that time in order to take refuge. A great battle. Systems remarks revealed a lot of information. No wonder that in the current eastern wilderness, even a powerhouse level power can't be found. The air luck is exhausted, and the lifeline is broken. It would be a weird thing if powerhouse level powers can still appear here. Chapter 986, The Mystery of Ancient Era. God-level store manager system. Chapter 987. Their powerhouse level is a realm called heaven and earth, which can be found under the sky. It will always be a powerhouse. In other words, heroic rank is the foundation of a great influence. Then the powerhouse level power can guard the existence of heaven and earth's luck. However, in the Eastern famine nowadays, luck is exhausted. Then how can it be possible to give birth to a powerhouse level power? It turns out that this kind of thing happened in the Eastern famine back then. It's really sigh. Luo Sheng raised his head and looked at the sky of Cloud Mist City. Luo Sheng did not ask any more about the situation of that epic battle. Because Luo Sheng knows it, it may be useless to ask. The hidden aristocratic family originally built territorial space for refuge. Naturally, it is impossible to participate in that unprecedented battle. Then the details of the aristocratic family should not be recorded in the information. And about the result of that extraordinary battle, System also told Luo Sheng. Countless powerhouses fell in that battle. In the end, the winner stays alive and the loser leaves. To this day, all the cultivators who participated in that battle have been lost. Nearly 1,000 years, enough time to obliterate all the powerhouses that were covered with injuries and survived in front of them. Really, after my own death, no matter how the future generations are flooded, a great battle ruined the entire eastern desolation. Luo Shengwang looking at the sky, his eyes were stabbed by the afterglow of the sky, and they were a bit unable to open. Forget it, these things. Has anything to do with me? With a slight sigh, Luo Sheng silently shook his head and walked into the familiar one. In the alley. It's still comfortable in the shop. Don't think about that many. Store manager, welcome back. Xia showed a happy smile on his face and greeted Luo Sheng happily. Thanks for your hard work in the past few days, Xia. Luo Sheng laughed. The past few days I was not in the store. Xia was doing all the affairs in the store, and it was still so organized. This allows Luo Sheng to hand over the store to Xia with greater confidence. No hard work. This is what I should do, Xia said softly. This sentence is not polite. Xia really feels that these things should be done by herself. Even if it's what you should do, it's hard work for you. Luo Sheng rubbed Xia's head. The silky hair is tangled up. Xia's throat made a slight noise, and his expression was a bit like a cat. Probably the ancestor of the Moon Cat clan was a cat. Luo Sheng, what are you doing? A tender voice suddenly came from the side. Ah! Xia cried out in surprise. His face flushed slightly. He immediately broke away Luo Sheng's hand, and lowered his head shyly. Little X, since when did you like to show up at this kind of time? Luo Sheng glanced at Xuang Xu who was sitting on the counter. Then he put his hand back quietly. I was so tired all night last night. I only got up after sleeping until now. Xuang Xu licked his paws while talking, and then began to wash his face like a cat. The past few days when Luo Sheng was not in the store, Xuang Xu was out of the gauge. Day and night are reversed, and the schedule of work and rest is chaotic. Although they are all old problems, the past few days have obviously become more serious. Okay, you go and play with yours. Luo Sheng rubbed Xuang Xu twice, and the cat felt really good. It feels very healing. Chapter 987, Thank you for your hard work. God-level store manager system. Chapter 988. Hey, you can just rub Xia. Why do you still rub me? Xuang Xu opened Luo Sheng's hand dissatisfied. It's really cool to slap a cat, but the cat that gets slapped is not necessarily little X. Xia heard Xuang Xu's words, and suddenly shouted in shame. Don't, can't it be done if I don't say anything? Let me go. I will go to the New World mode. Bizire grabbed his head and violently rubbed Xuanxu, begging for mercy. It's a roommate who lives in a bedroom. If Xuanxu has learned how to transform, he and Xia can probably be regarded as good best friends. Devouring Civet and the Mooncat clan. Luo Sheng watched Xia and Xuanxu tossing, and suddenly felt that this kind of life seemed to be quite relaxing. System, if I received the task reward in the lobby, what's the big move it shouldn't be? Luo Sheng asked in his head while sitting on the sofa. The 3 skill crystals are not enough to make Luo Sheng take seriously. After being drawn out, the crystals of these 3 skills are like other commodities and can be supplied in unlimited quantities. This is only 3 pieces. This kind of task reward has the feeling of chicken ribs. It is tasteless, and it is a pity to discard it. Just draw it and it's done. System, it can meet the requirements of the host. The system is still very good at receiving rewards. After all, this is not a product sampling, it's more like an extra reward, and there is no need for a sense of ceremony. Luo Sheng closed his eyes, plunged his consciousness into his mind, and saw a lottery box. You only need to move your mind and a small ball will be poured out of the lottery box. Let me see, what is the first skill crystal? Grandmaster rank skill crystal, Battle Chi Burst. Battle Chi Blasting, a passive skill. After each use of the martial skill, it will cause secondary damage to the enemy, causing a lot of physical damage. Restrictions on use. All Battle Chi ranks. A good start. The skill of Battle Chi Blasting can definitely be regarded as a superior skill crystal. If it is used well, it can at least strengthen at least 30% of the battle strength. And in battle, the more frequently the martial skill is used, the greater the value of the Battle Chi Blasting skill crystal. This is much better than passive skills that strengthen certain attributes. If you can sell in bulk, you can definitely make a lot of money. However, there is only one piece. The first piece of skill crystal is so good, then the next one will definitely not let me down. Luo Sheng took a deep breath. Silently cheer yourself up. Then the mind moved. The lottery box floating in my mind turned over, and another small ball was poured out. Grandmaster rank skill crystal. The power of ancestors. Ancestors power, active skills. Summons ancestors power, blesses oneself, temporarily enhances all the attributes of the skill user. Friendly reminder, the strength of this skill is closely related to the strength of the ancestor of the skill owner. Use restrictions, all ranks. Strange things are starting to appear again. When Luo Sheng saw this skill crystal, this was the first thought in his mind. The power of the ancestors. What is that? Does the use of skills depend on whether one's ancestors are strong or not? System, host, this system once again kindly reminds you that this skill crystal is better not to be used by human race. Just when Luo Sheng was thinking about it, the voice of system came out. Chapter 988. The Power of Ancestors. God-level store manager system. Chapter 989. There, system is like a dawn. Suddenly, the fog in Luo Sheng's mind was cleared. This ancestral strength is actually bloodline strength. System gave a friendly reminder that it should not be used by human race. In fact, it is the bloodline strength of human race, which is too weak. After all, among these many races, human race is the race that does not rely on bloodline strength the least. Therefore, if this ancestral power skill crystal is used by human race, it is considered useless. Who can it be used for? Luo Sheng rubbed his chin and continued to think in his heart. When it comes to bloodline strength, it is mostly the powerful bloodline among demonic beast and variation beast. The top bloodline strength must have a place in dragon race. But Lan Zia's bloodline strength has already been activated, and has signed a dual soul contract with Xinglian. So using this ancestral power skill crystal is a bit wasteful. Think further. Luo Sheng suddenly discovered that the customers who come to his store seem to be basically human race. After all, Dongwang belongs to the territory of human race. If other races dare to come to Cloud Mist City in a big way, the probability of being bombarded by a human race will account for the majority. Wait, demi-human bloodline, it seems to be okay. Luo Sheng suddenly remembered this. In fact, when talking about bloodline strength, many people ignore demi-human. After all, there are not many powerhouses in demi-human. However, in real terms, demi-human's bloodline strength is not strong, but impure. Bloodline strength is too mottled and thin, so there are few places where demi-human can benefit from bloodline. However, even so, the cultivation aptitude of demi-human, compared with most human races, is still stronger on two streets. It's just that there are so many human races, so many powerhouses have appeared, so that most people think that human race is better than demi-human. In this way, customers in the store can't buy this skill crystal. Luo Sheng thought of this, and he was already looking for the ancestral power skill crystal in his heart. Okay master. Then look at the third skill crystal. Can you surprise me? Luo Sheng thought. A small ball suddenly rolled out of the lottery box. Heroic rank skill crystal, magic condensation. Magic condensation, passive skills. When releasing magic, it can actively accumulate power, condense magic, and enhance the formidable power of magic, up to 10 times the formidable power. Restrictions on use. All magic ranks. Top grade. Absolute top grade skill crystal. Actively accumulate power, which can increase the formidable power of magic up to 10 times. What is this concept? This is an instant increase of battle strength level. If it is used well, the low-level heroic rank against heroic rank peak is definitely not a problem. Moreover, the most important thing is that the use of magic power crystals is restricted to all magic power levels, not all magician ranks. This means that ranks that use magic, such as priests, can also be inlaid with this skill crystal. That group healing magic with 10 times the formidable power was shed. It's a magical skill. System, you didn't lie to me. You can really get the heroic rank skill crystal. Luo Sheng was excited for a while before calming down. Despite the task rewards this time, there is no new purchase channel. But I got a heroic rank skill crystal, and it was also a top grade heroic rank skill crystal. It's not a loss. Chapter 989, Bloodline Strength of Demi-Human, God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 990. System, that's natural. This system has always been generous, and it's childish. The level of narcissism remains the same. Luo Sheng glanced at his mouth, without replying to system. If you get cheap, you won't be obedient. That would be a little deserves a beating. These 3 crystals of skills should be priced by me. Luo Sheng asked a crucial question. System, this is your task reward. The host, you can naturally set your own price. That's it. Luo Sheng got. After answering, he waved his hand and screamed back the system. Sure enough, this limited number of mission rewards is not a commodity. It is a private item belonging to Luo Sheng. So system will not participate in pricing. Even if Luo Sheng sells or not, it is Luo Sheng's own business. The system does not care. At this point, Xiaoqi and the others should be coming out soon. Luo Sheng lazily leaned on the sofa. His eyes drifted away. His eyes looked a little blurred. When I returned to the store, it was getting late. As the afterglow falls, what is greeted by the sky is a ray of white moonlight. Luo Sheng, who had been dozing for a long time, stretched his waist vigorously. Listening to the crisp popping sound of joints on his body, I felt that the fatigue of the past few days was relieved by more than half. How long have I slept? Luo Sheng glanced at the thin quilt beside him, rubbed his distressed eyes, and asked with a yawn. The customers in the store have already gone by this time. The store door is also closed. Only Xia is still sorting out the sanitary conditions in the store. In fact, check it out in the fast food area and the battle strength improvement training room area. After all, customers who come to the store know that those packaging bags and glass bottles are best thrown away by themselves, because no one dares to let a powerhouse with deep and unmeasurable strength to clean up these things for themselves. Even this powerhouse is very easygoing. About 3.5 hours, store manager. The past few days is not in the store. It should be very tired. Xia walked over and put the thin quilt was folded up, ready to be taken to the bedroom later. Fortunately, it was a bit rewarding. Liu Sheng waved his hand, and then each minding their own business went to the snack vending machine. Come with me to eat something. What would you like to drink? Pure milk, Xia answered softly. For Liu Sheng's invitation, Xia will not refuse, only after accepting it. Keep this touch of affection in my heart. Drinking pure milk at night is not very suitable. Liu Sheng took 2 small dragon shrimp and 2 double cheese beef burgers. First put these food on the small round table, before going to get a bottle of pure milk and 2 bottles of cold beer. Small dragon shrimp and cold beer are only available in summer. After this summer, I can only wait for next year if I want to eat it again. It's a pity that it's only the beginning of the month, or else you can go outside to enjoy the moon. Xia, can you handle the store alone? Liu Sheng opened the cap of the pure milk bottle, placed it in front of Xia, and asked casually to. Well, it's okay, store manager. Even if I sometimes get too busy, but everyone will help, so it's okay. Xia answered seriously. Although it seems casually, Liu Sheng knows the hardship. To be honest, when the store was not as big as it is now, Liu Sheng would feel tired even with the help of the system. Even more. How about Xia now? Chapter 990, Invitation. God-level store manager system. Chapter 991. Liu Sheng took a sip of cold beer, then peeled off a small dragon shrimp and put it in his mouth. Suddenly asked abruptly, Xia, you said, would you regret coming to my store as a store assistant in the future? No. Xia's answer blurted out, almost subconsciously, then suddenly startled, and raised his eyes to see Liu Sheng's gaze. There is only a faint smile inside. As long as store manager does not dislike Xia, Xia will always be here as store assistant. Xia replied firmly. Okay, I see. Of course I will not dislike you. Where can I find such a good store assistant? Liu Sheng waved his hand. The reason why I have such a question is because I waited for the store manager level to be upgraded to level 1 after opening a branch. This store in Cloud Mist City will be managed by Xia alone. Although Liu Sheng will come back often, but there is definitely no way to stay in the store every day like this. Also, in order to reward such a diligent store assistant, I specially prepared a gift for you. Liu Sheng, after confirming Xia's intentions, condensed water element washed his hands. Then he took out a pure and flawless crystal and placed it in front of Xia. Store manager, is this? Xia looked at what Liu Sheng put in front of him, and asked with some confusion. Skill crystals are much rarer than trial crystals. Xia has never seen it, and it is normal. This is the crystallization of the Grandmaster Rank's skill, which contains the power of ancestors. I think it should be suitable for you. Liu Sheng briefly introduced it. In terms of bloodline strength alone, the bloodline strength of demi-human is much stronger than human race. The strength of the ancestors, the stronger the bloodline strength, the stronger the increase after release. If a peak bloodline like Dragon Race uses an ancestral power skill, even if it is temporarily skipping grades to battle, it is not impossible. Skills crystals. Xia listened to Liu Sheng's introduction, stared wide-eyed, and looked at the crystals in front of him. The pure and flawless crystals are so gorgeous that people's eyes are a little blurry. But in Xia's eyes, there is no greed. On the contrary, I was a little frightened. Store manager, this is really too precious. I can't ask for it. Xia waved his hand again and again. The preciousness of skill crystals. Even if you haven't seen it with your own eyes, you've heard of it. The so-called martial skill is easy to learn, and the skill is hard to find. This thing, the skill crystal, has always been priceless. Having accepted the 2 trial crystals earlier, Xia already felt ashamed of it. Now here is another skill crystal. Don't rush to refuse. Liu Sheng did not take back the skill crystal, but picked up a cold beer. Take a sip, and then speak slowly. Xia, you will have a lot of time to look at the store alone in the future. This, even if I help you raise your salary. How can store assistant take the initiative? Those who refuse to increase their wages. After Liu Sheng finished speaking, he looked at Xia quietly, The ancestral power skill crystal is given to Xayah, mainly to help Xayah improve its strength. To watch the store alone, you still need some strength to better deter outsiders. After all, the customers in the store know Luo Sheng's strength is deep and unmeasurable, so they will not commit troubles in the store. But sometimes there are new customers in the store. If Luo Sheng is not there, you can only rely on Xayah. Chapter 191. This is your salary increase. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 992. Of course, Gapingchuan and Lazengya and the others will also help. But the favors I owe are always repaid. Store Manager, Xayah only felt that there was something choked in her heart, but she didn't know where to start, and only moved to stay in my heart. How long has this feeling of being cared for? Don't say those sensational words. I can't cope with that kind of scene. Luo Sheng waved his hand quickly and stopped what Xayah wanted to say. Ever since he came to this world, Luo Sheng has been very bad at dealing with women's tears. Weeping beauty is indeed beautiful, but it is heartbreaking. So Luo Sheng has never looked at sensational things. Store Manager, I know, thank you. Xayah was amused by Luo Sheng's words, and the mist in his eyes still did not turn into tears. Xayah still accepts the crystallization of the power of ancestors. In fact, Xayah knows that Luo Sheng's personality is a bit stubborn. Once a decision is made, there is little change. So Xayah is just panic. I don't know how I should repay Luo Sheng. A supper, the guests and the host will enjoy themselves. After Xayah cleared the small round table first, Luo Sheng also returned to his bedroom. I haven't eaten the snacks and drinks in the store for several days, and the taste is still as good as before. Luo Sheng took a bath carefully. Rinse all the fatigue of the past few days before coming out of the bathroom wearing a bath towel. During those few days in the territory of the hidden aristocratic family, Luo Sheng simply didn't have time to sleep, running around every day. Occasionally I picked up some rest time, basically taking a nap against the wall. It's strange if you are not tired. But the most important thing is that when collecting data in the territory of the hidden aristocratic family, there is nothing to eat. This is definitely the biggest mistake. Luo Sheng yawned, and the fatigue these days turned into sleepiness, coming like a tide. Luo Sheng immediately became drowsy. System, host, please go to bed later. This system has a message to notify. A crisp voice rang in Luo Sheng's mind. Luo Sheng was suddenly shivered and suddenly came to his senses. Hey, system, do you have any news that you can't tell me tomorrow? I'm almost sleepy. Luo Sheng shook his head and said with some dissatisfaction. System, it's about the next holiday. Since the host doesn't want to know, then forget it. Wait. Luo Sheng hearing this, screamed. System, you have a large number of adults, so you forgot what I just said. Please tell me the news of the next holiday. With such compliments, Luo Sheng opened his mouth. Just come. Anyway, it's just a temporary trick to this Irby system, who will take it seriously. Except for the two systems with a negative IQ. System, if you are acquainted, this system has a large number of adults, so I don't care about your stupid host. If this Toput system is complacent, Luo Sheng just ignores it. I waited quietly for the following. System, the next festival will be the Kixi Festival. The so-called Magpie Companions will be together. The best season is another year. Kixi Festival is the day when people in love meet and reunite. System, this time, the system gave a reminder 3 days in advance. I hope the host will stop having any comments. Oh? Has the system accepted the previous suggestion? This arrogant Irby system is still pretty good sometimes. Chapter 992, News of the Next Holiday. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 993. Luo Sheng hearing this, I immediately became happy. This behavior is worthy of praise. System, you have done a very good job of this, which is especially helpful for our shop to increase turnover. Then, please tell me about the Kixi Festival. What is the benefit? Luo Sheng's flicker comes as soon as he opens his mouth. There is no need to write a draft at all. Kixi Festival, according to Luo Sheng's understanding, A festival that doesn't even take a holiday. I guess the system will not care. But didn't expect. System actually noticed such a holiday. Strictly speaking, the Kixi festival is indeed one of the traditional festivals. And there is also myths and legends that matches it. System, the festival benefits of the Kixi festival. In the New World mode, special activities for the Kixi festival will be opened. System, also, there is a special sponsorship from this system. Give the host a Kixi festival ring to commemorate. Commemoration? Luo Sheng was visibly dumbfounded, then swallowed, holding a trace of luck, and asked aloud, then, what use is this Kixi festival ring? System, there is no special effect. It's just a souvenir. Luo Sheng was so angry with system that he had a lot of swear words, but he didn't know where to scold him. Up. The last 1,000 words are all turned into a middle finger. I really despise your stingy system. I am embarrassed to take out a souvenir. System, what's wrong? This system reminded you 3 days in advance. You still want to find this system for rewards. Who is greedy and not enough? Luo Sheng was stunned by the system's remarks. Is the cost of co-authoring 3 days notice so high? Even the holiday benefits can be just and honorable, and it is so righteous. Forget it, I can't compete with you. You should tell me about the Kixi festival first. Luo Sheng is really unable to argue about this fallacy. In short, it's just one sentence. This system is stingy. What can you do with me? The answer is, no way. System, the Kixi festival of the New World mode will start on the day of the Kixi festival and last for 7 days. System, during the Kixi festival, all in the dungeon, there will be a small probability of Tanabata magpies, catching Tanabata magpies. There will be a small probability of obtaining Magpie Bridge Secret Realm Key Fragments or Tanabata Chocolate Fragments. Wait, system, you give me first. Wait. Luo Sheng couldn't help interrupting system when he heard this. System, what's the host? Luo Sheng coughed vigorously, and then solemnly said, if I remember correctly, chocolate. It should be Valentine's Day. Give something. Why did it become a task item for the Kixi festival? System, aren't Valentine's Day and Kixi festival similar? Can you host? Don't worry about these details. The voice sounded a bit bitter. Okay, let me take care of my business. Please continue. Luo Sheng raised his hand as in confession. However, the system is not wrong. The functions of Valentine's Day and Kixi festival are actually the same. It's all because of love. System, assemble 10 pieces of Magpie Bridge Secret Realm Key Fragments to form a Magpie Bridge Secret Realm Key. System, a Magpie Bridge Secret Realm Key can enter the Magpie Bridge Secret Realm once hunted Tanabata magpies in the Secret Realm of Magpie Bridge. There will be a small chance of dropping magpies, which can be used to redeem special equipment for the Kixi festival. You can click collection below. Record this time. Chapter 993, Chocolates on Kixi Festival. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 994. System, assemble 10 pieces of Tanabata chocolate to form a piece of Tanabata chocolate. System, 10 pieces of Tanabata chocolate, available in the New World mode in any store. Redeem a Tanabata chocolate redemption card. System, players who have a Tanabata chocolate redemption card can exchange for a Tanabata chocolate at Store Manager. Again, it is the same routine as the Dragon Boat Festival. It's just that this time the rice dumplings are replaced with Tanabata chocolates. Luo Sheng's attitude towards this is silent, because this is expected. Luo Sheng had this hunch even when he talked about chocolate with system before. So Luo Sheng just silently clicked on the detailed attributes of Tanabata chocolate. Tanabata chocolate, this is a sweet and slightly bitter chocolate with love. Please give it to the person in your heart on the special festival of Tanabata. Limited desserts for the Kixi festival, after eating, can increase the spirit strength of the eater to a small extent. The so-called spirit strength toughness refers to the strength of spirit strength. The enhancement of the spirit strength attribute is divided into 2 parts. Simply enhancing spirit strength is like adding half a bowl of water to a bowl of water. To enhance the tenacity of spirit strength is like replacing half a bowl of water with half a bowl of mercury. Although it still seems that many, but it's internal, but the difference between heaven and earth. This is the first time that the attribute of spirit strength has appeared. After Liu Sheng saw the detailed attributes of Tanabata chocolate, he nodded with satisfaction. The attribute of spirit strength is not enough to improve the amount. In terms of quality, it must be kept up. The two are complementary. If one of them is too powerful, it will lead to imbalance, but it will be prone to accidents. It's like blowing bubble gum. The bigger you blow, the more air you need and the thinner the skin. If the amount of spirit strength is not enough, just say does not raise. If the quality of the spirit strength is not enough, it is easy to break. It's just that, relying on the Tanabata chocolate event alone, I'm afraid the publicity efforts will not be sufficient. Liu Sheng is thinking about the time for such a promotion. The voice of System rang again. System, the special equipment that can be exchanged for the Kixi festival is as follows. The headband of the Quelling, it can increase the martial skill or magic formidable power used by the wearer in a moderate amount. Make up the Kixi festival suit. Exchange price, 10 magpilings. Magpiling shawl, moderately increase the wearer's shooting speed, and for every attack of the wearer, a magpie feather attack will be added to cause a moderate amount of physical damage. It can be formed into a Kixi festival suit. Exchange price, 20 magpie feathers. Magpiling belt, moderately increases the wearer's physical defensive power and magic resistance. After entering the battle, every time the wearer receives an attack, it will condense a magpiling attack. When 10 magpie feather attacks are condensed, a powerful magpie feather attack will be attached to the wearer's next attack, causing a lot of physical damage, and an armor-piercing effect can be formed into a Kixi festival suit. Exchange price, 50 magpie feathers. Magpiling boots, a medium-weight attribute that enhances the wearer's agility and can be used to form a Kixi festival suit. Exchange price, 20 magpie feathers. Kixi festival set attribute, toe-piece attribute, the power of magpie. Magpie power, condenses the power of magpiling, so that the wearer can temporarily stay in the air for 1 minute and a cooldown of 5 minutes. 4-piece attribute, magpie bridge. Magpie bridge, the summon magpie bridge perfectly resists an attack no higher than heroic rank, and performs a short position flash with a cooling time of 120 minutes. Chapter 994, Kixi Festival Set. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 995. System, attention, the special equipment for the Kixi Festival this time can be exchanged for real equipment. Players who have this need, please find Store Manager to redeem. What? Can I redeem the special equipment for the Kixi Festival at this time? I still thought before this time that Liu Sheng, who is not good at promoting the Kixi Festival at this time, suddenly shocked. Liu Sheng previously thought that only Tanabata chocolate can be exchanged. Didn't expect. System this time was directly marked with the idea of equipment. The 4 Kixi Festival suits, as far as the attributes of a single piece of equipment are concerned, are not weaker than ordinary rare-level equipment at all, and all of them are unrestricted equipment. This is very difficult to deal with. At least for now, there is no rare equipment in the store that has no restrictions. This is equivalent to an ordinary person and can also wear this set of equipment. And most importantly, this Kixi Festival suit, but there are suit attributes. Whether it is Magpie Power skill or Magpie Bridge skill, it can be regarded as a very good skill. The Magpie's short-term stay in the air has changed the way of fighting more. The Magpie Bridge skill is even more powerful. It perfectly resists an attack no higher than heroic rank, and it also comes with a short flash to help the wearer escape the predicament. Not higher than the heroic rank, naturally including the heroic rank. This is very powerful, and looking at the attributes of the individual pieces of the Kixi Festival suit, it creates a kind of both playing and running. While getting a lot of meat, the damage is still high. The only regret is that there is no armor in the Kixi Festival suit. But think about it. With the armor made by K-Ling, where can the defensive power go? Fortunately, the K-Ling belt perfectly replaces the attribute of the armor, and also make room for other armor-type equipment. For example, the 4 Seasons Cycle armor. At this point, it is convenient to promote it. Liu Sheng was surprised, but there was no shortage of surprises. Festival benefits are naturally to provide benefits to customers, in order to increase passenger flow. After all, Liu Sheng's shop does not rely on the New World mode to earn Spirit Crystal. Shelf area and fast food area earn no less than the New World mode. This is called joint consumption. After determining the publicity strategy, Liu Sheng soon fell asleep. Sleep is always the sweetest after surprise and fatigue. Someone once said, sleep is an effective means to span time. For example, when I woke up in the morning, I obviously only wanted to squint for another 5 minutes, but when I opened my eyes again, it was already 2 hours. Fortunately, Liu Sheng does not have this ability. After waking up, although his eyes were still a little confused, he sat up anyway. How do I feel? It seems that I haven't slept so well for a long time. Liu Sheng stared at him, and it took a while to wake up. Then I started to wash and communicate with the system. The promotional stand is not in a hurry for the time being, but the promotional video designed last night, remember to put it in the New World mode today. The main emphasis in the early stage is a tragedy. The final scene is designed to be romantic. The Kixi festival is mainly aimed at customers, those youngsters. After confirming that I have made it clear, Liu Sheng only then went downstairs to the hall. I took 2 pairs of egg tarts and a bottle of pure milk. Store manager, good morning. Chapter 995. While getting a batch of meat, the damage is still high. God-level store manager system. Chapter 996. Store manager, good morning. Xia, who was standing behind the counter long ago, said hello to Liu Sheng with a smile. It seems that the breath has changed slightly. Xia, ancestral power skill crystal, have you already used it? Liu Sheng looked up and down Xia, and suddenly asked. Skill crystals and trial crystals are different. Use skill crystals, as long as there is no problem on the realm, and the corresponding trial seal has not been inlaid with skill crystals. You can inlay at any time, and there will be no difficulty. I have used it. It suits me well. It is a very powerful skill. Xia clicked nodded. The extra thread of aura on his body, heavier, it's obvious. It is the bloodline strength of the lunar clan. The bloodline strength of demi-human, although strong, is always very complicated and very thin. At this point, we have to talk about the origin of demi-human. There are many legends about the origin of demi-human, but the most reliable one is the descendants of those powerful ancient variation beasts. After transforming into a human form, they fell in love with the human race and blended with the bloodline. That's why there are that many races included in demi-human. After all, there is more than one ancient variation beast that can be transformed. But these ancient variation beasts that can transform have one thing in common, that is, they are extremely powerful. The most representative of these is the giant dragon of dragon race. But in most cases, those proud giant dragons are disdainful of being transformed into human form. So demi-human's bloodline strength is so strong that there is absolutely no doubt about it. There are even some demi-human bloodline strength. In ancient era, they can compete with dragon clan bloodlines when they are not so messy and thin now. It seems that my choice is not wrong. It really suits you. Liu Sheng laughed, then brought breakfast, found a small round table and sat down. In fact, at first Liu Sheng did not think about this point. The ancestor's power skill crystal has a hidden effect. That is purified bloodline. Human race is indeed the race that does not rely on bloodline strength the least. But the reason for this situation is that the bloodline strength of human race is too weak and simply cannot be relied on. It's not that human race likes to kill on its own. If there is a method of twice the results for half the effort, then who doesn't want to use it? The point is that there is no way. Morning, Chi store manager, when did you come back? Gapingchuan opened the door and saw Liu Sheng, who was eating breakfast, at a glance. Then I went to buy a bottle of orange juice, plus a colorful fruit-flavored pizza. Yesterday evening. Liu Sheng put half of the egg tart in his hand into his mouth, and the fragrance was immediately overflowing with milk. It's rare to see cheese store manager not staying in the store. Didn't expect to come back so soon. The shadow of the assassin entrance is just short of individuals. Do you want to come? Gapinchwan's skilled condensed ice skates divide the colorful fruit-flavored pizza into 8. The sharp ice blade exudes cold air. When it is used to cut pizza, it will not touch the knife, and the cold air can cool the pizza. Come on, with a few more people, it's better than a single brush. Luo Sheng responded while watching Gapinchwan's movements. Although, the colorful fruit-flavored pizza is better to eat hot. After all, cheese drawing is the essence of pizza. But there will always be people who like to eat cold. Chapter 996, Demi-Human Origin. God-Level Store Manager System. Chapter 997. But before Luo Sheng finished thinking about it, Gapinchwan dispelled the ice skates, and condensed a small flame in his hand, and swept over the colorful fruit-flavored pizza. The chill disappeared and the cheese melted. Gapinchwan's series of actions made Luo Sheng's eyelids jump. Magic can really make life easier. Glorious Star Empire goes west. In the big desert, a group of golden winged griffins flew across the sky, as fast as a gust of wind. When the people below looked up, only a sharp eagle and a few vague silhouettes were left. It's these guys again. They go high and high. What can they do when they go deep into the desert? Don't talk nonsense. Be careful of those, my lord heard it. It shouldn't matter if you talk about it. Is there any treasure in the depths of desert? Who knows this? I should report it to you. Right. I really envy you. All the children. Those cultivators who live on the edge of the big desert, in a panic, are also discussing spiritedly. Griffin, an ancient devil beast, if you can have one that among the small forces in this kind of place, it is enough to dominate one side. And in a city-state near the edge of desert, here is the border city-state of Glorious Star Empire. It is a small city-state built to guard against these various small forces who are struggling for life on the edge of desert. At this moment, in the city lord mansion of this border city-state, a middle-aged person with a straight face and a gloomy look in the sun stood quietly by the window, looking at the back of the golden winged griffin that was gradually moving away from the horizon. This person is the city lord of this border city-state, the deserted city. Eagle Falls, golden winged griffin. Which power is this? It has such a profound background. Go to the depths of desert. Buried in the hidden aristocratic family clan, the chess piece eyes appeared. Damn it. Even though the golden winged griffin had gone away, the eagle still looked at the sky and muttered to himself, until a guard in the city lord mansion knocked on the door. Ying Liu lowered his eyes, with his hands behind his back, and said, "Coming, city lord, there is a secret letter from you." After the guard entered the door, he respectfully stretched out his hands and presented an envelope with subtle magical fluctuations. "I see, put it on the table." Eagle landed, nodded and said quietly, "Yes." The guard put down the envelope, then turned to leave. Only Ying Liu stood alone by the window, staring at the envelope on the desk. "Are you going to start Cloud Mist City, Luo Sheng shop?" There are still many customers, but in normal days, it is not too crowded. The small round table in the fast food area is still half full. If it is not a meal, the customers sitting at the small round table are basically waiting for the deck in the training room area to be vacated by the battle strength. The rest is to hang out or talk about things. Even if you don't talk about commodities, just talk about the environment. Luo Sheng's shop is one of the very best. Luo Sheng, who was sitting on the sofa, couldn't help but yawn. The afternoon when you have a full stomach is the most sleepy time, especially when there is nothing to do. The sleepiness is endless. "Luo Sheng, I'm back again." A soft shout suddenly sounded. Before Luo Sheng finished yawning, a small figure plunged into Luo Sheng's arms, almost making Luo Sheng breathless. "Ahem, Xioki, can you not choose to pounce at such a weird time?" You can click on the favorites below to record this time number. Chapter 997, Eagle Falls, God-Level Store Manager System. Chapter 998. "Ahem, Xioki, Can you not choose to suddenly come over at such a strange time? Luo Sheng coughed heart-wise. You don't need to look at all. Luo Sheng knows that it is Nalan Kinky who is jumping on the air. Luo Sheng, thank you for coming to save me. Nalan Kinky sat on Luo Sheng's lap, looked into Luo Sheng's eyes, and said seriously, welcome back. Luo Sheng reached out and rubbed Nalan Kinky's head. This time, Nalan Kinky did not resist. Store manager, if you thank you, you don't have to. Come in and sit down. Luo Sheng waved his hand and interrupted, follow closely from behind, Lan Yi and the others who came into the store. I just did it smoothly. If you thank you, it is really unnecessary. Store manager is still as humble as always. Without you this time, we might really not be able to come back. Lan Yi kept the words of thanks in his heart, speaking with a smile. The benefits of this time battle for Lan Yi and the others are also huge. Only by fighting the heroic rank powerhouse in advance can you realize your shortcomings and be able to achieve calm when you face the heroic rank powerhouse again. Compete against heroic rank with grandmaster rank. This is definitely not something that can be done with determination and perseverance. This is a gap in hard power. If Luo Sheng is not there, they must all be planted in the hands of the hidden aristocratic family. This kind of brain-hitting thing, don't do it next time. Luo Sheng also said helplessly. Then extend the hand pointed, clicked Nalan Kinky's forehead, and said, I'm talking about you. Is there anything I can't tell you? No. Do you want to do such a dangerous thing alone? If Luo Sheng had gone one step late, even if he could rescue Lan Yi and the others, I am afraid that Nalan Kinky will also be sacrificed by Yun Fanfai. I see, Luo Sheng. Nalan Kinky pouted, and reached out to cover his forehead. I have promised Sister Lan Yi and I will tell you anything in the future, and I won't risk it alone. It's fine if you really know. Luo Sheng shook the head and lifted Nalan Kinky from him. Little child temperament. Although Nalan Kinky has a precocious personality, the temperament that he shows is still a small child. But this is also good. The child should be like a child. It's so tiring to live intrigue every day. By the way, where are Xioki's parents? Luo Sheng cared about it, by the way. Still in the Nalan family, saying that I am used to living there, but the status is completely different, Lan Yi said briefly. After that, although Luo Sheng did not participate, people from Orchid Leaf Group were present throughout the process. With Luo Sheng's deterrence, no one in the hidden aristocratic family dare to be disrespectful to these beautiful girls. Moreover, let's not talk about Luo Sheng, an insurmountable mountain. Even the red lion in Lan Yi's hands and Xinglian next to Lan Zaya. That's enough for them to drink a pot. As for Nalan Zissou and Moran, their status in the Nalan family instantly rose to the level of second only to Patriarch and the two elders, who will let their daughter Nalan Kinky be backed by at least 3 heroic rank powerhouses. It's okay to stay in the hidden aristocratic family. Luo Sheng immediately understood Nalan Kinky's parents' intentions. The current strengths of the 4 hidden aristocratic families have approached a balance. So at this time, no one dare to act rashly. Chapter 998, Follow-up. God-Level Store Manager System. Chapter 999. In this balance, Nalan Zissou and Moran are the levers that can leverage this balance. As long as the balance is not broken, no one dares to move them. You even have to protect them. Nalan Zissou naturally understood this matter, so he chose Heian Moran to stay in the hidden aristocratic family. As a result, you can use the power of the hidden aristocratic family to protect yourself. Secondly, it will not cause trouble to Nalan Kinky, who is adventurous in the outside world. Parents always think of their children. Okay, do what you want to do. There will be an event in 2 days. You can prepare in advance. Luo Sheng waved his hand and lay down again on the sofa. This kind of thing, just know it. There is no need to get to the bottom of it. Then don't disturb the store manager and rest. Let's go. Lan Yi laughed, knowing that Luo Sheng didn't want them to have too much burden. Luo Sheng has always been like this. I don't like what others owe to others, nor do I like what others owe myself. After Lan Yi and the others walked into the store, before Luo Sheng closed his eyes, Yu Yufang sneaked in from outside the store. You move very fast. Looking at some sneaky Yu Yufang, Liu Sheng looked curious. Store manager, did you see my sister? Yu Fang just came to Cloud Mist City from Yu family and is about to return the identity token he borrowed to Lanzili. I didn't see it. I don't seem to be here today. Liu Sheng replied aloud after thinking about it. Lanzili is a prospective graduate student of Precipice Academy. Sometimes it is normal for him not to come to the store. I'm not here, then I'll ask other people. Yu Fang moved towards the store and wandered in. If Lanzili is not in the store, he will be at Precipice Academy, and Yu Fang will not go to Precipice Academy. It's useless to get in touch with the membership card. It seems that they are all back. Liu Sheng looked at Yu Fang's back, shrugged, and started closing his eyes again. In the morning, enter the shadowy assassin entrance with Gepingchuan and Ban Zheng. The intensity of the battle, when teaming up with other players who came to paddling, I don't know how much stronger it is. Battle awareness of heroic rank powerhouse. Especially the veteran heroic rank powerhouse. It is definitely powerful. Even Liu Sheng, 4 hours of continuous high-intensity fighting, is a bit tired. Although not to the point of fatigue. But now in the store, why do you abuse yourself? Now that I am a little tired, I should rest. A store manager that combines work and rest will always be more comfortable than a store manager who can only work hard. And when Liu Sheng closed his eyes and rested, the Kixi Festival promotional video that was placed in the New World mode has gone crazy on the public screens of various guilds. The pop-up mode is still selected for the way of putting out the promo, although unremarkable. But there are always people who can't help but click in. What appeared in the promo film at first was an extremely beautiful girl who encountered danger when she went out to practice alone. It is human nature to appreciate beauty, so under Liu Sheng's suggestion, the girl designed by system is dignified and lively, cute, exquisite, pure, and beautiful like a fairy who shouldn't appear in human world. The customer's eyes were attracted instantly. When such a beautiful girl is in danger, it naturally makes people worry about her. And at this critical juncture, a passing young man passed by. Faced with the danger, Zani shot and rescued the girl. Chapter 999, Promotional Video of Kixi Festival. God-level store manager system. Chapter 1000. The plot after that is a bit old-fashioned. The young man is tall and handsome, and the young girl is also the age of first awakening of love. The two fell in love at first sight, and both loved each other. Soon I fell in love. In the final analysis, it's still looking at your face. If the man who rescued him is handsome, it is. The little girl has nothing to do with it, but devote one's life to. If the man who rescued him doesn't look good, it is. The little girl has nothing to pay for, and only work extremely hard in the next life can repay this kindness. And this is the same in reverse. If a man also takes a fancy to the other person, it would be kind but disrespectful. If you don't like it, then it's, how can you bring grace to report? Liu Sheng knows the essence of it. Naturally, he strictly controls the character image designed by the system. Even if the plot is old-fashioned, it is for Liu Sheng. This world doesn't even have a TV series. For this kind of market-tested plot, it is natural to watch with keen interest pleasure. And just when the young man and the girl fell in love, the customers couldn't help but bless them. The girl revealed her life experience. She is a treasured young lady from the top aristocratic family. She actually sneaked out of her experience this time out. And the young man is just a poor fellow. The family's opinion has been there since ancient times, although the young man and the girl love each other sincerely. But the girl's family will not accept the young man as a poor fellow, so the girl was forcibly taken back to the family and put under house arrest. And with a powerful magic array, the young man was locked out of the family, preventing the two from seeing each other. The two who love each other miss each other day and night, but they can't meet each other. I can only smell morning every night. Suddenly, countless customers shed tears and cursed this top aristocratic family for being unreasonable and treating two lovers who truly love each other like this. Most of the customers in the store come from the 3 major academies. Most of them are full of vigor. First awakening of love, boys and girls. For love, it is the time to be ignorant and longing. This kind of loyalty and sadness for love immediately moved these boys and girls, and envied them. I hope I can meet such a love. And the loyalty to love seems to have moved God. So, during the annual Kixie Festival, countless magpies flock to them, to block the breakthrough magic array between the two, and to build a magpie bridge to help the two meet. Magpies are flying all over the sky. The two lovers hugged each other and finally got married. This romantic scene has made countless customers fascinated and full of longing. Very good. Love will find a way. It's so romantic. I really want to have such a love. If someone really is so loyal to me, even if my family disagrees, I am willing to join him. The guild communication system is lively again. There is not much change in the plot of the modified version of Magpie Bridge. The classics are always the most memorable. However, Luo Sheng still changed the at first bailing scene very intimately. After all, this kind of ulterior motive behavior is not worth promoting. It's not good to teach children badly. If you are misled to steal clothes, Luo Sheng can't escape the blame. As soon as the promotional video came out, the Kixie Festival immediately penetrated into the hearts of customers. If you are moving, you will be impressed, especially those young girls who can watch the promotional video of the Kixie Festival cry.